The wound started to burn. A confused expression briefly crossed the goblin's face, as if it was surprised at its success. Caius suspected it was too used to failure in all aspects of its mockery of a life. Then the power of the depths reasserted itself over its creation, the creature's face twisting with rage as it yanked its blade free. Caius grunted, the rusted and pitted metal catching torturously on the edges of his split flesh. Thick blood welled up from the wound, trickling free with unnatural slowness. His health ignited, rushing to the ragged tear in his flesh to re-knit him back to wholeness. It itched terribly. Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 15. Screaming a war cry, the goblin rushed in once more, turning into a wild and uncontrolled swing that had put the full weight of its body behind. Caius brought his hands up, using his vambrace to protect his face. His helmet could deal with the rest. Rolling in and under the cut, the crude machete tinked off his arm guards in a shower of sparks, skittering down the plate and scale to cut deeply into the muscle of his shoulder. Caius felt his arm slacken, drooping slightly as the damaged muscle struggled to hold up the weight. The goblin howled in glee. The sight of his blood seemed to have incensed the beast into a manic frenzy. Nearly foaming at the mouth, it drew back and flew into another horizontal chop towards his belly. Caius stepped back, bringing his leg up into a pugilist's guard. The machete slammed into his leg, deflecting off his shin bone to leave a flap of meat hanging free. Caius grit his teeth through the pain, pushing through it with ease. Compared to having his chest caved in by a champion, this was nothing. More health rushed in, skin, muscle, and fat wriggling as they sealed themselves shut with nauseating agility. It was probably enough for now. Taking any more wounds before he had healed risked leaving him weak enough that he would struggle to defend. Not that he thought he would be in real danger, but it would be bloody embarrassing if Porkchop saw that. He'd never hear the end of it. He snapped out with his wounded leg, cool air stinging the exposed interior as he booted the rabid goblin full in the chest. With his newly empowered strength, in the goblin's small and withered body, he sent the beast flying back to fall into a twisted tangle of limbs. It pulled itself up off the dirt quickly, howling in rage to rush back towards him. It didn't matter. With how fast he regenerated now, the simple flesh wounds he had let it inflict were already most of the way sealed by the time it made it halfway back to him. Throwing itself into a heavy overhead chop, Caius stepped back and let the tip of the machete skitter along the length of his sternum. Enhanced reflexes and razor-sharp, empowered vision, giving him the confidence to leave the goblin just enough reach to sunder his flesh, without giving it the leverage to bite into his bone. They fell into a pattern. Caius would bob and weave, always positioned just right for the goblin surf to cut him just deep enough to stress his health. It never hit anything vital, never anything more than a deep cut to the muscle. If it ever looked just a little too close for comfort to an artery, organ, or other major structure, he would smash the blow aside with a lightning-fast parry with his vambraces. Once it had gotten a small handful of good gashes in, he would smash it back with a kick, a grab and throw, or a simple, stunning punch to the temple. Then he would heal, allowing his lesser regeneration to grow, little by little. Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 16. It wasn't the only skill to grow. With the mind-aching acuity of his vision, the constant monitoring of the goblin did wonders for his use of true sight. By now he could barely tell that he had had it activated so high. At least in terms of skill fatigue. The sharpness with which he could see every clogged pore on the serf's face was more than enough to remind him of the newfound clarity of his vision. Still, he had a while to go. Even with his increased mental stats and a growing skill level, it was strenuous to process so much information at once. He would need more practice before he could use it comfortably in a real pitched battle. Ding! True sight has reached level 18. Unfortunately, all good things came to an end, and even with the efficiency of his healing due to his skill, it was ultimately a finite resource. Another slash kissed his ribs, and Caius took the moment to look at his resources. Resources. Health, 72 over 460, 3.6 per minute. Stamina, 314 over 360, 3.6 per minute. Mana, 510 over 510, 5.1 per minute. Free mana, 30 over 30. Reserved mana, 480. It was low as he was comfortable letting it get. Any more would be an unnecessary risk, especially when there was an effectively endless supply of willing goblin serfs in the fungal fields that would be more than happy to wail on him. Twisting on his front foot, Caius pivoted and slammed his heel into the goblin's ribs. Air rushed from its lungs in a ragged gasp as he sent it to the ground like a sack of bricks. In a single, fluid motion, he planted his foot and drew his sword, smoothly sliding into an overhand slash that caved in its skull. It quivered once, every muscle in its body going rigid for a single moment, before it slackened and died. Ding! Level 14. Goblin Serf slain. Caius's chest heaved, the focus and fury of the bloodsong slowly withdrawing from him. In its wake, the aches and agonies of dozens of healed cuts and stabs washed over him, weighing him down with a mental fatigue. He groaned, sheathing his sword before he looked down to take in the blood-drenched state of his torso. Without any nearby rest stops, he would need to wait until they got back to the city to properly wash. Until then, he'd have to make do with a damp cloth. "Gods damn it," he sighed, arms dropping in defeat as he made his way back to where Porkchop was watching over his armor and bags. With every step, his boots squelched, saturated from the blood of a dozen would-be mortal wounds. Amusement shone loud and clear through their link, Porkchop chuffing in amusement at the display he had put on. "You know, for someone who loves spilling so much blood, you really seem to hate having it on you," Porkchop teased. Caius rolled his eyes. "Just because I love a good fight doesn't mean that I'm an actual psychopath. Besides, I have no idea how you can tolerate it getting in your fur. Doesn't it stick?" he asked, bending down to pick up his pack. He didn't bother putting on his shirt or cuirass, though. He'd just have to take it off again for the next goblin. It wasn't like there was anything really dangerous out in the fungal fields anyway. Then, as he reached for a waterskin to wash off his blood, he realized that if he used it now, he would run out before they got to the city. He sighed, slumping in defeat, and slung on his pack instead. A little discomfort was worth capping the skill, even if he could feel his pants sticking to his legs. He started walking up the next rise. "It's not that bad," Porkchop said, responding to his question as he fell in behind him. "At least it's only blood. Undead and abomination goop is an entirely different story." Caius chuckled. That was a more than fair assessment, in his opinion. He had a fraction of Porkchop's sense of smell, and even for him, the ichor of battle against those depthsborn was on the verge of intolerable. "So, is this your master plan? Get slashed up like a cut of meat until you level lesser regeneration?" "Pretty much," he admitted. "Though I'm trying to get used to using True Sight to its full capacity, so I might be able to squeeze a few levels out of that. And maybe the last level of Adamant Body. I doubt I'll get anything out of Uncanny Dodge, unfortunately. That would require actually avoiding attacks." "What of when we get to the city, then?" Porkchop asked. Caius turned back to his friend and gave him a wild grin. "How do you feel about a frontal assault?" Chapter 107. Unexpected Gains. Caius slid his feet through the loamy soil, twisting in place to allow the goblin serf's adze to dig into the meat of his thigh. He took the wound with little more than a stoic grunt, even as the ice-cold metal tinked against his femur. The Depthsborn ripped its weapon free with a sickeningly jubilant cry. That pissed him off. He stepped in, cutting off its foul glee with a knee to the gut, then smashed it down to the ground with a backhand coated in scale. It went down hissing, scrambling drunkenly before its health could clear its concussion. The muscle in his thigh writhed, quicker than it had only a few days prior. The sensation still sickened him, the unnatural animation of his flesh only worsened by the speed of his healing. He still preferred it to no healing at all. Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 19. Caius grinned as he read the notification. It was more than welcome, after days spent slowly rotating through the farms that surrounded the dwarven city. He hated training like this. It was so much less satisfying, less visceral than the burn and heat of a true battle. Sure, it still got the heart pumping, and it was effective, but his blood barely simmered. There was no manic song that coursed through his veins, revitalizing his body and mind. It was boring, plain and simple. The goblin threw itself to its feet in a howl of fury, lunging forward with a short grip on the haft of its weapon. Spittle flew free of its mouth, sticky slime landing on Caius's chest. He growled. Blood was one thing, but that was just fucking gross. His hand snapped out, grabbing its adze in an open palm. The chipped edge sank into his flesh, cracking the bones in his hand. He ignored the hot flood of blood that pumped from the gash, twisting with his hips to land a jaw-shattering haymaker. A single, stinking and rot-laden tooth flew free of its mouth. It collapsed, squealing. Then, something unexpected happened. Ding! Moderate feat of strength, performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor, Persistent Survivor. Caius blinked as the notification came into view. Then he moved. A quick step in brought him towards the goblin, who frantically waved its adze in a wild attempt to gut him. Contemptuously slapping the blow aside, he ripped his hunting knife out of the sheath on his hip, burying it point first into the Depthsborn's eye. Ding! Level 13. Goblin Serf slain. Ripping his knife free, he did his best to wipe it clean on one of the few cleanish sections of his pants before he returned it to its place on his hip. What's up? I felt you get excited, then you killed it. Did you cap the skill? Porkchop asked in curiosity as he strode over. Caius gave his friend a wide grin. Honor, he answered simply. Porkchop froze, staring at him in shock, before a riot of excitement and anticipation flooded over their bond-deepened connection. What? What is it? He asked, in a flood of impressions that bordered the line between words and beast speech. Caius understood the sentiment. Receiving another honor so soon was beyond what he had expected. Even getting another one at all was a surprise. He had absolutely no clue what it was for, and he strongly doubted it had anything to do with fighting goblin serfs of all things. Not sure yet. I'll check now. Hopefully it's also one that you can get. Though it seems to be a little different from the rest, only a moderate feat instead of significant. He responded, hurrying to pull up the description. Persistent Survivor, Minor Honor. Whether through wit and cunning or strength and domination, even the most deadly environments can be thrived within. Awarded to those who survive in the great depths for a consecutive year while unclassed. Allows a vague sense of the direction of the nearest depths guardian. +3 all stats. Bonus, for being the first in your cohort to achieve this honor, Navigational sense also provides a direction to the nearest depths champion in a moderate radius, and the stat bonus is increased to +5 all stats. As soon as Caius accepted the honor, a new awareness entered his mind. It didn't tug at his attention, not like uncanny dodge or explorer's toolkit. Instead, he simply knew that his target lay in the direction of the peak of the dwarven city. Frustration flooded him as he chewed on his reward, heightening his every discomfort. The itch of blood-drenched fabric on his skin, the lingering crawl of his health sealing his wounds, the ache of having to wait to assault their final challenge when it lay right there. He scowled, kicking a clod of dirt to burn some of it off. The clump sailed through the air to hit the nearby hillside with a puff of soil. Porkchop looked up at him, confusion flowing across their bond. "What could you have possibly gotten to annoy you so much?" he asked. "It's for surviving down here a year as an unclassed. I got +5, you would get +3. The annoying thing is that I can now sense where the Guardian is in the biome. Only a vague sense of direction, really. That, and the first bonus lets me feel champions much the same, in a smaller radius," Caius explained, chewing on his words. "What? That's amazing, right?" "I mean, yeah, but I can't help but think about the fact that if we'd gotten this earlier, we might have had the time to push for more champions and see if we could unlock more honors," Caius said ruefully as he collected his pack and armor. "Come on, I still have another level to go," he said, taking the lead as he strode through the fields. He felt Porkchop scamper after him, the strength of their bond letting him know exactly where they were in relation to each other, rather like a more powerful and specific version of his latest honor. His frown deepened, the clumping of soil on his soaked boots tugging at his attention where previously it had sailed clean under his notice. "Who's to say we still can't? We have a year, right?" Porkchop asked. "Because," Caius explained, working to keep his tone from growing sharp. It wasn't Porkchop's fault the invaluable ability had appeared so late. "The distance between the champions is long, and we have no idea how large my area of detection is. If it's just a large zone like this, a year still wouldn't be enough time if we have to still spend so much time wandering in the thin passages between biomes." It was a large reason, but it wasn't the biggest, nor the most important. He sighed, feeling the ache of loss that resonated within him, that had done so for the last year, almost to the second. "I also can't stay here any longer, Porkchop. Every second we spend is another that lowers my chances of ever seeing Father alive again, or worse, even finding out what happened to him." He sighed. "Pursuing champions while I was still working on my skills was fine. It would have been stupid to attempt the Guardian without being as strong as we could. But now that my growth is about to be locked, I can't gamble on a maybe. We have to get out. I have to know," he finished, clenching his jaw as a dozen potentials for Father's fate entered his mind, each more horrid than the last. Warm empathy flowed into him, soothing his painful burden as a fuzzy head nudged him on the hip, the blood that coated him smearing into Porkchop's fur. "Then we leave. This is still good, Caius. More stats just increases our chances. Besides, it means we'll be a little less directionless the next time we come to the depths." Caius dropped his hand to Porkchop's head, giving him a scratch as they started to hike up the next rise in the fields. "I know you're right. It's still just a little biting." "Well, maybe go punch something about it," Porkchop suggested. Then he nudged him, gesturing off to their left, where a ragged goblin toiled over a row of fungus. "Look, there's a surf. You can wait the extra 5 minutes it will take us to find another one to blow off some steam." Caius watched the figure. With his true sight, it was easy to see the way it twisted and hunched in on itself as it hacked at a particularly woody mushroom with a crude machete. Maybe Porkchop was right. Letting himself get beat on was always frustrating, and stretching his legs always made him feel better. He dropped his bag and armor to the ground. "Yeah, all right. Mind watching this for me? I'll be back soon," he said, striding towards the depths spawn. He didn't draw his sword. It wouldn't exactly be the most sporting thing, and he wasn't exactly going to work up a sweat if he killed it in the opening exchange. No, for this, his fists would do. A rapid heat caressed his spine, stoked by the fires of his anger. His frustration at an uncaring world that would "have fun," Porkchop called encouragingly from behind him. Caius breathed in, inhaling the earthy scents of the fields as his heart started to quicken. His blood hummed, barely a single note, but it was just enough to bring a smile to his face. Caving in the skull of a goblin with only his fists did much to alleviate Caius of his stress and angst. Thanks to its health, the Depthsborn ended up being quite the punching bag, returning to its feet as he smashed it flat time and time again. With every punch, he split the skin on his knuckles, every blow resounding with the crack of bone against bone. The slight pain of the impacts were forgotten, quickly washed away in a rising song of heat, fury, and frustration. It couldn't touch him, openings visible all through its shoddy guard and amateur assaults. Every second, Explorer's toolkit drew more and more to his awareness. How he could disable it, break its limbs, trip it up, shove it off balance, or simply cave in its throat with a simple straight punch. He ignored the openings, selective of those only the most basic, those that would let him feel the satisfying crack of chipped teeth and bruised flesh against his fists. Ding! Explorer's toolkit has reached level 19. By the 12th punch, he was growling. By the 18th, he was insensate, tension shooting through his jaws as he clenched his teeth, his entire worldview narrowing until it was just him and a metallic-smelling target painted in red and green. It was catharsis embodied. Smashing the goblin flat once more, he kicked its machete free of its grip and mounted it. He rained down blow after blow, the goblin's rage-filled cries slowly transitioning to a wet gurgle as he shattered its long nose and caved in its jaw. It didn't last much longer than that. With a crunch, he had broken through its skull, planting his hand up to his wrist in gray matter. Ding! Level 13. Goblin Surf slain. Then he stood once more, his chest heaving as he stared down at the shattered remnants of the abused Depthsborn, its brain dripping from his fingers in hot globs that left traces of fatty slickness on his skin. The iron stench of its blood mixed with the spore-filled must of the fields, a bouquet that urged him on to greater acts of rage. He backed up, his heart cooling as the blood song slowly left him. Turning away from the destruction he had wrought, Caius let out a long sigh. He still ached with worry and uncertainty at his father's fate. He wasn't sure how much that had helped, and it rankled how easily he had indulged meaningless cruelty. Porkchop waited for him at the top of the rise, standing over his gear. "I'm not sure how I feel after that," he said. "I know, but at least you are calmer. Let's get your last level for your healing skill, and then we can push on to the city," Porkchop replied. Caius looked over to his left, taking in the titanic stacked walls of the dwarven citadel. Even from such a distance, he could make out the sharp engravings that covered the darkened stone. He smiled as he did so, watching the shattered gate that they had originally passed through so many months ago. Their next trip through the city would be far different from their first one. No more scurrying through the alleys. It would be a hard fight, but a fun one. Besides, he'd been looking forward to practicing fighting together with Porkchop since they had gotten their bond skill. Chapter 108. Montage, or Eye of the Melus. Caius did up the last buckle of his cuirass, the cold alloy wrapping him in a comforting, protective weight. They'd stopped by the gate to the city, the shattered and twisted steel blown inwards to reveal a familiar arterial road lined with austere and blocky buildings. Rows of barracks and smithies, the military-industrial backbone of the fortress. The walls of the fortress city loomed over him, draping both he and Porkchop in a deep cloak of shadow as its bulk hid them from the crystal sun suspended over the center of the city. Hidden behind a shard of stride-thick steel as large as a barn door, his skill-sharpened eyes slid over the dozens of bodies of dwarven heavy shock troops wrapped in enough metal to arm a whole warband. Instead, it was the teeming masses of goblins that caroused in the street and lounged in the shadowy alleys that held his attention. The biome had reset in their absence. Thankfully, or perhaps unfortunately, the champions had not. They would have come across the mounted goblin outrider in their blitz through the fungal fields if they had. He held up his left hand, seeing the High-Lothian lines of his runic hymns peeking through the gaps in his armor. With his latest increase to intelligence, he had been able to inscribe a full 18 charges of his spell. A weighty payload, considering each one promised death to all but a champion. Tightening his grip until his knuckles went white, he felt his newly enhanced strength, the way his hardened flesh resisted the pressure. Even the sensation of pressure was heightened. Beast-blooded. Caius still didn't understand the full depths of his transformation. He would soon. Dropping his arm back to his side, he drew a father's gift. "You ready?" Caius asked, keeping his eyes locked on the goblins just inside the gate. Porkchop let out a soft, rumbling growl, anticipation and primal aggression flooding through their link. Caius smiled at that, feeling his heart start to thrum with the drums of war. He drank deep from the river of their bond, falling into its embrace. Porkchop did the same, a well of insight and understanding flooding between them. On some level, it was similar to the raw dissolution of self that he experienced when they had forged the skill. Yet, if that was a raging forest fire that threatened to consume him from within, this was the warmth of shared brotherhood found around the campfire that held back the dark. The lines between them blurred. He could feel the dirt beneath Porkchop's pads, the way the tepid wind of the cavern ruffled his fur, how his thick barding weighed comfortably across his back and shoulders. When Porkchop took a step forwards, he knew the motion as if he had done it himself. The weight and speed of it, the direction and motion, the intention. Yet still, he remained himself. There was no gestalt, no dissolution of self. Simple awareness and understanding, heightened to a level that only those who shared a center might understand. They charged forwards, a cry of delight and a promise of violence on his lips. To his side, his brother roared a challenge, daring the goblins to meet them on the field of their doom. The goblins paused, staring at them almost incredulously. Frozen in shock, even if just for a moment. Racing through the gate, they made no move to head for the alley. This was a battle of might and fury, not of tactics and insight. Caius's left arm snapped up, flicking towards the goblin archers that lined the roof of the tallest building to their left. The barracks they had first explored. One after another, azure darts snapped into existence, lancing through the air to punch through the flimsy leathers of the archers and settling deep in their chests. Before he had taken 3 more steps, a staccato of wet booms echoed through the city. Ribs distended before rupturing totally. Goblin flesh and organ meat fountaining from gaping holes that had been blown in the archers' torsos. One by one they fell from the roof, hitting the ground, dead. Ding! Level 13 Goblin Archer slain. Ding! Level 12 Goblin Archer slain. As they impacted the stone with a sickening splash, the spell that enthralled the mob of goblins on the street was broken. They howled, racing towards them in a tide of green, bearing all manner of crude clubs, machetes, hatchets, and more. Tributaries streamed from the alleys, merging with the greater wave to bolster their assault. True sight sharpened, and he drank in their ranks. He could see it, the lacking coordination, the way they jostled, shoved, and clawed their way forwards, the weak points in the lines, the cracks in the bulwark. This was no regiment. It was a rabble. Ding! Explorer's Toolkit has reached level 20. Porkchop saw through his eyes and understood. Caius leapt forwards even as Porkchop activated his amulet, slamming into the horde like an avalanche of fury. Bones shattered, and diminutive bodies were tossed to the side in the destructive mayhem of the collision. Then Caius was there, his blade flashing between midguard to high to inside, caving in skulls and taking heads in a fluid dance of destruction. Porkchop laid into the mob with raking swipes of glowing blue mana blades, splitting skin and tattered armor with equal ease. Despite their fury, strength, and speed, the goblins were almost innumerable. They pushed on, the tide of green surrounding them from all sides as they fought their way into the center of the group. Caius felt doom flare from behind him, seeing through his brother's eyes as half a dozen knives and clubs raced for his back. He moved, twisting with unnatural speed and stability, lurching away from the crushing strikes. Ding! Uncanny Dodge has reached level 2. Bending backwards at the hips, a heavy hobnailed club sailed over his chest. Caius flowed with his movement, whirling his blade in a horizontal blur of silver that rent the life from 3 of the goblins who pressed him. They were a drop in the ocean, more depths-born stepping forward from the thrum of bodies to assault him once more. Danger pressed from every angle, his mind aching as enhanced sight drank in the depths of his enemies, every muscular twitch and shift of their eyes belying their intentions. Adamant Body worked with uncanny dodge to keep him whole, sliding through a blitz of steel with an unnatural quickness and dexterity. Ding! Uncanny Dodge has reached level 3. Ding! Uncanny Dodge has reached level 7. Yet even skill-enhanced agility was not enough to avoid the torrent of blades and bludgeons. When his dodging failed, it was his armor that saw him through the day. Micro-movements and smooth adjustments sending the goblin's inferior weaponry skittering off his enchanted scale mail. Ding! Adamant Body has reached level 20. With intimate efficiency, he flowed around Porkchop, protecting their flank from being overwhelmed. When the Depthsborn rallied, amassing into a heaving mob to overwhelm him, his brother was already there, his superior weight and size the rock upon which the wave broke. The air grew dense with the iron tang of blood and the pungent stench of split innards. Both of them were drenched in brackish green, and their ears rang with the dissonance of clashing screams of agony paired with roars of goblin fury. Still, they pressed on. Bogged down as they were in the comparatively tight streets of the residential district, Caius found himself separated from Porkchop by a 6-stride thick thrum of goblin bodies. Uncanny Dodge flared a warning, but he was too deep in the thicket to move. An axe slammed into his back, poised just right to lance his kidney. It slipped off his armor in a shower of spikes, yet still the force of the blow was enough to bruise him deeply. The wound was washed away in moments, no match for the torrential power of his health. Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 20. Growling in frustration, Caius booted the goblin bruiser that was in his face, sending the depthsborn crashing back into the greater mass of the crowd. Their numbers collapsed into a messy flail of limbs. Porkchop pounced on the money, roaring in fury as he crushed the downed goblins with heavy stomps. Caius whirled, tapping into his bracer that had long since been saturated. Pirouetting into a wide horizontal slash, his blade was infused with a volatile and forceful energy. Honed and enchanted steel bit into a goblin skirmisher's waist, the one who had attempted to stab him, and bisected it cleanly. The force of his empowered blow was nowhere near expended. Green blood and long stride upon long stride of intestines spilled upon the smoothly paved street in a tide of gore. As he spun, his eyes sharpened, heightening the dull throbbing in his head, as true sight clutched at all visual detail with covetous claws. Nothing blurred in his sight, and he took in the richly adorned terraces, their opulent interiors layered in dust, and the scores of goblins that surrounded them. Ding! True sight has reached level 20. 2 archers. His hand shot out, golden embers falling from the back of his hand as explosive darts shot over the heads of the horde that pressed him. Ice-blue shards sank into wiry flesh. One of the archers gargled and loosed the missile it held at full draw. A warning screamed in his mind, and he drifted to the side with alacrity as a returned arrow whistled past his face. A fraction of a moment later, 2 booms coated the goblin's backline in the remains of their ranged support. His heart kept his rhythm, pumping a song of slaughter through his veins. The world closed in. His sharpened eyes focused only on the chaotic flow of a river of corpses yet to be. Turning once again, he drove his pommel into the back of the head of a bruiser that had been slightly too focused on Porkchop. Bone crunched, and he was by his brother's side once more. They sped up, Porkchop the anvil to his hammer. They corralled the goblins into dense masses of hate, and then crushed them, leaving discarded limbs and cooling bodies in their wake. Caius grinned, feeling the spray of blood on his exposed teeth. At first, their bond had been almost distracting, his new sense of Porkchop's location and actions too foreign to work into his fighting style effectively. Yet now, as they tore their way through the infested city, that had changed. They moved seamlessly, supporting each other's weaknesses and capitalizing on created openings with an efficiency usually reserved for companions who had fought together for decades. It was a glorious thing, and their combined slaughter made his blood run hot with savage glee. A skirmisher charged him. Porkchop lunged, shoulder-barging it, and sending the goblin reeling as it lost its footing. Caius was ready, slamming the pommel of his sword into the top of its skull, caving in the bone. Explorer's toolkit twinged, alerting him to yet another archer that rushed to the edge of an alley, arrow already knocked. His hand snapped out in a second, gold and blue scintillating over the thrum of goblin bodies as his explosive arcane bolt snapped over their heads. The archer's eyes widened, and it threw itself to the side in a desperate attempt to dodge. Caius latched onto his spell with his mana manipulation, gritting his teeth as he shredded through the remnants of his free mana to curve the projectile. It sank deep into the archer's chest with a spray of green blood. A moment later, it detonated, covering the alley in entrails and gore. Dor screamed as he focused on his spell, his attention getting ripped back to the melee as a bruiser tried to smash in his knee. He slid around the attack with unnatural flexibility, planting his blade in the offending goblin's head. Ding! Uncanny dodge has reached level 17. He went back to killing. They were in the final stretch now. Tall buildings of statecraft and opulent noble estates loomed over them, as they pushed their way through the penultimate layer of the city. With how open the pavilions were, it was a hard push. Goblins swarmed them from all sides. They might have been lesser in number than the districts below, but without streets and alleys to funnel their numbers, it was far harder to stop themselves from being overwhelmed. It took everything he had to dance through the mass, dealing death with every movement. Ding! Uncanny Dodge has reached level 20. The frenetic battle pushed Caius to the limit. Every second he warred with the goblins, the more his heart sang, and the more he grew used to fighting as a unit, the more he got used to using his skills as a cohesive gestalt of death. Their journey was coming to an end, however. They'd arrived at the wide stairs that were cut into the final wall of the city. Spiraling their way around the richly carved buttress, they ascended to the site of their destiny. The Guardian. The fight where they would escape or die. Not yet, though. First, they had to clear the area surrounding a palatial estate that rested at the foot of the embellished stairs. And quite the estate it was. Caius had never seen so much stained glass, nor, for that matter, windows quite so large. Crenellations and spires dotted the roof of the estate, the crystal sun far above throwing teeth like shadows on the surroundings. Caius booted a goblin, the last of the current group, sending it to the ground as its head cracked loudly on the pavement. He stepped forwards, smiling as he planted a stride of steel through its eye. Ding! Level 13, Goblin Bruiser slain. He'd capped his skills, finished his legacy. With that, their ascension through the city was over. They could rest, prepare, and wait for Porkchop to get his final honor. He sighed, feeling the raging tempest that was the Bloodsong melt from his body, leaving fatigue in its wake. "Well then," he said, turning to Porkchop, who was already licking one paw clean. "Shall we see what they have to eat?" Porkchop's ears perked up. "More of that ham stuff from last time?" Caius laughed. "We can only hope." Chapter 109. A final moment of rest, preparation, and approach. Caius lounged on a settee, made of finely lacquered wood that was engraved and embossed with solid gold inlay. It was long enough for him to lie at full extension. It was also probably more expensive than the entirety of everything in Three Fields Village combined, with cloudy padding that seemed to cradle him from every direction. Blood, green and red both, seeped from his armor to soak into masterfully woven depictions of smithing and craftsmanship, permanently staining the brightly colored threads. In any other situation he might have felt mortified. Even if it was the depths, ruining something that was clearly more expensive than he could fathom was not exactly something he relished. This was, however, one of over a dozen seats of similar quality in the sitting room, the fifth such sitting room they had found, on the first floor, that they had only explored a bare third of. Artificial creation or not, seeing such extravagance on display irked him. Not in so much in the quality and price of the furnishings, but in the bloody greed of it all. Even with a full clan, the place would feel empty. It was a simple, needless waste in his mind. After growing up in the arboreal sea, he could appreciate the desire for expensive comforts, but he simply couldn't fathom the sheer accumulation of excess. Life was simple on the frontier. You used what you had to the greatest extent possible, but you didn't waste it, nor hoard it. Even if he ever grew as rich as one must be to own such an estate, he truly couldn't imagine ever owning one. It was opulence to the point of impracticality. What use was a dozen kitchens if you had to walk what felt like a league to eat? No. He'd much prefer something small and cozy, A couple of seats that cost as much as a village would be more than enough for him. He sighed, wriggling himself deeper into the embrace of the settee before he rolled to the side and looked to where Porkchop was splayed out on his back on one of his own. "How long until you get Persistent Survivor?" Caius asked. Porkchop twisted his head, hanging it over the side of his seat to meet his eyes. "It's been what, a week since you got yours?" "Not much longer, maybe 1 or 2 more. "That's not too bad," Caius said, as he willingly slid sideways and kicked his blood-soaked legs onto the settee to lie on his side. "What do we do to fill the time?" "More food," Porkchop responded immediately. Caius smiled, snorting a touch in amusement. "Besides that, we're about to head into the biggest fight of our lives, so while a rest is important for us to be in peak condition, I don't want to get even a little soft." Groaning at his response, Porkchop rolled over to look at him more directly. "Easy. We spend a few hours every day getting used to our bond in more brawls, and then we eat like kings when we get back. You could also always work on your spells. Do you have any changes you want to make?" Humming in thought, Caius considered his hymns. Honestly, he was barely passable at High Lothian, all things considered. He might be able to tweak the spell some more, but he definitely couldn't forge new spells whole cloth like his father could. Which was a damn shame. Some sort of fire or acid hymn would have been extremely useful against the ogre. "I think I should probably stick to my original arcane bolt, if I'm being honest," Caius said, after a moment's consideration. "Oh?" Porkchop asked, tilting his head quizzically. It made Caius smile a little, the comfortable expression on his Bond brother's face completely at odds with fur that was drenched in viscera. Yeah, it was complete overkill against the regular Depthsborn, and even most champions. With how expensive it was a really bad option. Caius replied, thinking back on his first uses of his glyph, where his spell had punched clean through a goblin, only to carry on and crack the reinforced stone of a manor across the street. The Guardian, on the other hand, is supposed to be up to twice the layer cap, at least for the first 5 layers. It could be level 40, and it's a big motherfucker at that. I want the spell power to do some real damage, even if just to disable a joint. "You'd know," Porkchop said with a shrug. "You're the spellcaster, after all." Porkchop rolled off of his plush and richly embroidered seat, drawing Caius's eyes away from the fresco set into the ceiling of a warrior crushing an insectile beast with a warhammer. Where Porkchop had been lying, a smear of green and red was permanently soaked into the soft fabrics. "Come on, then. As fun as it is to wreck these couches, the blood in my fur and barding is starting to dry," Porkchop said, shaking his body and sending half-congealed droplets of blood and shredded goblin meat showering across the room. Caius recoiled, twisting his head away, but not fast enough to stop a droplet of congealed blood from flying into his mouth. He retched, spitting out the iron-tasting globule that tainted his mouth. "Fucking gross!" he yelled, jumping out of the seat. "That's it. We're getting clean." He strode out the room, stopping at the wide bay doors that opened up into a long hall lined with paintings and side tables covered in a dizzying array of ornaments. Looking back to Porkchop, he found his Bond brother shooting him a cheeky grin. "You coming?" he asked, rolling his eyes at Porkchop's antics, who promptly shot after him. Unfortunately, getting clean wouldn't be an immediate thing. They had yet to find one of the wet rooms that the dwarves liked to use to bathe, and with how large the estate was, it would be a considerable search to find one. In the end, much to Caius's distaste, it took them the better part of a half hour of walking through halls and peeking through doors before they found one. Caius stood at the base of the monolithic staircase that was cut into the wall of the fortress city's final layer. At its peak, he would find his destiny, the goal he and Porkchop had been working towards for over a year now. They'd ended up staying in the estate for nearly 2 weeks. Most of that had simply been waiting for Porkchop to get his own Persistent Survivor honor. There was one surprise there. Porkchop had gained the same first bonus that he had. It seemed that their bond skill stretched to honors bonuses, a significant boon for their future growth. especially if it worked similarly for solo requirements. Still, even once they had had that in hand, they'd taken a few more days. Time to train, to get used to their new bond and awareness of each other. Time to drink and feast like they were dead men. Which they might well be. The last few days had taken on a strange air, as manic as it was somber. They both knew that what they were about to attempt was insanity. Even with all their advantages, completed legacies, a handful of honors, and additional racial traits, fighting a Layer 2 Guardian without classes was bordering on suicidal. Not that it would stop them. Not now. It wouldn't be the first time they had done the impossible. No one else who had ended up in the depths as an unclassed had made it as far as they had, and he knew that they would persevere. They had to. Father's fate could depend on it. It wouldn't be the first time he had spat in death's face, and it wouldn't be the last. He was fully suited up, wrapped in cerulean scale and the rest of his armor, 5 charges of arcane bolt primed and ready, and his pack was slung on his back. He turned to look at Porkchop, who, in anticipation of their fight, was scratching at the stone pavement that led to the stairs that wound their way up the wall. "You ready?" he asked. "Ready to throw myself at death? My only chance of living being the strength of my body and the power of my claws? When have I not been?" Porkchop responded, barely restrained violence thrumming across their bond. Caius grinned. He could feel it too. The blood song. The sweet taste of battle that all career delvers felt in some capacity. It resonated in his bones, pulsing with fiery intensity with every beat of his heart. "Let's do it then," he said, taking the first step. They started to climb, passing engraving after engraving, each one showing what looked to be a historical moment for the city. Dwarves exploring the deep darkness of caves that networked through the earth's depths, finding something, some sort of crystal. News being returned to the surface, and a greater team returning. A cavern being widened, and a town being founded. It was a fascinating thing to watch, and probably his favorite part of the dwarven city. Each one of the city's walls seemed to have their own story, told in the art of masters on a scale so large it was almost unfathomable. As they ascended to meet their destiny, Caius turned towards Porkchop and went over their final plan. "I've got the 7 rejuvenation tonics and the rage tonic in my pouch. You still think you'll be okay to catch one if I need to toss it to you?" he asked. Porkchop rolled his eyes. "Caius, we practiced throwing around that damned bottle for days. I'm positive it will be fine." Caius grunted. He still wasn't perfectly comfortable with holding on to their entire supply of the valuable healing elixirs, but they had very little other option. Porkchop had no hands, and there was sweet fuck all they could do about that little anatomical detail. At least, for now. He had heard of artifacts that allowed you to imbibe a tonic from an internal reservoir, but whatever potential presence that had been influencing their depth's rewards hadn't deigned to grant them one. The other potions wouldn't be an issue. They planned on splitting them between them and downing them to the last drop before they entered the arena. It would be harsh, and the sheer amount of magical energy from so many brews would no doubt be hard on their bodies. It was still better than going without, especially when facing what would no doubt be a foe that could kill them in a single, solid hit. It was about the height of what they could do to influence the fight in their favor. He'd wanted to see if they could inscribe some sort of binding formation like they had with the Hobgoblin champion, but Porkchop had refused. Vehemently. Too much of a risk, he'd said. Slaying the Guardian as unclassed would be a feat worthy of bard song, and by that measure, it would have an incredible influence on the quality and type of his class, and Porkchop's bloodline awakening. Approaching it like a traditional rune rite would have far too great of a risk of bending his class in that direction. He still thought it would be worth it. Even a legendary class wouldn't be worth it if it led to one of their deaths. Still, he had acquiesced in the end. He knew if he tried, Porkchop would just ruin the formation before he could finish it anyway. At least, that's what he had promised. After what felt like an age of leg-burning climbing, they reached the peak. Much like every other district entrance, this one was barred by a shattered metal door of titanic proportions. It was even more ostentatious than the inlaid gate at the start of the noble district below, made of what looked to be solid silver, studded in green and yellow gems. Some great force had torn much of the metal, like tissue. Shards of the precious material were scattered across the final stairs, and for a good 40 strides through the portal. Caius dropped his pack, slinging it up against the wall so that there was no chance of the ever-present cavern wind blowing it off the sheer drop to his right. He pressed himself close to the stone, dropping into a crouch as he felt Explorer's toolkit wrap him in its embrace. "Stay here. I'm just going to take a quick peek before we get started," he whispered, Porkchop giving him a curt nod in response. Heart thumping away in his chest, Caius felt his mouth creep up at the edges. He felt the icy claws of stress and dread sinking into his spine, the cold chill of fear that rested on his shoulders and settled in his chest, prickling his skin. Yet, more than that, he felt alive. The heat of his singing blood kept the gloom at bay, leaving only a thrumming anticipation in its wake. This was it, the final battle, the one he had bled and screamed for, pushing himself harder than anyone had before to scrape and claw at every advantage he could. Chapter 110. It's All Ogre. Part 1. Leaning forwards, Caius peered around the shattered, jewel-encrusted gate that led to the final district of the dwarven city. Like a mountain with its top shorn clean off, the pinnacle of the dwarven city was a flat and open space. Great stone tiles as large as a house paved its surface, while equidistant ridged stone columns surrounded the edges of the constructed plateau. Nothing linked them, the edge of the rise a simple, sheer drop to the administrative district far below. Masterful dwarven construction it might have been, but the stout engineers clearly had no mind for safety. Dozens of statues dotted the space, each one twice his own height and an artist's magnum opus in their own right. Stone flowed as if cloth, shone as if polished plate armor, and damn near breathed as if it was living. Each depicted what must have been some dwarven paragon, bastions of their society immortalized in regal sculpture. As was to be expected, most were warriors and artisans, plying the tools of their trades. Yet not all. On more than one occasion he spotted the familiar crook of a magi's staff, or the scrolls and quill of a scholar. However, despite the sublime creations that put even the masterpieces of the lower city to shame, it was not the dwarf craft that held his attention. Instead, it was another figure, far more mean and terrible, that prowled through the garden of carved stone. Hulking, brutish, bestial. It must have been an easy 18 strides tall to his 6.5. Its skin was more callous than flesh, gray warts and knobbled lumps marring its off-green complexion. A head too large, too deformed to look natural, only held in place by an equally grotesque neck, one so short that its chin almost merged with its chest. A heavy, jutting brow shielded its pinhole eyes from the radiance of the false sun above. Despite that significant cover, the ogre still winced in discomfort every time it faced in the false sun's direction. Caius gulped, staring at their fated challenge with apprehension. It was fucking huge, big enough that it made the statues look to scale. Still, despite its prodigious size, he couldn't deny the way his heart raced at the thought of slaying such a giant. It would be a feat for the ages. Not that ogres were traditionally such a great threat, at least for the elites of the frontier. Too stupid by half to ever make it to the second tier with any regularity, nor possessing the aptitude to make it any further than that, at least for the common breeds. Yet to defeat an ogre as an unclassed? One empowered to the status of guardian? That was more than worth an epithet. Caius Ogresbane. He rolled the words around his tongue, tasting their flavor. He found he liked it. The way it made his heart race, sent his blood surging with the potent spice of risk and deadly battle. It would make a fine capstone for his preparations for his class. Besides, there was no way that something as base as an ogre would stand between him and father. He would not let a simple fight, no matter how deadly, stop them from reuniting, even if only to perform his final respects. Thankfully, whatever outfitting the goblin horde had done for the brute, it hadn't extended beyond giving the thing a sheet-sized leather loincloth and a crude club fashioned from an entire tree trunk. He focused his true sight on the creature, drinking in its status. Siege Ogre, Level 36, Guardian, Depthsborn, Vanguard, Low Race. At the very least, the bastard wasn't Level 40, the cap for a Guardian of the second layer. If it had been, they would have had to contend with it having a third active skill. Even then, it was a small comfort. A single solid smack from its club would be enough to pulp either one of them. Caius pulled back, slinking down the stairs to where Porkchop waited. They retreated further down the staircase. Not too far, just enough that they could discuss the coming conflict without worrying of the ogre overhearing them. "So, what did you think?" Porkchop asked, the emotions flowing across their bond making it obvious he was eager for their battle to start in earnest. "We're going to need to ground it somehow. The thing looks to be almost thrice my bloody height," Caius explained, looking up from his pack where he was rifling through it to pull out their potions one by one. "Any major dangers?" "Below level 40, so only 2 skills. Its club is going to be a problem, though. It looked cumbersome, but it's the size of a small tree. Any good hit will paste either one of us," he said, pulling out a fizzing orange regeneration tonic to set it down beside the silvery one that would boost his magic. "You want to take point, then? You're better at dodging those sorts of things than me," Porkchop asked. Caius gave his bond brother a nod. It was true. Even if Porkchop was faster than him in a straight sprint, there was the simple fact that standing upright made it easier to leap away from oncoming blows. That and uncanny dodge would be a powerful equalizer when it came to avoiding the ogre. A few weeks ago, he would have been less confident, before he had received Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus and become beast-blooded. Now, his body thrummed with physical might, and his mind drank in detail faster than ever before. It was hard to quantify, especially because the growth had been even across the board, but he felt significantly more powerful than before. The interference of stats made it all the more confusing, but it was noticeably potent. "I'll try for a headshot as an opener. I don't think it will actually work, but the potential rewards of crippling it from the get-go are too good to pass up. Otherwise, I'll unload the rest into one of its knees. Hampering its mobility should be our focus. It'll be too difficult to wear it down if we never get a shot at its vitals," Caius explained. It was a quick strategy, simple and devoid of complex plans or maneuvers. Those had become unnecessary. For one, complex plans often went out the window in the heat of battle, and for two, they no longer needed to rigorously communicate their goals and intentions. With how they had been falling into sync in each battle, the other would simply know. Porkchop looked down to where Caius placed the last tonic in a line. 5 square glass bottles, 2 orange, 2 lilac, and 1 silver. Remind me about those again. I haven't really paid much attention to our potion stocks since you have been taking care of them, Porkchop asked, leaning forward to sniff the potent alchemical concoctions. 2 solar revitalization tonics, which will boost our health and stamina regen by about 15 for more than twice that many minutes. He swept his hand over the fizzing orange bottles, the ones that tasted of floral sunshine, then to the 2 lilac potions. 2 jackrabbit tonics, which will boost our speed by an unknown amount for several minutes, and a tonic of lunar empowerment, which will give me some sort of lunar wisdom and boost my magic. Caius smiled as Porkchop cocked an eye at the last potion. Lunar wisdom? Sounds suspicious. Tell me about it, he said, picking up the metallic potion and giving it a swirl before placing it back with the other. Unfortunately, we need every advantage we can get. I will, however, be saving psychopathic assault for an emergency. It's strong, but if we can't kill it before it wears off, then the weakness will almost certainly kill me. Porkchop nodded, satisfied with his explanation, before he looked up and met Caius's eyes. They were hard, determined. Are you ready? Porkchop asked, conviction and bloodlust seeping across their bond. Caius took a deep breath, feeling the effervescent tension that clung to his spine, only overshadowed by the racing anticipation in his heart and the song of violence that coursed through his blood. He smiled. I am. Good. Then help me drink these tonics, and let us get this done. Caius nodded and scooped up both a revitalization and jackrabbit tonic before quickly uncorking them and upending them into Porkchop's waiting mouth. As the alchemically charged fluids hit his bond brother's tongue, a riot of sensations seeped through their bond. Even muted, it was intense. A confusing mash of the prickling power of the raw arcane, flavored with the blurring of the wind and the warmth of the sun. Tossing the empty bottles into his pack, Caius scooped up his own potions and started to imbibe them one by one. First came the slow, inexorable vitality of solar revitalization, tasting of spring growth and the warm embrace of the morning sun. Then the lilac jackrabbit tonic hit his tongue, washing it away in a furious rush of the acidic burn of worked muscles and the pounding tempo of the chase. Caius paused, the lunar empowerment tonic halfway to his mouth. Where the potions mixed in his stomach, he could feel the arcane energies mixing. While it wasn't so contentious as to cause ill effects, he could feel the mana radiating off of the mixture in waves, filling him with a frenetic energy. Like having one too many cups of japa, he downed his last potion. Metallic silver coated his mouth, heavy, cloying, and velvety smooth. It clung to his throat with the desperate embrace of an abandoned lover, overwhelming his palate with bass notes of secrets long kept and fortunes long sought. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic, solar revitalization. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic, jackrabbit. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic, lunar empowerment. Power thrummed, surging through him as the alchemical mixtures absorbed into his body with arcane swiftness, more condensed conceptual potency suspended in mana than a true fluid. A soothing heat welled up from his soul space, his health and stamina regeneration bolstered, small wisps of energy dissipating into the ether as his full resource pools were unable to capture their power. Frenetic tensions set deep into his muscles and bones, reinforcing them for explosive movement. He shifted on his feet, feeling the way his body reacted, the way his reflexes kept up with his empowered motion. Then his mind expanded, and the ever-present glow of mana in his vision became more. Where once it had been simple colors that lay beneath the world, now it became a painting of truth. an insight into the hidden nature of things. There were secrets hidden there, just out of reach, too veiled to know and understand, but through the power of his tonic, they were brought to the forefront, revealed in just enough definition to barely taste the shape of them. He felt the resonance in his mana, the way it was tainted by his thought and conceptions. Even locked down as it was, it could be more. Lunar wisdom guided his hands, impressions of hardness, flight, and violent collisions seeping into the rigid runic structures that held his mana bound. There was so much more he could do, if he had just a little time to contemplate on the hidden world that had been revealed. It took all of Caius's will to rent his mind away from the temptation, to focus on the task at hand. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath to center himself, and then opened them once more once he had steeled himself. Porkchop was watching him, twitching slightly with the discomfort of standing still.
"You good?"
"Yeah," Caius sighed. "It's heady. I've got a handle on it now. Let's do this." They ascended the stairs once more, the shuddering thumps of the Guardian's heavy steps on the stone above setting Caius's heart ablaze with their aggressive tempo. Pausing just for a moment at the shattered gates, they shared a final look before they stepped through the portal and onto the flattened plateau that made up the summit of the dwarven citadel. As soon as their feet landed, the grim visage of the Guardian snapped over to them, warned of their presence by some unknown insight. It howled, deep, bassy, and full of rage. Behind them, a barrier snapped into existence, sealing off the gate and linking each pillar that encircled the plateau in shimmering purple. No way out, it was do or die.
Ding! You have challenged a Guardian, Siege Ogre. Ding! Good luck.
Chapter 111. It's All Ogre, Part 2. The ogre opened its tusk-ridden mouth wide and bellowed a cacophonous challenge. It stood in the middle of the carved plateau that made up the summit of the dwarven city, surrounded on all sides by a garden of lovingly carved statues. Shimmering blue walls had sealed in the summit, linking the many columns that lined its edge. Caius ignored the surprise barrier. It was always going to be do or die. A lack of escape meant nothing. Like a physical wave, the roar echoed through the massive cavern, punching deep into Caius's chest. He was already sprinting forwards. The ogre heaved on its massive iron-wrapped club, shattering one of the many statues that surrounded it with a contemptuous swing. Thanks to the jackrabbit tonic that he had imbibed, every touch of foot against stone sent him sailing through the air as he rapidly closed the distance, wind whistling past his ears. Even though he was still at least a good 100-odd long strides from his target, shrapnel from the shattered statue showered him, plinking off of his cuirass and helmet. A testament to the siege ogre's power. As he ran, Porkchop peeled away from him, moving through the questionable cover of the widely spaced sculptures to flank the Guardian. If there was to be any hope of it working, Caius knew he had to hold the ogre's attention. Half the distance between them disappeared in an instant, his full sprint eating away at the gap. He gestured towards the ogre with his offhand, aiming for one of its sunken and beady eyes as his hand glittered with the detritus of burnt runes. An azure shard, nearly as big as one of his forearms, crackled with magical potency as it substantiated and then shot forwards. The runic hymn screamed through the air, calling out in violence and hate as its empowered form sparked with arcane discharge. Lunar wisdom at work. His heart thumped, a breath catching in his throat as he watched the spell with focused intensity. Howling in fury at his assault, the ogre lifted one torso-sized hand to shield its face. The azure shard slammed into its palm, shattering bones and tearing a ragged hole through its flesh. A small one. As it ruptured through the other side of its hand, it disintegrated, showering the ogre's face in scintillating shards that gouged into its skin. A bassy scream of pain and fury echoed out, stinging Caius in the ears. Dark green blood poured from the wound he had left in its free hand, coating its face in gore as it swatted at the lingering arcane embers that had settled on its face after the dissolution of his spell. With his enhanced acuity, he saw the exact moment it closed its eyes. Explorer's toolkit screamed. An opening. He thrust out his left hand, aiming for its knee. There was no way he was leaving this to chance. He'd watched his spells eviscerate champions, and even empowered the most violent weapon in his arsenal had done far less to its palm. In moments, golden rain fell from his hand as Caius unleashed a salvo of arcane bolts, 4 crystalline missiles screaming through the air to punch into the joint. A terrible crack sounded out across the plateau as his bolts slammed home with preternatural accuracy. The ogre cried out once more. It tried to move, tried to get out of the way, but the speed of his pre-prepared casting left almost no gap between his attacks. Cartilage, bone, and flesh exploded out the back of the ogre's leg, coating a statue of an enrobed magi behind it in gore. The guardian stumbled, but it didn't fall. His blood froze. The ogre roared. Lashing out in fury, it whipped its club into another statue, sending chunks of stone flying towards him. Caius tracked them with his eyes, sliding to the side and bending at his hips as uncanny dodge pinged him with a half-dozen warnings. Blurring with speed, Caius danced through the deadly granite rain, growling in frustration as a shower of lesser shards left light cuts on his exposed face. Stepping towards him, the ogre stumbled on its ruined leg, barely able to put any weight on its partially shattered joint. It started to limp towards him. Slowly. Caius let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, its injured leg had massively hampered its mobility. He would have much preferred if it was completely disabled, of course, without any remaining spells he had to commit to melee, and a downed ogre was one much less capable of squashing him like a bug. He could feel Porkchop lying in wait behind the guardian, ready and waiting for him to begin his assault. They moved as one, racing forwards to challenge their opponent. Thrumming through his veins with violent intensity, his blood started to sing as the ogre focused on him with a scowl. Nothing could compare to this, the sheer rush of staring death in the face and daring it to try harder. There was always something bigger, something more vicious, and something more deadly waiting over the next horizon. Caius wasn't going to stop until every last one fell before him, and he stood at the summit. Joy bled across his link with Porkchop, a visceral synchronicity of shared, violent delights resonating between them. Caius grinned, feral and bloodthirsty. He'd always known his bond brother was a kindred spirit, but it was something else entirely to feel it. The ogre howled. Muscles in its arm and chest rippled under warted and calloused skin as it smashed its club towards him in a great sideways swipe. Multiple skills twinged all at once. True vision mapped the path of the club perfectly, while Explorer's toolkit and uncanny dodge worked in unison to evaluate exactly where and how he was threatened, even as the later joined with adamant body to help him move. Caius leapt upwards, flicking his legs up and out of the path of the hunk of banded wood that was as thick as his shin was long. He leaned back into his vault, feeling the air whistle through the scales of his armor as the club sailed underneath him. missing him by barely a hair as it skitter-crashed its way across the reinforced dwarven stone. Feet touched the ground. He dashed in. In a moment he stood before the ogre, pivoting his wrists to send a father's gift into a blurring arc of a high cut. The point of his blade bit into the guardian's leathery skin, tearing its way through the base of the creature's belly. Blood spilled free, but no entrails, no viscera. Even with masterwork steel and master-wrought enchantments, he still struggled to pierce the armor-like hide and thick blubber, thanks to his poor angle and leverage, only just barely nicking the muscle. The ogre roared, swiping down at him with its free hand, and mana pulsed deep in the core of its chest. Its first skill. His senses tuned in, and Caius danced back with skill-enhanced dexterity out of the path of the blow. The ogre's palm hit the ground in a clap of thunder, spraying dust and spilled green blood. Stone crashed, a wave of force emanating out from the blow and ringing him like a bell. Caius gasped, whatever skill the siege ogre used punching clean through his warded armor to brutalize the soft flesh of his innards. A cough preceded the thick taste of iron coating his tongue. Health roared free from his pool, staunching a dozen screaming wounds that coated his damaged internals. Spitting blood to clear his airway, Caius wasted no time, launching himself into a deep lunge to plant a stride of steel into the already injured palm of the guardian. His blade point punctured into the side of the hole his spell had left, avoiding its armored skin as he did his best to sever the rope-like ligaments that ran along its bones. It was like trying to cut through a steel chain. Releasing a grunt that sounded closer to the boom of a landslide, the ogre whipped its hand back, forcing Caius to disengage as it tried to swat him once more. A grimace crossed its grossly distended jaw as it forced its injured leg to bear its weight and heaved its banded club into a wild smash. Caius was already moving, a premonition of danger surging through his nervous system like a wildfire, priming his body for action. Deep in a lunge as he was, he forced all of his system-enhanced strength into his front leg, quads burning as stamina was consumed to fuel his superhuman movement. He launched up and out, the club sailing underneath him once more. That was when he felt Porkchop strike. Tapping into the well of power in the amulet suspended around his neck, Caius's bond brother charged forwards with weighty primal fury. Azure talons, extensions of his own iron-hard digging claws thrust out, ready and willing to tear into the flesh of the giant. Porkchop hit the back of the ogre's leg like an avalanche, stride-long implements of death plunging deep into its ruined leg, widening the already viscous wound. As strong and monstrous as it was, nothing took a magically enhanced charge from a king of the forest with ease. Caius's lips slipped into a rictus grin as the guardian bellowed in surprised agony, its leg giving out beneath it. It fell to the ground on its injured knee, the joint crunching as the impact kicked up dust. The ground quaked. His access blocked to the wound, Porkchop tore into the creature's hamstrings with gusto, using the full weight of his body to drive his claws deep into the sensitive muscle. Dazed as it was by the sudden, blindsiding assault, Caius felt the opening. Its arms had dropped to arrest its fall. His hand blurred to the bandolier at his chest, and he ripped a blink knife free. Hurling the knife at the guardian's face, it spun end over end. Calloused hide, even that as thick as the ogre's, was no match for the armor-penetrating enchantment of the thrown weapon. It flinched, then reeled as the needle-fine point of the knife sank into the corner of its eye. Caius hissed in displeasure. He'd missed. While the wound had certainly pained his foe, a wound to the tear duct wasn't going to blind it. A moment later there was a pop of displaced air as the knife reappeared in his bandolier, dripping with green blood. Pained and beset from all sides, the ogre screamed in frustrated fury. It balled its free hand into a fist, swiping it behind him in a hammering blow. Caius's breath caught in his throat. Porkchop tried to move. He was just a hair too slow, the weighty blow clipping his shoulder as he pulled back. Giant strength was more than enough to send Caius's bond brother flying back, the pain of a cracked shoulder bleeding through their link. Porkchop withstood the blow with a stoic snarl, shoving the agony down deep as bestial vigor and platinum skill allowed him to push on. Digging his claws into the stone for traction, he threw himself back into the fight. His fear replaced by righteous fury, Caius raced back in. 2 more blink knives shot towards the ogre's face. It was ready for them this time, bringing its free hand back around to its front to ward off the stinging projectiles. Enchanted knives sunk into its forearms. Against its bulk, they may have as well been gnat bites. Great hissing gusts of ill-contained, dim-witted hatred whistled out between the tusks of the ogre. It raised its club, planting the weapon tip first on the ground with a crack of stone. Muscles as big as he was contracted on its leading leg. It rose. Caius darted in, spinning around a contemptuous slap to try for an arterial strike at its groin. His blades sunk in, nearly a stride of steel, releasing a tide of blood from its flesh. Porkchop wasn't going to be outdone, lunging forwards to sink his teeth into the back of the creature's calf. They barely did anything. It was too large, too thick, too mighty. Caius's eyes flicked to the wounds on its knee, drinking in the injured joints state in seconds. They were still enormous. Even with the regenerative panacea of health, the injuries were simply too big to heal quickly. Unfortunately, even if a wound of that size would mean his own end, it was a light wound to the Guardian. It swiped at him again, still rising from its half-kneel. Caius twisted, lashing out at the passing forearm that was thicker than his waist, his blade cutting lightly into the meat. The ogre growled, lashing out again. Despite his harrying, the Guardian rose once more to its full height, barely worse for wear. It hefted its club, causing him to tense, only for it to slam it down tip first once more, shattering one of the gargantuan flagstones that paved the plateau. Its head tipped back. Its warted chest expanded as it sucked in air, leaving itself open. Caius blurred, taking the opportunity to fall into a vicious stream of slashes, widening the wounds on its knee. They needed it disabled. Paying them no mind, the ogre let loose an ear-piercing roar. Mana streamed from its center, coalescing and suffusing its flesh. Caius noted it instantly. It was channeling. Screaming a warning through his bond for Porkchop to pull back, he launched away from the ogre, creating distance. Whatever its second skill was, he wanted time to react. A stride, a handful, then a few dozen. Its mana pulsed. The Guardian snapped its head towards him, cruel, beady eyes shining with malevolence. Doom screamed. It took a step. The ground cratered. A multi-ton, wall-breaking missile shot towards him as if launched out of a trebuchet. Chapter 112. It's All Ogre, Part 3. Caius's heart caught in his throat as the siege ogre flew across the open space between them. There might have been a stone statue between them, but the Guardian cared little. It may as well have been made of straw for all that it slowed it. Stone shattered into dust. Every quaking step may as well have taken it another league forward. Something that large should not have been that fast. His legs burned, legs pumping with skill-enhanced alacrity as he pushed off, sprinting to the side.
Dread shot down his spine. It was too fast. It was going to hit him. Crying out in desperation, he threw himself away from the ogre's thundering advance, clear of its stomping legs. It swung its iron-banded club. Airborne as he was, Caius could do little other than to hope and pray his dodge had been enough. It wasn't. The club sailed towards him. Bones shattered as the crudely shaped trunk clipped his hip, sending him into a chaotic spiral as he skittered across the ground in a flail of limbs. Everything shrunk to a pinpoint, pain suppressed in the shock of the sudden wound. As if from a distance, he watched his sword fly free from his grasp, clattering against paved stone as it spun away. The world blurred as he tumbled, his head ringing as his helmet thwacked heavily into the ground. Skidding to a stop by a jagged shard of stone the size of his leg, Caius groaned. His left leg was twisted, waves of mind-bending agony rolling over him. It was just barely held in place by a surge of potent energy from lesser regeneration, forcing shards of bone to hold in place as his health roared free to infuse the site of his injury. Distantly, he felt a blare of panic and rage race across his bond. Gritting his teeth, Caius pushed himself to his feet and bit back a howl as his forcibly held-together hip barely withstood his weight. His health acted fast, remolding pulped flesh and realigning bone as his skin rippled under his armor.
Unfortunately, his cuisses had held up less well. One of the larger armor plates that encircled his hips half crumpled. It would recover, but it would take time. Until then, he would have to suffer it, digging in uncomfortably. Thankfully, it wouldn't hamper his movements too much. The ogre's heavy blow had just barely clipped him, and had nearly torn the plate off laterally rather than crushing it inwards. Porkchop's howl of bloodlust tore through his pain-addled mind. Without looking, he knew that Porkchop was uninjured. Only fury flowed through their bond. For now. Trusting that his leg would hold up to the strain, he forced down the agony of his quickly healing hip and ran for his sword. Resting against the base of a nearby statue of a dwarven warlord, it took him precious seconds to close the distance. As he ran, he checked his resources. Health, 334 over 510, 4.1 per minute plus 15 per minute. Stamina, 367 over 410, 4.1 per minute plus 15 per minute. Mana, 16 over 560, 5.6 per minute. Free mana, 16 over 560. Reserved mana, 0. He growled as he took in the damage that the ogre had done to him. Dropping a hand to his waist, he quickly withdrew one of their precious healing drafts. Ripping the cork free with his teeth, he barely managed to avoid spilling any of the precious liquor as he poured it down his throat. It tasted of old wounds, clean linen, and the respite of a healer's care. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic, lesser, blooming rejuvenation. Another howl echoed out across the peak of the dwarven city, this time closely followed by a frustrated groan. Scooping his sword up, Caius spun and trained his wild eyes on the siege ogre. It was slumped over by the system-enforced barrier that had closed around their confrontation. Caius growled in frustration. Without that blasted field of blue, the siege ogre would have sent itself surging off the edge to its death. Still, whether from the collision itself or from some deleterious effect of its skill, it was dazed. Unfortunately, it was quickly rising. He ran. Porkchop hadn't taken his assault lightly. Caius's bond brother had charged in after the Guardian and was now tearing strips of thick muscle from the back of its leg, still focused on disabling the limb. Even from a good 40 strides away, Caius could see the milky white cartilage and silvery ligaments of the ogre's knee. Even if it was stunned, it didn't mean that the ogre was no longer a threat. Shaking its head to throw off its confusion, it groaned in frustrated agony as Porkchop tore another strip of woody flesh away from its joint. It flailed, spinning to clumsily wave its oversized club in Porkchop's direction. Caius's bond brothers snarled, lunging inwards to slip under the blow. The ogre teetered, the weight of its weapon pulling it off balance. Then, with a heavy thud, it got its good leg under it. Before it could rise, Caius skidded to a stop by its injured knee. He plunged a father's gift into the joint, sawing at one of the ropey ligaments that held the leg stable. Even with an inscribed blade and enhanced strength, it still felt like trying to cut through steel cable. Stepping inwards, Caius shoved his entire body weight into a thrust, the point of his sword cracking into the back of the ogre's kneecap as he punched through the joint. The ogre howled, the agony of the puncture enough to fully rouse it. Caius just barely managed to rip his sword free, drawing its edge against vulnerable ligaments before it hauled itself upwards. With a slow, thundering step, it turned on them and swung towards Caius with its club. Danger flared in his mind. He dodged back, wincing as his hip twinged during his pivot to avoid a crushing blow to his chest. The ogre's injured leg half buckled, unable to fully support the forces involved in swinging its oversized weapon. Snarling in fury, it whirled the weapon up over its head before it brought it down in a heavy smash, this time switching to target Porkchop. Porkchop raced in, howling in agony as his long tail was smashed flat in a spray of red. Feral with rage, Caius's bond brother launched himself up to plunge blue-tinged mana claws into its groin. It flinched, nearly dropping its club as it swatted at Porkchop, forcing him back with the threat of a heavy hammer fist. Caius darted in, slashing at the exposed wound on its knee. Despite all his enhanced strength and speed and the honed edge of his enchanted blade, the guardian's tissues resisted his cut. Shuddering in anger, the ogre let out a low growl and heaved on its club. Almost feverish in its incensed fury, its face scrunched, oversized tusks punching up past its lips as it clenched its jaw. It snatched up its club in both hands, hefting it over its head with deceptive ease. It slammed the club down, trying to squash Caius flat. He barely managed to dance away, the ground quaking as he moved, hampering his footing. Doom flared once more, and it brought its club up and down again, obsessed with ending the buzzing threat. Punishment for being so incessant on taking out its leg, Caius supposed, as he pushed his full focus into avoiding the flurry. Porkchop didn't let the moment go to waste, slipping in behind the ogre as it was focused on Caius. He snarled, hammering the guardian. The ogre snapped its jaws and kicked back, trying to force Porkchop off of it. Even with that attempt, it still didn't pause its attempt on Caius's life. Leaping upwards, Caius allowed a low side sweep of the guardian's club to sail underneath him. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he dashed in, moving into a high stab to puncture the already closing wound on its palm. Despite the thrilling rush of battle, the heady joy of the bloodsong, Caius knew that they had barely wounded the creature, barely slowed it. It was too tough. He could see its wounds closing. Slowly, sure. There was only so much flesh that health could heal at once. But it was closing. Mana pulsed in the ogre's chest once more, flowing down its arm to settle in its hands and club. The shockwave skill, it had to be. Caius's mind raced. With the reach of the club, both he and Porkchop were in dire danger. Doom flared. He made his choice.
Caius lunged in, feinting another stab at its injured leg. So used to his focus on its wounds, the Guardian reacted immediately, spinning its club around to shove it point first towards where he would have landed. He never arrived, digging his heels in and kicking off the hard stone to throw himself to the side. The club hit the ground. Stone shattered. The blast expanded. A shard of a flagstone the size of his head spalled off the ground, screaming through the air to scythe through the edge of the Guardian's ankle with ease, just barely missing Porkchop as it glanced off the bone and spun off to shatter against the barrier of the arena. It was almost instantaneous, but with true sight, he just barely caught it. Then the pressure wave hit him, sending him spinning back once more. It was only marginally better than getting kicked by a horse, rattling his bones and the soft organs in his chest. His ears whined, a stinging pitch that drilled into the brain. Then it was gone, swept aside in a rapid burn of health. Even as he tumbled through the air, his vision didn't blur, giving him a nauseating, spinning view of the entire top of the city as his mind struggled to process the rapid change in perspective. A dull thud echoed through the base of his skull. Distantly, he heard the ogre scream. He hit the ground, tumbling once over his shoulder before he got his feet under him and dropped one hand to the ground. Sliding back, he came to a slow stop, his sword held out to his left. A savage grin split his face, his eyes locked on the ongoing battle. Shielded as he had been by the bulk of the ogre's leg, Porkchop had escaped the skill relatively unscathed. After the stone shard had torn through the Guardian's ankle, he had capitalized on the moment. Caius watched as his bond brother's stride-long claws burst into brilliant blue, extending them another half a stride before he plunged them into the crippled ankle up to the base. The ogre howled, falling as its leg finally gave out. As tough as it was simply too large to support its own weight with both its ankle and knee savaged. The moment was here. Caius raced in, feeling the steady stream of effervescent alchemical power that flooded out from his stomach, surging through his system to support key muscles as he moved faster than he ever had before. His foot touched the ground for a fraction of a moment before he kicked off with the full power of his enhanced body to sail through the air at what should have been blinding speeds. He was there. Flat on the ground as it was, the Guardian tried to swat him. He simply raced around, skirting the edge of its reach. Keeping it grounded was the only important thing. Porkchop had switched to tearing into its knee. Caius knew that it was to stay safe from its flailing leg, the Guardian kicking out in an ineffectual attempt to shake them off. Caius raced to its ankle, hopping over a blind kick. His sword swept up overhead as he moved into a high guard. A father's gift came down, biting deep into an Achilles that was thicker than his leg. The ogre didn't like that. It flailed, strips of warty skin weeping greenish-gray blood that smeared on the stone below, stinking of iron and unwashed skin. Darting back from another blind kick, Caius slipped in behind the limb and brought his blade down on the ligament once more, cutting just a little bit deeper. Soon he would be through, and the battle could start in earnest.
Chapter 113. It's All Ogre, Part 4.
Porkchop watched through the corner of his eye as his bond brother tore into the Achilles of the ogre, working to further disable it. The Guardian didn't take the assault without a fight, its massive leg kicking and flailing as it tried to shake them off. It clawed at the ground with its massive hands, pushing itself up in an effort to sit up and gain some measure of defense against them. The heat of bloodlust rushed through him. Porkchop growled, punching his claws deeper into the Guardian's joint. Hunger and brutal aggression surged as he felt cartilage give slightly before a wet crunch resonated through his paws. Letting loose a roar of satisfaction, he drove his other claws into the joint, digging in and savaging the knee as best he could. Chunks of flesh rained free, the air growing heavy with the delectable scent of iron-rich blood. He lunged in, sinking his fangs into the hardened muscle of its hamstring, feeling them give before the power of his honed bite. Pulling back, his neck strained as he tore free a strip of flesh, tossing it to the side as the acrid tang of its green vital fluid coated his tongue. To his right, Caius pulled back from the ogre's ankle. Finished with hacking through the thick rope that supported its foot, his bond brother moved, dancing over the guardian's kicking legs to run past him. Porkchop tracked him, watching in awe as he stepped up at the last moment, perfectly timing a launch off the ogre's leg as it hefted its trunk-like leg up, sailing upwards and over Porkchop to land on the guardian's back. As he watched Caius plunge his sword into the ogre's back, Porkchop refused to be outdone. He felt for his amulet. Magical potency thrummed within it. He'd been channeling as much mana as he could into it since its last use, enough that it was ready once more. Muscles thrummed with barely constrained power as weight settled in on his bones, adding to the violence of his might.
Porkchop kicked off, racing towards the ogre's injured knee. It was already a ruined thing. Flayed and torn muscle stretched upwards, while the knee itself was a crude mass of mangled bone, cartilage, and ligamenture. More held together by hope and unnatural perseverance than any structural integrity, he knew that it was his greatest chance of permanently hampering the ogre. His claws dug in, biting into the dwarven-worked stone. The potent magics of his artifact bolstered him, empowering him with a barely contained force. It was exhilarating, the air rushing through his fur, and the certainty that whatever stood before him would crumple. Porkchop impacted the ogre's knee with a crack, the joint giving way in a snap of bone, its ropey ligaments pulling the knee apart under their immense tension. Primal joy welled within him as the guardian's leg bent inwards, permanently ruined. They wouldn't give it the time to heal. His snout curling, he turned immediately to tear another strip out of its leg. The ogre's flesh was bitter and rich, coating his tongue with vital green. If its howls had been loud before, now the ogre's cry was deafening. It started to push itself up, raising onto its hand and good knee. Porkchop watched as Caius moved, ripping his sword free from the ogre's back as he kicked himself off the guardian, pirouetting through the air to bleed off his momentum in a fast roll. His bond brother raced out, spinning on his front foot to advance once more, planting his forged blade in between the giant Depthsborn's ribs before rocking it back and forth to widen the wound. The ancestor blood raged within him, a steady thump sounding in his ears as he quivered, ready and raging to test the ogre's might. He was a king of the forest, and he would not be outdone by a two-legged. An opening, its stomach within reach. Pouncing forward, Porkchop's claws burst into a brilliant azure as he tore into the stomach of the beast. Caius had kindly left its skin torn open for him. The wound his blade had left only half healed, as the guardian's health struggled to keep up with the size and number of its wounds. He tore at the flesh, digging through fat and viscera to tear at the thick wall of abdominal muscles that protected its organs. Blood fell in waves, great globs of flesh shredded beneath his claws. Shaped to cut through earth and stone in the creation of his burrows, muscle parted like water beneath their steely strength. Through their connection, he felt Caius move to assault the guardian from the front, occupying its attention with the stinging kiss of his sword as he danced around a swarm of ham-fisted smashes that quaked the ground with every impact. Another rope of muscle pinged,
fibers snapping as he plunged through the weave, reaching desperately for the wet snakes of entrails that they hid from him. He was soaked now, Barding drenched, and his black-red fur matted and thick with the guardian's blood. That was too much for the ogre. Howling in fury, it shifted, ignoring his bond brother, lancing it through the clavicle as it bent over and reached towards him with unsettling speed. Porkchop tried to race back, but tall as it was, he was left with almost no room to maneuver beneath its bulk. One massive hand settled over his side, latching onto his barding and crushing metal plating into his side. Porkchop gasped, his bones creaking. Even with the strength of his skills and the power of his body, it was nothing to the Guardian's titanic might. Agony, hot and wet, lanced into him as ribs snapped and were driven deep into his chest. His breath rattled free, his mouth filling with iron-tanged foam. Still, the ogre squeezed, squishing its hand with crushing might as it let out a baleful roar and dragged him free. He snarled, twisting as he tried to sink his fangs into its wrist, scrambled with his rear claws at the thick fingers that pressed into him. Something, anything that would release him from the agony. Claws dug into hardened stone, and still he was dragged free. Heaving its massive muscles, the ogre pulled him out from under its chest, fingers weeping as streams of blood poured from the wounds he had left in its hand. It hoisted him upwards, bringing him up to stare at him with pinprick eyes filled with hate. Fetid breath, hot and damp with decay, washed over him, stinking of old wounds and rotten flesh. Forgotten quickly as it tightened its grip, crushing his last breath out of him. Below him, Porkchop could feel Caius going mad in frantic rage, laying waste to the ogre's chest and the remaining arm that still kept it grounded. The Guardian winced, lips curling as its gaze flicked to his bond brother, frustration evident on its face. Porkchop mewled, desperate to just breathe, as he clawed at anything he could get his paws on. Snapping in hate, the ogre lurched backwards, Porkchop just barely getting a glimpse of Caius's blade nicking the Guardian's throat. His bond brother stepped in once more, lunging to drive his blade deep into its flesh. The ogre gave Porkchop a final look of contempt before it tossed his shattered body to the side. He sailed through the air, fighting against the agony of punctured lungs and shattered ribs as he twisted to land on his feet. Force jolted through his legs, his nerves lighting up with a fury as the weight of his body pulled on his ruined torso. Gurgling, he retched, red blood spilling out of his mouth as his health burned like wildfire, sealing internal wounds and shifting his bones back into alignment. Muscle warped, re-knitting and bracing itself as his ribs sealed themselves. Caius might have had his lesser regeneration, but he had boundless vigor, an 8 merge skill. Not even a missing limb would put him down for good. A deep growl echoed through his chest as he spun, ready to dive back in. He might not have been healed fully, but it was enough to fight. No meles, not even lesser, would let something as minor as pain stand in their way. Focusing on the fight, he watched as the ogre tensed, its good leg and both hands digging into the ground as it hurled its considerable bulk into a dive, arms sweeping out in an attempt to pin his bond brother. Caius was already moving, a strange alacrity surging through him as he threw himself backwards, narrowly avoiding being squashed beneath the ogre's bulk. The beast hit the ground with a thump, and Caius dove in. Flashing silver in the reflected light of the false sun, his blade punched deep into the ogre's eye, ramming in before it stuck fast against the back of the orbit. Porkchop forced his aching body to move, advancing to support his bond brother. The ogre howled, swatting at Caius with a frenetic flurry of swipes. Porkchop's heart leapt into his throat, his brother's form obscured by the ogre's bulk. A second later, he breathed a sigh of relief as Caius fell back, leaping away from the guardian's deadly swipes. Racing away from the ogre, Caius turned and locked eyes with him, intention flowing bright and clear through their bond. Porkchop readied himself. A moment later, Caius ripped a tonic free from his pouch, hurling it through the air. Orange liquid sloshed as the glass bottle caught the light of the suspended crystal above, glinting. Ignoring the spike of pain in his chest, Porkchop lunged, snapping up the bottle with his jaws. He bit down, biting through the reinforced glass to release the life-giving fluid. Glass shards dug into his cheeks and tongue as the warm embrace of a restful sleep slid down his throat. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic. Lesser, blooming rejuvenation. Alchemy surged through him, rushing to bolster his health and partially refilling his pool. His body healed, Porkchop spat out the remnant shards of glass and blood. They clinked as they hit the stone. Shifting his attention to his resources, he took in the damage to his pools.
Resources. Health, 484 over 720. 4.1 per minute, plus 15 per minute. Stamina, 579 over 720. 4.1 per minute, plus 15 per minute. Mana, 632 over 720. 5.6 per minute. Feral anticipation flooded him. It was more than enough to see him through. Snapping back to the fight, he surged forwards, racing over the ground. Caius had re-engaged the ogre, who bellowed in rage as his bond brother danced through a myriad of crushing strikes. Howling with hatred, it lunged forwards, sweeping its arm to catch him in a wide swipe. His heart skipped a beat as Caius blurred back, only to get caught by the tips of the ogre's fingers. Even that small brush was enough to dent in his flexible scale, sending him spinning across the ground in a tangle of limbs and crashing steel. Roaring in fright and fury, Porkchop threw himself at the guardian as it raised up, ready and prepared to end Caius with the finality of a crushing hammer fist. Lunging inside the ogre's guard, he drove his paw into its armpit, burying his arcane-enhanced claws deep into the vulnerable muscle and flesh. The ogre's gaze snapped towards him, twisted in rage. One beady eye focused on him, shining with hate, its twin nothing more than a ragged mess of bleeding flesh and leaking jelly. Even then, Porkchop could see the signs of the wound closing. The ogre still had plenty of health. Snarling, he raked his claws down through its arm, tearing as much of the muscle as he could. The barest hint of a glow emanated from the ogre, suffusing it in a slight colored tint. Porkchop started. Mana. Abandoning finishing Caius off, the ogre swiped at him, driving him back. Porkchop threw himself away from the blow. He knew what was coming. Its fist hit the ground with a cacophonous boom, shattering stone as a wave of force rolled out and kicked him in the chest. Porkchop's ears peaked to a shattering whine. Its flattened on his head as shards of pain stabbed into his mind. Then everything went quiet. Mana still burned in the ogre's chest. He raced back, claws biting against stone as his legs burned with the heat of desperation. Whipping his head over his shoulder, he saw the guardian locked on him, raised up on its hands and good leg, braced like he had seen Caius do for a sprint. He was too late. The mana released. Stone shattered beneath the ogre's bulk, and it launched forwards at blinding speeds. Adrenaline spiked through him, Porkchop's eyes narrowing
as he saw oncoming death as the ogre sailed through the air. He didn't have the speed, the agility to dodge. Panic tore through his bond, but he heard no cries. No, nothing. He dug his claws in, spinning before he threw himself towards his oncoming doom, flattening himself on the ground in the hope that the guardian would fly over him.
For a moment he thought he succeeded. Then the heavy reality of the ogre's hammer fist crashed into his lower back, shattering him. The ogre kept on sailing, landing in a heap a few body lengths behind him. He screamed, tried to race forwards, to retreat and heal. His back legs flopped, dead and numb. Chapter 114. It's All Ogre. Finale. Caius downed the healing tonic, feeling the alchemical heat bloom in his stomach as it bolstered his reserves of health. Glass clinked on stone as he tossed the bottle to the side and readied his grip on a father's gift. That blow had nearly been the end of him, snapping bone and sending him to the ground hard. If Porkchop hadn't dived in to tear away the Guardian's attention, he would have been dead. Watching Porkchop's battle with the Guardian intensely, he felt the burning itch of his health withdraw as his clavicle popped back into place. Then, mana flared within the ogre, bursting out to suffuse its flesh in a halo. A loud crack echoed across the city's summit as the ogre's palm hit paved stone, releasing a crushing wave of dust. Icy dread raced down his spine as Porkchop narrowly avoided the explosive slap. It climbed to maddening peaks when its mana didn't fade. He was already moving, sprinting into the fray. The ogre kicked off. He screamed. Porkchop dived. An earth-shattering fist smashed his bond brother flat as the Guardian sailed over him. Panic clawed at his throat as Porkchop struggled against the ground, clawing away from the ogre as his back legs lay dead and useless. His hips were slumped, spine hanging at wrong angles. Even with health, it was a brutal injury to heal. Alchemical speed fueled him as he moved like the wind. Rage and fear flooded his blood, rising into a song that bordered on madness. 3 small vials were pulled free. He raced to his brother, glass clinking as he dropped 3/4 of their remaining tonics by him. 1 would be enough. It had to be. It would be. He tore another tonic from his belt, the red of war barely contained by the alchemical glass. Uncorking it with his teeth, he downed the tonic. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic. Psychopathic assault. The ash of spilled blood and scorched bone filled his mouth, swirling with the hoarfrost of a mass grave kissed by the rising moon that followed war. He swallowed. Alchemical madness tore at his throat, maws built from the teeth of innocence sinking into his flesh. Reality sharpened. Focus narrowed until there was only the bleeding, half-broken body of a superior foe. Joy spilled out from his chest, seeping from the marrow of his bones to fill him with radiant energy. He was back. The ogre shook its head, stumbling as it tried to stand on its shattered leg. It was still dazed. That would help. He raced in, enjoying the way that enhanced stats and alchemy let him almost fly. Silver blurred through the air, parting thickened hide to reveal the beautiful green that yearned to be free. His cheeks ached from the strain of his smile. He paid it no mind, only hoping that his toy would last long enough to satisfy him. Howling at his assault, the ogre swiped at him. Caius jumped, kicking off its forearm. Sailing through the air, he planted his sword in the ogre's neck and ripped down, using the full weight of his body to cut his way through the Guardian's enhanced flesh. Blood fountained, gurgling like a brook as a slick pool formed on the smooth stone of their arena. A great cough fought its way free of the ogre's chest, a spray of blood fighting its way past its tusks to mist Caius's face. He giggled, enjoying the slick heat of it caressing his skin. Tongue running over his lips, he tasted the coppery tang as he leapt back, avoiding an enraged retaliatory strike. Scowling, the ogre lashed out again, just barely clipping his lower left arm and hand as he danced away. His forearm snapped like a twig, bone bursting free from his wrist with a wet tear. 2 of his fingers were torn free, the pinky and ring. Caius clucked his tongue, calmly sheathing his sword as he sidestepped around another blow. Using his thumb, he jammed his bone back into place, feeling muscle and meat writhe as they tried to seal around his digit. The bone healed. He pulled his digit free, drawing his sword once more. Not much he could do about the fingers. Health did little with completely excised extremities. It was no matter. He didn't need them to play, and the flesh had already sealed. Reaching for his chest with his offhand, Caius ripped a blink knife free from his bandolier with his remaining fingers. He didn't know why he had been trying to avoid it. Who cared about a class? All that mattered was the savage joy of slaughter and the sweet song of pained lamentation. He hurled the blade, already moving to pull another free. Balanced as it was, it flew straight and true, sinking into the ogre's remaining eye in a squirt of clear jelly. The knife tried to jump back. He seized his mana, flooding the artifact to suppress the enchantment with his intent. So simple, so easy. It was a downright embarrassment that he hadn't done so before. The blade stayed, lodged firmly in the Guardian's orbit. Its brothers and sisters followed close behind, wet thunks sounding as blades buried themselves deep into both of the ogre's sockets. Caius grinned. There was no way it would be able to heal when sharpened steel tore at its regenerating flesh. If only its bones weren't so tough. It would have been lovely to see what its brains looked like. He'd have to bleed it, like a pig. Blinded completely by his assault, the ogre howled, flailing in a wild frenzy of smashing limbs as it ineffectively tried to hunt for him. He giggled at its attempts, the noise heightening the Guardian's rage as it lunged towards him. Skipping to the side, Caius pivoted on his front foot to twist around a sailing fist. He didn't punish the blow, instead dancing inwards on silent feet to stop below its head. He thrust. Enchanted steel scythed through the open wound on its neck, cutting deeper into the ruined flesh. What was a torrent became a flood, dousing him in the sticky joys of his success. The ogre gurgled, breath and foamed blood shooting from the rent he had left in its esophagus. Caius laughed. He couldn't help it. So much fun. Then there was a maddened roar from behind him, and something large and fuzzy hit the Guardian's side in a bone-cracking collision. Porkchop tore into its side, ripping through skin and fat to claw at its muscle with his talons in a feral frenzy. Caius frowned at the sight, neatly sidestepping a stray slap as the ogre lurched at the sudden impact. It seemed his fun had bled across the link. That wasn't all that good. Rage was a part of the music, but it wasn't the whole dance. That was not good. Anger simmered. At least the potions he had left seemed to have done their job. His bond brother was a tougher nut to crack than he'd given him credit for. Better to end it quickly. He could already feel his delicious tonic waning, and he had little interest in burning his bond brother's soul in his majesty. He ran, whirling into a series of savage overhead sweeps as he worked his blade through the widened wound in the ogre's neck. He laughed, tasting the ogre's blood as it flailed in an attempt to drive him off. It was so much fun. Then, as he saw the white shine of bone through the gore that used to be its neck, he lanced his sword into the wide gap between vertebrae. Thick and stout as they were There was plenty of space to slip through. A moment was all it took, his green-stained blade feeling the slightest resistance before it cut through a rope of nerves. The ogre went limp. Caius smiled, wide and happy, as he stepped out of the way of its collapsing bulk. He gave its jaw a happy kick. The ogre snarled, snapping ineffectively as its lifeblood pumped free, its breath billowing ineffectively from the rent in its neck as it tried to scream. Leaping onto its back, Caius took a moment to check on Porkchop. He smiled and tutted when he saw his brother waist-deep in the guardian's entrails, tearing out flesh and viscera by the handful. Breathing deep, he savored the scent of spilled blood and last week's meal. The smell of victory. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counted out its ribs in a sing-song voice, walking along its back. He stopped, feeling the cold grasp of his joy slowly pulling away from his fingertips. He frowned, spinning his blade to hold it in a reverse grip. Raising it high overhead, he slammed it down between the ogre's ribs, throwing his whole weight behind it to sink it to the hilt. Then he started to rock it back and forth. It would have been nice for the party to last a little longer, but such was life. The fun things never lasted forever. Blood welled up from the wound. That should have been enough to get its aorta, if its anatomy was similar enough, that is. Yanking his blade free, he moved down a rib, taking a second to steady his angle before he plunged his sword into the ogre's flesh once more. He sawed, working through the tough hide as he did his best to tear through the walls of its heart. Straining his ears, he could just barely hear that its head was starting to slow in its wild gnashing. Grinning, he pulled his blade free in a torrent of blood and adjusted his angle. It wouldn't be long now. Caius slumped to his knees as a series of dings sounded in his mind, the cooling flesh of the ogre's back having a disconcerting amount of give beneath his legs. The psychopathic assault tonic had worn off a minute ago, but he'd forced himself to push on until he'd confirmed the guardian's death. Still, he had no intention of resting here, of all places. Forcing through the weighty blanket of lethargy that had settled on him, he forced himself to his feet and pulled his blade free of the slain guardian's flesh. Below him, he could feel Porkchop extracting himself from the tunnel he had carved into the ogre's stomach, and the disgusting, way unmentionable viscera had coated every inch of his bond brother. Walking to the edge of the ogre, Caius leapt down to the ground, stumbling slightly as he landed. "How are you feeling?" he asked, turning his attention to where Porkchop was trying, ineffectively, to scrape the worst of the goop from himself. "It looked like that psychotonic bled through our bond." "I expected it. The bleed-through. It happened a little last time, and that was just with a simple link," Porkchop replied. "That's good," Caius sighed in relief. "Unfortunately, I didn't manage to get away scot-free myself, see?" He held up his hand, wiggling the stumps of his fingers. Porkchop chirped in surprise, rushing over to inspect the wound closely. "Hells, Caius, that's going to mess with your sword play, won't it? We have healers in the dens. They'll be able to fix it if two legs can't." Caius grinned at his friend, amused at how his face had twisted into a caricature of concern. "I'll be all right. It's just a couple of fingers. It'll take a little while to get used to, but I shouldn't be hampered overmuch. And yes, we do have healers. It'll just be expensive and take a while to get on a list. I think Deadacre has at least one with regeneration powers, but we might need to wait until we travel a bit further afield." Caius assured Porkchop, scratching him behind the ear. "If you're sure. But if it gets in the way and you can't find a healer, we'll head to the dens. Deal?" Porkchop suggested. Just as he was about to formulate a reply, a rolling wave of azure mana washed out from the center of the plateau with blinding intensity, dense enough that he could feel a slight prickle on his skin. Caius gasped, whipping his head to search for the source of the disturbance as soon as the nearly blinding light had passed. There, at the center, was a circle of impossibly complex runes. Constantly shifting, their luminance glistened on the polished stone of the surrounding statues. Their way out. Joy and relief flooded him. They'd done it. Actually and truly done the impossible. He stood there for what felt like an age, looking at the blinding light of their freedom, rooted to the spot. Then the buzz of unread notifications grew louder, shaking him from his reverie. No doubt they had earned something of significance for their feat. He looked down, seeing the growing lake of greenish blood that was seeping from the Guardian. Then he looked up to the clean statues and floor by the portal. Caius cleared his throat, tearing Porkchop's attention away from the mesmerizing glow of the charged portal. "Do you want to take a break over there, before we search for our rewards and take the portal?" he asked, pointing to where he had been looking. Excitement and anticipation flooded across their bond, matching and heightening his own. A wide grin slid across his face as he watched Porkchop positively vibrate. "Let's go! I wonder what honor we got," Porkchop said, splashing through the pool of viscera as he ran to the clean center of the plateau. Caius laughed as he shot after him. He wondered the same thing, because there was no question about it. There was no way they would not have gotten one. Reaching the middle, Caius took one last look at the massive runic formation at the center of the flat stone before he settled in to sit at the foot of a statue of what must have been a dwarven painter holding a brush and canvas. He met Porkchop's eyes, giving him a single firm nod before he gave in to the insistence of the system. "Ding! You have slain a Guardian. Siege Ogre, level 36, Wall Breaker." "Ding! You have slain a Guardian. Claim personalized reward." "Ding! Major feat of strength performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor. Kingslayer." "Ding! Significant feat of strength performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor. Ruthless Underdog." "Ding! Major feat of strength performed while unclassed. Processing." "Ding! Results obtained. Assessment period no longer suitable." "Ding! Unlocking class selection." "Ding! Classes available. Undergo class selection." "Ding! Phase 1 integration objective number 7 achieved." "Ding! Processing. Please wait." The world shuddered. Chapter 115. A Grand and Intoxicating Innocence. Part 1. The world quaked, foundational tenets of existence shivering. Caius felt something deep and central to his being fall silent. For the first time in his life, he couldn't feel the omnipresent connection to the system, revealed to him only by its absence. He gasped, heart skipping a beat as adrenaline dumped into him. He had no idea what was happening, but if it was enough to break his connection to the system, it was bad. Locking eyes with Porkchop, he found the panicked confusion he felt thrumming inside of himself, resonating through their bond. His bond brother had been cut off as well. "What is?" he started to ask. Then he slid up sideways through the world, distance and space weaving itself into incomprehensible knots as an invisible claw of ancient power settled over him, yanking him away from the sight of his victory. A single moment stretched into an unbroken loop, an eternity of being everywhere and nowhere. Eyes wide, true sight revealed impossible secrets to him, revealing more than his mortal mind could fathom. The way it all fit together, the mutable fragility of the world. Warmth fell from his eyes, a searing fire covering the orbs. It was too much.
He couldn't even scream. Caius snapped back. He was kneeling on nothing. His heart lurched at the yearning blackness, all of his senses rebelling at the impossibility before him. True sight told him it was real. Porkchop was next to him. He could feel it. Feel the same panicked confusion welling up within his brother. He wanted to twist his head, to look and ask if he was okay. He couldn't. An overwhelming presence suffocated him, weighing on every hair's breadth of his body, heavier than a mountain. It held him still, scrutinized him, screamed his insignificance. A blinding radiance encompassed all, searing out his vision as pure, unadulterated power battered him. He didn't know what the energy was, for it wasn't mana.
Too refined by half, too flavored by some imperceptible note, like an affinity, but different. Whoops, sorry about that. It's been eons since I've had company, let alone the mortal kind. A voice boomed. Caius knew that all the presence would need to do was wish them gone, and they would be obliterated. There was a finger snap, louder than a landslide. The light vanished, and stone materialized beneath his knees. Smoothly carved blocks, each perfectly even and square, formed a masonry floor. The pressure vanished. Caius moved as quickly as he could, pressing his forehead to the ground in total prostration. He felt Porkchop do the same. What hope did they have in the face of divine might? What else could one do in the presence of a god? "Oh, stop that," the voice said, quaking his very soul with the depth of its gravelly timbre. "I won't have worship from honored guests, and I am nothing so base as a half-sentient impression on a mana field," the voice said, correcting Caius's unspoken assumption. His heart fluttered. It could read his mind. Of course it could. But if it was not a god, then what? And what did it want with them? "An ascendant. If you come sit, I might tell you what that means." The being explained congenially. "Let's do what the mysterious entity says, Caius." Porkchop's voice flowed over their bond, resolute despite the undertone of panic. Caius took a shuddering breath before he mustered his will and raised his head. He was in a room, simple and bare. In front of him were 2 chairs and a daybed centered around a roaring hearth. There was no door and no windows. The daybed and one of the chairs faced the remaining seat. On it, a figure lounged. Caius stared at them with open shock and fascination. They were impossible, hyper-real, with tightly controlled power shimmering around them. Skin like milk, flawless and painted on striated muscle. A man's face, but cut from savage angles and hard features that looked like they could shear through steel with but a glance. A robe of purest white was draped over it, flowing over its form with such liquid ease that no feature was obscured from sight. The being was casual and relaxed, one leg crossed as it watched him with clear amusement. 3 heads taller than him, the being dwarfed him at what must have been nearing 8½ strides tall. What else could it be but a god? "Please, come sit. You might find an answer to your question," the being said, his voice rattling the very foundations of his soul. There was no malice in it, just the simple truth of power. Caius took a deep breath. He could do this. They could do this. Even if it wasn't a god, the being may as well have been. Yet, it was friendly enough to make their environment hospitable. Glancing over at Porkchop, he leant hard on their bond, drawing stoic courage from their connection. They could do this. They'd just slain a guardian, for God's sake. He wouldn't shy away from a simple conversation, even if just to find out why they were here. He rose to his feet, Porkchop doing the same. The being clapped. With every slap of palm and palm, a crack that threatened to sunder worlds echoed out. "That's what I like to see. There's some of that iron," he said. Caius approached cautiously, taking a seat in the plush leather armchair. It was soft, the weight of his body sinking into the cushion. The soft touch of delicate hide against his skin was what finally made him realize that he wasn't wearing his armor, nor was Porkchop wearing his barding. His chest rose evenly, even if keeping his breathing smooth took all of his willpower to avoid it catching in his throat. With the clear power of the being in front of him, Caius doubted that even legendary Tier 1 artifacts would be more effective than tissue paper if he wanted them dead.
Why were they here? What did it want?
He could feel that Porkchop had his own guarded curiosity. Neither of them were stupid enough to be so presumptuous as to ask. "Well, that's an easy one. You both did me a favor, so I wanted to thank you in person." The being answered him, lifting the question straight from his mind. "Conveniently, we have a sliver of a moment while the system updates." Caius stilled as the being's words washed over him, his grip tightening slightly on the plus-brown leather armrests. What did it mean, a sliver of a moment? The being grinned, revealing almost pearlescent teeth and slightly too long canines. "Time is malleable at a certain level. My influence on your world is heavily restricted, but there was an opportunity as the update processed. I simply stretched it," he explained, every word thrumming with might, nearly enough to send Caius reeling. He might have meant them no harm, and had perfect control, but he was so far beyond them that his very presence was nigh overwhelming. The being shifted in his seat. "Now, time for introductions. I am, as I said, an ascender, tasked with supervising your world's integration after I fell on the wrong side of a little territory dispute. You may call me Ecum the Pale," Ecum said. "I have been watching you, Caius, since you fell into the great depths, and you, Porkchop, since you joined him." Caius's grip tightened for half a moment before he forced his hands to relax. There was no doubt in his mind that Ecum had noticed. The roaring fire felt hotter than ever before, a thin sheen of sweat beading on his brow. That, too, he assumed, Ecum noticed. If the Ascendant had been watching them, then was he who was behind the strange irregularities in their drops, the natural treasure, their successes. Could he even be the reason that they ended up in that hell pit in the first place? Porkchop's mind brushed up against his, concerned, urging caution. He didn't need the reminder. Ecum turned to look at him, still smiling warmly. "Yes to the first, no to the rest. Your victories are your own, and it was no machination of mine that landed you in the challenge. Though I will admit that it was to my benefit." The Ascendant leaned forwards, propping himself up on his knees. His burning white robes slipped down his arms, revealing forearms wrapped with enough hard muscle that they were as thick as Caius's calf. "Ultimately, I am but a caretaker, a supervisor with no real power. As much as I wish it weren't so, I do not have infinite time to explain. So you will listen. Understood?" Ecum stated, clear in the fact that it was not a request. They nodded emphatically. "Good," Ecum said. He leaned back, sinking into the plush back of his chair. "The system, as you know it, arrived on your world eons ago. That period of transition is where many of your myths come from. It is also incomplete.
The introduction is phased to ensure that as much culture and sentient life is preserved as possible. Often, it fails in that endeavor. The Ascendant paused, giving them a moment to digest his words. Caius's mind raced. He'd heard rumors and stories about the arrival of the system. There was enough remnant history that it was somewhat common knowledge, at least according to Father. Yet he'd never heard anything about the system being incomplete. What did that mean? And other worlds? Did he mean the higher realms? The Ascendant nodded to himself, as if pleased that Caius was following along. Good, good. I won't waste time on your irrelevant questions. Yes, the system is incomplete. Moving to later stages requires certain triggers to ensure a proper stage of development. Normally, in most cases, this might take a century or two at most, one way or the other. In yours, it has taken over 13 millennia. Ecum hissed his last words, the bitter noise digging claws into Caius's chest. He tried not to faint as a hostile frustration threatened to crush him.
Caius coughed, tasting blood. The Ascendant paused. The pressure vanished. My apologies. You see, I have been trapped here, alone, since the initial arrival of the system. It was to be a minor punishment. Half a millennia, maybe 1.5, of toil before I was released from my bond. I am dissatisfied with the continual extension. Ecum explained, the barest hint of escaping frustration sending the icy fear of death washing over Caius. He struggled to breathe. However, the Ascendant continued, uncaring but not unnoticing. Then you two came along, defeating a Guardian solo while still in your assessment period? Even with completed legacies and a smattering of honors that is no small feat. Discovering glyph binding was a stroke of luck and the benefit of your father's genius, Caius, but all the same. Now the second phase is upon us, and I come to you with 5 things. My congratulations, a warning, a reward, a proposition, and some advice. Will you listen? Ecum asked, staring at them intensely. Caius sat frozen, barely able to move. His vision had started to narrow, but there was nothing he could do. Not in the domain of something so far above him. He could only obey. Ecum the Pale smirked and twitched his finger towards them. Air rushed into his lungs, though he moved no more than he had a moment ago. The encroaching black fled as fresh air continued to circulate through his airway. Caius nearly slumped in relief. The Ascendant rose, walking over to the hearth, gripping the mantle to lean over its glowing interior. Platinum locks slipped down his head like waves, haloing the Ascendant's face. I have already given you my congratulations, so now I will give you a warning. Ecum the Pale stared deep into the flames. Integration is a fraught process. Each step injects chaos into the world, bringing with it death and fire. With how long it has been since the first stage, it will be worse for you in some ways, and better in others. In all scenarios, it is inevitable. The other stages must be reached, or your world will die. Ecum looked over his shoulder, eyes boring into pork chops for a moment, before flicking to Caius's. They held an intensity, a coldness that could smother worlds. In your success, you may have doomed the world, he stated, ancient apathy dominating his features. I will be honest, I care little either way. Both will mean my freedom. That brings us to your reward. The Ascendant looked back to the flames, releasing Caius from his grasp. Knowledge. That with your success here,
You have the chance to tip the balance in your favor. Knowledge that you cannot rely on the high-tiered. Everyone past the first tier is already crystallized. They will be unable to reach for the advancement that comes with the second stage. Through the gaps in the silver curtain of metallic locks, Caius saw the godlike being smirk. What will you do, I wonder? Will the two of you fall and doom your world? Or will you rise ascendant?
Chapter 116. A Grand and Intoxicating Innocence. Finale. Caius sat frozen, locked in the chair. His heart pounded in his chest, every thump straining to push blood through his system, like his vital fluid had turned to treacle. He longed to turn his head, to check on Porkchop. He felt his bolstering support flowing through the bond and sent his own across in turn. He dared not reach out with anything resembling real speech. Not here. Not in the presence of divinity. Could it possibly be true that he had potentially doomed everything? He'd merely strived for success, merely strained to reach the rewards that the system had offered. How could it deliver so cruel a punishment? Ikum chuckled, flippant in his disregard of his dread and fear. It is only a punishment if you fail, my boy. Show me that steel that you've held for the last year. You're better than this. I might only care for my freedom, but it would certainly be more pleasant if it was your success that led to my release, instead of your failure. I get a little golden star on my record if your world survives. Hence, a proposition. The Ascendant paused, the room falling silent except for the slow, constant crackle of logs aflame. Bear the weight of your crown, and burn the world in your ambition, for it will be lost if you do not. Do not let up, do not relax, and do not slow down. Forge a power base, cultivate allies, and destroy your enemies. Temper your strength, and plumb the mysteries of power. Above all else, delve. Delve as deep as you can, as fast as you can. If you do this, I will give you guidance, enough to ensure you have a goal, a place to direct your struggle. Ikum the Pale stood up, his full height looming over them both. The Ascendant turned, leaning back on the hearth's mantle. Which leads me to the last. A piece of advice. Master your aspects, and reach the 50th layer before you rise to the 3rd tier. I recommend a lot of killing, a lot of soul-searching, and delving as high above your level as you can manage. The Ascendant said, a thin, half-smile barely visible on his lips. Caius stayed rooted to the spot, trying and failing to digest Ikum's words. Reaching the 50th layer before the 3rd tier would mean facing creatures up to 100 levels higher than him at best, let alone the champions or guardians. Did the Ascendant wish him death? And the 3rd tier? On what time frame did he expect him to become a powerhouse of humanity? And what the fuck was an aspect? Ikum laughed. The very essence of the world quaked. 3rd tier. Powerhouse. That's not even true on this backwater shithole. He chuckled, throaty and deep, as he wiped tears from his eyes. Oh, that is too good. No, I do not suggest suicide. Both of you are observed. You are not cut from the same cloth as the unwashed masses. More than that, you've achieved a major honor in your assessment period, ushering in the 2nd stage. Have some bloody faith in yourselves.
Ikum's tone grew flinty, threatening to stop his heart with toxic intent alone.
This will be the work of decades. But this does not mean you have time to slack. And no, I will not explain what an aspect is. The whole point of them is self-discovery, and the update will cover the bare essentials.
Ikum the Pale waved towards them contemptuously.
We're done here. Follow my advice, and we will see each other again soon enough.
Shock fired down Caius's spine, arcing through his limbs like branching lightning. What did he mean? A hand of adamant will set its grip upon him, and he slid above through towards the world. Caius slammed back into his body. For a moment, all he could do was reel. Then, as the finely carved dwarven statues surrounding him continued to twist and sway, he bent over and hurled.
The leftover remnants of that morning's breakfast splashed against the paved stones, his throat constricting painfully as he slumped his weight onto his arms. Porkchop moaned off to his left, his brother's splitting headache seeping across their bond to aggravate Caius's discomfort further. Shuffling away from the pool of sick, Caius scooted until his back rested against the cool stone plinth of the statue they had rested beneath before their rude abduction. His head sank back, resting on the uncomfortable edge as he stared blankly off into the distance, eyes hollow and haggard, processing what they had just been through. He cared not what Ikum the Pale had said. The being was a god, no two ways about it. It was the only valid descriptor. Even if he was somehow beyond gods, or whatever he had meant by being an ascendant, from the perspective of a mere mortal, it made little difference. Never had he been so totally trounced, so totally sure that his continued existence occurred only at the whims and behest of another. Having the sanctity of his mind violated so casually was the smallest thing that weighed on him. The entire time he had felt the weight of looming death, a doom that screamed at him from all angles as his skills lay barren and silent, abandoning him in his time of need. "Fuck," he whispered, tensing his fist in a half-hearted attempt to rouse some fire and indignation within him. His blood stayed as cold as ice. What use was anger in the face of a god? It was like raging against the wind or the mountain. Useless. Yet it was the content of Ikum the Pale's words that worried him the most. What could he have possibly meant? That he might have just consigned his world to ash? Did the heavens and hells care so little? There was a shuffle from beside him as Porkchop pulled himself over to him. Caius turned, looking at the haggard look on his brother's face and feeling the uncertainty and anxiety that washed across their joined souls in waves. A reflection of him. What did he and the system mean by the second phase, Porkchop? Caius asked weakly. Porkchop slumped. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Or about the integration. The start of the system is as opaque to the matriarchs as it is to everyone else. He made it sound like we would find out for ourselves soon enough, Caius whispered, eyes unfocused as he stared aimlessly forward. What are we supposed to do? All I wanted to do was escape and find Father. Porkchop grunted and shook his head before he sat up, his spine straight. We will do what we have done for the last year, Caius. We will fight. Strive towards our goals with everything we have. So what if the world is at risk? What does that mean to us? That we might die? We've been staring death in the face for over a year. Look, Caius. Resolute strength flowed across their bond, waves of conviction, surety, and faith washing over him. It warmed the frigid claws of ice around his heart, stoking the fire of his blood. Porkchop caught his eyes before he jutted his snout back behind him. I said, look! Caius twisted. He saw the remnants of a great battle.
Shattered statues, pulverized into rubble and dust. Smears of red and pools of green dotted fractured flagstones, one particularly large one surrounding an oversized iron-braced club. There, at the end of the trail of destruction, lay the ragged and torn body of the siege ogre, submerged in an ocean of its own viscera. Entrails spilled from a hole in its side, and its head had twisted to reveal a neck so cut that he could see down its throat. A guardian of the great depths brought low by the actions of two unclassed. "Look at it! That is who we are! Killer, climber, delver. That is what you are. So what if the world is at risk? I saw the notification. I heard Ecom the Pale. It was destined, ordained. If there is to be a coming calamity, I would face it with fire in my heart and flesh in my claws."
Not frozen, fearful of the consequences and implications of a secret yet to be revealed, Porkchop thundered, the words rattling deep into the fire of Caius's soul. His bond brother was right. This wasn't like him. He breathed in, collecting his worries, his fears, and his uncertainties. Then he breathed out and released them. They didn't leave, such was the way of the mind, but no longer did he clutch them to his chest where they could worm their way into his heart. "Thank you, Porkchop," he said, turning to wrap his arms around his brother's neck, ignoring the unmentionable muck that was matted into his fur. Caius sighed before he shifted back. "You're right. There's no use worrying until we know more. At the very least, Ecom left us with actionable goals. Complete our aspects and reach the 50th layer before crossing into the 3rd tier. Though I know nothing about the former, and the latter is years off, it gives us a target. I just hope that if everything is destined to go to shit, we'll have time to seek after Father." Caius frowned as he thought over potential futures. At the very least, they had a lead there, too. It took a special kind of wound to leave a scar that health couldn't heal. A man with a mark like that on his face would be memorable indeed. There would be someone who would know more. Porkchop headbutted him gently, smearing gore on his face. Caius gagged, shoving his bond brother away from him. "That's more like it," Porkchop chittered. "We'll find him. Besides, things will be far less fraught this time around. We unlocked our class and bloodline early, remember?" Caius started, what with the onslaught of notifications and the visit from a divine entity, it had completely slipped his mind. He grinned. "Oh yeah, that'll definitely help. Though we might have to wait to do that. The system still feels distant." He could still feel it, its omnipresence blanketing his entire being, but it was less responsive. Part of him wanted to pull up his status, to check his latest honors, and see the long-awaited words that he had been anticipating his entire life. He didn't, though. If he tried and the system didn't respond, it would be all too much. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long. They sat against the base of the statue for a minute, calm confidence slowly returning as he savored the achievement of a year's worth of work. Then the world thrummed once more, unleashed potential washing through Caius like a wave. To his true sight, the omnipresent mana in the depths roiled, falling into a frenzied current. Caius flinched, staring at the mana in shock, his hand snapping to his blade as he sought the cold reassurance of steel. The system spoke. "Ding! Global announcement. An integrated individual has performed a major feat of strength in their assessment period. Integration Phase 1, Objective Number 7, achieved. Ding! Integration Phase 2, initiated." Integration Phase 2 comes with a number of significant changes to the local biosphere
the great depths, and the system. Mana density will rise and equalize over the next one local year, leading to less segregation of non-sapient system-integrated life forms. All sentient but non-sapient life forms will now become integrated at their birth and will finish their assessment period at full maturity. Tyrants have been created and unleashed. Challenge these powerful, unshackled system-born, if you dare. Rare crucible grounds have opened in the great depths. Seek them out and attempt their challenges to obtain potent rewards, if you dare. The aspect triumvirate has been unlocked. Similar to the legacy skills of the first phase, aspects are an optional advancement path. Enshrine your pillars of self and develop them in the crucible of soul and skill. It is highly recommended that all aspects are fully developed before reaching the second tier and fully tempered before the third.
Due to soul crystallization, aspects are unavailable to those who have already ascended past the first tier. Integration Phase 3 will commence when one of several objectives are met. Good luck. Chapter 117. Aspects and Honors. Caius drank in the stream of notifications. They were unlike any other communication from the system he had experienced before. They demanded his attention, soaked in layered meaning and context, refusing to allow him to misconstrue their words. Mana would rise, and the low-density regions that had sheltered the vast majority of settlements would be no more. Nowhere would be safe, especially not when beasts ruled the lands. Of tyrants and crucible grounds, the system said nothing more than what was explained over text. It was clear that it considered preparation in the absence of insight part of the challenge. The aspects, however, those were made viscerally clear, as the claws of the highest power brushed aside his resistance and defenses to punch into his soul space. Caius gasped, falling inwards. In the dark and empty space that occupied his center, his soul lit up the dark with golden fire. 10 platinum shards sat locked in orbit, with 3 colored clouds occupying the space between. Beside him, through the thin barrier that kept them separate, he could see Porkchop's soul, feel his bond brother's presence as they weathered the ministrations of the system. Power flooded him, guided by ancient will and nigh abominable intent. It was like nothing he had seen before. Not in the glowing potential of mana, the robust fortitude of stamina, or the virile persistence of health. Something else, primal and tightly constrained. It almost felt like standing before Ecum the Pale, but untainted by opinion and personality. Streamers of glistening energy phased straight through the barrier at the edges of his soul, coalescing above his soul, splitting into a trio of roiling orbs. Gaseous and shining like burning copper, they grew and grew until they dominated his internal sight, hanging over his very essence of being like an executioner's sword. Then the streamers started to slow, before stopping completely. The system acted, a mountain of pressure bearing down on Caius's mind. He cried out, trying to pull back out of his soul space. The fire of his soul flickered, barely withstanding the monumental forces that it was swept up in. Agony, deep and all-consuming, radiated through every facet of Caius's body. It had no origin, no end. It just was. He gasped, breath fluttering, as he braced himself against the assault. Whatever was happening, there was no escape. He could only endure. The copper balls of gas swirled, slowly compressed under the forceful ministrations of the system, shaping them, twisting them to its liking. They collapsed, shrinking to 1/10 of their former size, diffuse power condensing into a slick-looking fluid. Waves of energy rolled off the liquid,
washing over him, heightening his discomfort. Caius grit his teeth, a crack shuddering through his jaw as he ground them together. A thin stream of red left his pool of health, flying free to treat the injury. Uncaring of his ordeal, the system continued its work. The orbs of copper liquid distended, morphing and stretching. Slowly, they took shape. 3 floating pillars, capped with claw-like sconces, emerged from a cocoon of potential. Ancient power flexed. The pillars crystallized. Soul fire guttered, a blast of pure energy rocketing out from the completed pillars. Caius watched the slow-moving wave approach, his eyes wide. It punched into his mind, spiking his agony until he could keep his mouth shut no longer. He cried out and was booted from his soul. Ding! Aspect foundations forged. Ding! Complete your pillars to begin refinement. Find your truths. Caius gasped, the cold grip of the system retracting as he sat limp against the cold stone of a dwarven statue. Whatever the system had done, whatever aspects were, it had required a level of energy and power he had never seen before.
While it had had the grace to prevent him from being injured, even just the sheer presence of that unknown energy had been agonizing. Whipping his head over to check on Porkchop, he found his brother groaning as he slowly pushed himself up off the floor. Well, that was unpleasant. Nothing like a good few kicks in the teeth to reward us for doing the impossible. Porkchop complained, shaking his head to clear off his fugue. Caius let out a bubbling laugh, unable to help the reaction to Porkchop's nonchalance after repeated encounters with powers beyond them. Even if it did spike his headache, it felt good. His shoulders shook as he worked off the tension before he wiped his eyes and had a last chuckle. That's one way to think about it. Whatever these aspects are, I am curious about what they will actually do. Both Ikum and the announcement made them sound like they were the next step after a legacy, Caius questioned. Who knows? I just hope that it is not so impossible to finish as a full legacy set is in isolation. We have until the end of the second tier at the very least. It must be obscure and difficult if it is considered a challenge to finish them in the time it would take us to cross the 400 barrier, Porkchop replied. Either way, I expect it will be something that we might have to work on in isolation. If everyone in the first tier had these unlocked, there will be a mad scramble to explore and understand them. I doubt it will be widely shared. From what you have told me, people are not exactly prone to handing out potential advantages. Caius snorted. That was an understatement. If aspects were anything like legacy skills, let alone a completed legacy, dynasties would be holding on to every scrap of information they could glean with an iron grip. Wars had started over legacies, and if someone was suspected of holding knowledge, well, many people saw only slightly less value in preventing an enemy from obtaining an advantage than gaining one for themselves. It's going to be a fucking bloodbath. Great. Caius groaned, pushing his mop of hair out of his face. Hopefully things will be so much of a shit show that we will be able to avoid suspicion. A greater beast and a human working together is one thing, but both of us are observed with honors and have a full legacy to boot. If someone even suspects that we know more about what's going on, we are fucked. Porkchop grunted. I understand that we will need to keep our advantages close to our chest, but I will not go around pretending to be spineless prey. That will only lead to others trying to capitalize on our weakness. Oh no, you misunderstand me, Caius grinned. We need backing. If we are going to get it, we will need to show we are strong. If anything, I think we should try to poorly hide that you are a greater beast and that we have a bond. It is a small enough secret that it will get us attention, and people will assume we gained good classes through that skill. The fact it requires mutual agreement and trust will make it far less valuable to the powers that be. And what would you use this attention for? Porkchop asked, cocking his head. We join the Delvers Guild. Once we have found my father, and dealt with whatever chaos is no doubt waiting for us at 3 Fields at least, there's a branch at Deadacre. They're a power unto themselves, and if we can secure their backing, it will open many doors for us, and protect us from the gaze of dynasties, Caius said, resolute. It was a path he had always intended to take. As they rose through the ranks, they would be able to access the guild's archives and more. A path to strength, and one of the better chances he had to find out what happened to his family. If father was gone, that would be more important than ever. He was not one to forget a blood debt. More than that, father had let slip that at the higher ranks, the guild made regular use of the services of Hiwian Caravaneers and their bloodstones. Behind a binding oath, information flowed much more freely. If there was any place that would research and discover how aspects worked, it would be there. With his direction for the future set, Caius returned his attention to more pressing issues. The rest of their rewards, and the looming presence of his available class selection. He shivered, tingling awe shooting up his spine. He still couldn't believe he had unlocked it a year early. Still, despite his manic desire, he held back. The honors were more important, as each one might have an influence on his class, and he wanted to understand each fully before he made any life-altering decisions. Honors first, and then our class? He asked, sending Porkchop an excited grin. Porkchop quivered, anticipation obvious. Finally! I was about to be worried you would want to wait until we got back to the sea. Caius laughed, and then pulled up the description of his latest rewards. Kingslayer, major honor. A challenge only exists to be beaten, but some are designed with others in mind. Steeped in might and ambition, some disregard all warnings to attempt what they should not. Most die. Others rise ascendant. Awarded to those who slay a guardian while unclassed. Personalized guardian rewards are moderately more tailored. +10 all stats. Bonus. For being the first in your cohort to achieve this honor, reward bonus is increased to significant, and stat bonus is increased to +15 all stats. Caius gasped as a flood of power rushed over his body. The deluge of new stats left him shivering as every facet of his capabilities was improved at once. He could only be glad that, for whatever arcane reason, the changes wrought by bonus stats were far less disorienting than a change to his base. Even lesser in magnitude, the change his bond skill had worked on his body had been far harder to adjust to. The non-stat benefit was good too. He'd not heard that Guardian rewards were personalized until he had seen it for himself. But anything that led to the system being more favorable with their rewards was a good thing. While it wasn't certain, there was a high likelihood that the sorts of rewards the system offered were far more potent compared to those they had seen for defeating champions. Shaking off his daze, he moved to the next. He was curious about what it could be. He'd expected an honor for his defeat of the Guardian, but to receive a second was something else entirely. Ruthless underdog. Honor. The difference between bravery and fatalistic disregard is capability. Awarded to those who slay an enemy 35 levels or more above them while unclassed. Provides a minute increase to all experience earned when fighting above your level. +5 all stats. Bonus. For being the first in your cohort to achieve this honor, reward bonus is increased to slight, and stat bonus is increased to +8 all stats. Another pulse of change ran through him, leaving him invigorated. Receiving so many stats back to back left him fizzing. the hair on his arms raising as electric vigor coursed down to his fingertips. He smiled as he read the effect. No doubt, with the added power of his honors and the likely high rarity of his class, he would be far better positioned to punch above his weight class than most others. Generally, it was considered something of a fool's strategy. It was great for increasing the growth of your skills, and for accumulating the sorts of feats and achievements needed to push skills and classes up a rarity when they crossed tier boundaries. Yet most who tried it died. He was confident that wouldn't be the case for him and Porkchop, not when they had already done so without a class. Smile widening into a grin, Caius pulled up his status sheet to review it for the last time as an unclassed. Status: Name: Caius. Dynasty: Unterstern. Age: 19. Class selection: Available. Race: Human, dynastic, greater beast-blooded, +1. Will, strength, endurance, and free stats per level. Layer reached: 2. Resources: Health, 298 over 740, 6.4 per minute. Stamina, 264 over 640, 6.4 per minute. Mana, 187 over 790, 7.9 per minute. Free mana, 187 over 790. Reserved mana, 0. Stats: Endurance, 30 plus 44, 74. Vitality, 20 plus 44, 64. Strength, 20 plus 44, 64. Dexterity, 20 plus 44, 64. Intelligence, -20 plus 59, 79. Willpower, -20 plus 59, 79. Stat points, 0. Aspects: Pillar corporus, N/A. Pillar mentis, N/A. Pillar animus, N/A. Class skills, 0 over 10, N/A. General skills, 10 out of 10. Rapid adaptation, heroic, 20. Warforged, unique, 20. Explorer's toolkit, unusual, 18, greater than 20. Adamant body, unique, 19, greater than 20. True sight, unique, 17, greater than 20. Runic lexicon, unusual, 20. Mana manipulation, unusual, 20. Lesser regeneration, unusual, 14, greater than 20. Uncanny dodge, unique, 1, greater than 20. Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus, heroic, 20. Glyph-bound hymns, N/A. Honors, born for slaughter. Sublime prodigy, glyph-binding birds of a blood-soaked feather. Persistent survivor, minor. Kingslayer, major. Ruthless underdog. Bound, artifacts. A father's gift, common. Growth longsword. Growth conditions, gain a class, 0/1. Acquire suitable materials, 0/3. Forge a link, 0/1. Honestly and truly, his status sheet was ridiculous. His stats alone were almost inhuman, more than 3 times higher than an unclassed should be, nearly 4 times in the case of his mental stats. Even just having 3 additional sections, discounting aspects, for honors, his hymns, and a father's gift, beggared belief. He had to be amongst the most powerful unclassed to ever exist. Pride and satisfaction thrummed through his chest, his heart pumping to the tune of his successes, hiding the thin current of venomous grief that simmered within him. Despite everything, it felt like a hollow crown. If only Father were here to see, then it would have been truly perfect. Caius grunted, scrunching his eyes to clear the slight blur. He knew Porkchop had noticed, but other than a warm flow of support through their bond, he didn't make a big deal of it. Caius appreciated that. He took a steadying breath and refocused on his status. Right at the top, his class selection called for him, screaming for his attention. "Me first?" Caius asked, turning to Porkchop. Class selection was supposed to be disabling. Not dangerous, but you were left insensate for what could be hours. Porkchop nodded to him, and Caius steeled himself. No longer would he be restrained and hampered by the limitations imposed upon him by the system. It was time for him to join the climb up the tiers. It was time to pick his class. A flicker of intent was all it took. Everything went black.
Chapter 118. Long-Awaited Destiny, Part 1. Caius gasped, sitting bolt upright like he had been hit by lightning. He whirled his head around, disoriented and confused. A moment ago, he had been sitting on the summit of the dwarven city, confirming his class selection. Now he was somewhere. Craning his head back and forth, he gasped as he realized that he was in the sea. It was unmistakable. The rich scent of earth and pine, the cold wind that rolled off the mountains, and the ever-present warmth of the sun. Jaw slack, he looked up. Far above him, a green canopy rustled. Branches shifted and swayed in the breeze, sun streaming through the leaves as odd bars of illumination shone through the gaps. Through those, he saw an unmistakable blue. It was gorgeous. He sat there, rooted in place, simply drinking in the environs, letting the soft sounds of wind, trees, and nature suffuse him. Drinking in the warmth of the sun, he realized just how much he had felt confined in the restrictive environments of the depths. Even with caverns larger than most cities and underground groves, it was a poor substitute for the world at large. "Gorgeous, isn't it? I can see why it was chosen for you," an oddly familiar voice said from behind him. Caius started, whipping around as his hand dropped for his sword. His open palm slapped a hip covered in soft cotton. Wherever he was, his armor and blade hadn't come with him. Standing behind him was a cowled figure, leaning up against the trunk of a tree. His robe was a deep mottled green, made of a thick woolen weave that did much to obscure all identifying details in its depths. Caius launched to his feet, backing up as he raised his arms, ready for a fight. He might not have his weapons, but that didn't mean he was helpless. "Who are you?" Caius called out, his tone hard. "And how did I get here?" The figure stayed lounging against the base of an oak tree, unperturbed by his readiness for violence. He chuckled softly. "I am your guide," they said simply. "And this? This is your class selection." The words rushed through Caius, shock radiating down his spine. He'd known little of what to expect for class selection, only that he would have to pick between a number of options. He'd expected many things, but being plopped down in the sea with a mysterious figure was not one of them. He eyed the cowled man warily, his arms slowly lowering to his sides. "Guide? What do you mean?" The cowled man lifted his arms up, causing Caius to raise his fists once more.
"Whoa there," the man said, raising a placating hand. "Just taking off my hood." Their hands continued upwards, gripping the thick fabric of the cowl that obscured their face. They pulled it back slowly, revealing a thick mop of brown hair streaked in gray. A scarred, strong nose jutted out from rugged features marred by the slightest wrinkles. Piercing eyes magnetized his own, green with flecks of gold. Caius froze. "Before you ask, no, I am not you from the future," Caius the Elder said, with a wry smile. "I am a construct of the system. Your guide, your choosing grounds, are shaped by the system to be in a context you can understand and feel at ease with." Caius the Elder gave Caius a long look. Relatively at ease, that is. He simply stared agog at the venerable version of himself, still leaning against the tree. Caius the Elder gave him a wry smile, one he had seen before in still water. "Look, I get that it's weird, but it's a lot better than when you just got plopped in a white space with a list of options. Much more likely you pick something suitable. I have your knowledge, but also I have just about everything the system knows locked up here." The system construct tapped his temple with one finger. "I can't share most of it, but I can advise. Are you with me so far?" they asked, cocking an eyebrow at him.
Caius gave a slow nod, coming to terms with the fact that he was talking to an aged clone in his childhood home. Now that he knew it was all a creation of the system, it did much to put him at ease. What was something like this in the face of a power that had reshaped his world?
"Good," Caius the Elder clapped, standing up straight from the tree and walking towards him. "Now, we have a little ground to cover. You've been a busy fucking bee, haven't you?" Caius looked at the construct in surprise. "What? I'm based on you. You swear all the time," Caius the Elder said. "I mean, yeah, but isn't it a little undignified for an emissary of the system?" The construct waved him off. "Maybe if this was some grand proclamation, but I am only here to help guide you, and to do that effectively, you need to feel at ease. The second I swore, you just got a whole lot less tense, didn't you?" They gave him a cheeky grin. Caius frowned, rolling his attention across his mental state. His guide was right. He was feeling less guarded. "See? Told you." The construct clapped him on the shoulder before they walked past him deeper into the forest. Caius hurried to follow. "Now, you've got some really good options here, and a whole bloody lot of them. That's what you get for being the first unclassed to get honors in your cohort. And some really bloody good ones at that. Now, are you interested in seeing anything not tied to glyph binding? I promise you, there are some really good options in that camp," Caius the Elder said, waggling his eyebrows in a ridiculous attempt at convincing him. Caius laughed, striding forwards to keep pace with his strangely aged reflection. "No, and make sure to narrow it to classes that make the best use of my general skills, and involve swordplay," he said resolutely. Mixing magic and blade had been his goal since he was a child. There was no way he was ever going to give it up, not even if the gods themselves descended and offered him an epic class.
Are you sure? That will reduce your available options by more than you could ever imagine, Caius the Elder said, fixing him with a deadly serious look. Think about it. Some of your feats are immense. Even with discovering glyph binding for your cohort, most of your skills and combat style lends itself towards direct confrontation. You have some strong achievements in that vein too. It goes the same with pure glyph binding. It is powerful magic, one never before seen,
and you will miss some of the deepest depths of it without a focused class. Caius paused, considering the construct's words as he stepped over a particularly thick root that snaked its way through the leaf litter that crunched with his every step. "What do you mean?" he asked. Caius the Elder sighed in relief. "Good. You're not an idiot." The construct took the lead once more as they weaved through the dense life of the sea. Caius the Elder was silent, though Caius thought that was more to give him time to collect his thoughts than any need on the construct's end to ponder its words. Birds chirped softly in the distance, bringing a light smile to his face. Even if this place was fake, a simple mirage woven by the system to placate him, it knew its stuff. He felt more relaxed by the second. The construct broke the silence. Generalists suffer in some fashion, always. Even when the positives handedly outweigh them, you must consider the drawbacks. Glyph binding is one of the few routes, and the most complete, though which one can utilize the arcane in close combat. Yet, splitting your focus like that has downsides. It is highly likely that the grandest workings will be out of reach, and it is even more likely that most of your spells will come from divine insight from the system, and you will have less of the base required to customize and derive new ones as needed. This is one of glyph binding's greatest strengths, and you will be sacrificing it to use a sword. Caius the Elder turned his head, watching him closely as they led their way forwards with confidence. You won't be sacrificing power, and you are still likely to develop a number of spells per skill and tier through the system's aid, far more than most magi on your planet. Yet this is still a sacrifice. I know you think you might be able to do it yourself anyway. You won't. Not for a long, long time. Caius bristled, staring at the construct. How could I not? I already have a glyph, see? He raised his arm, showing off the runic construct that wrapped around the back of his hand and wrist. The construct shook its head gently. Caius, I say this with confidence. Your father was perhaps the most dedicated, successful, and downright genius runewrite of his generation. One of the best, ever. That, Caius the Elder jutted one finger at his glyph, is a hodgepodge piece of shit. Not because your father is bad at what he does, but because glyph binding is thoroughly divergent from other runic arts and requires different sacred forms. Your father might have been able to do it with the reference, but you do not have 1/100th of his knowledge. His genius and dedication, maybe, but not his knowledge, nor the backing and resources to gain it quickly. Without a dedicated class, you will not be freeform designing your own spells. Not for a long time. Caius paused, digesting the construct's words. At first he had felt disgruntled at his aged reflection's disparagement of father's work, but as he sat and thought on it, he realized the construct had to be right. If, by the system's own metric, father had barely been able to patch something together that half worked, then he had no hope in the hells of devising new spells. It was a sacrifice, one he couldn't ignore. Caius chewed his lip. Would I be locked into specific spells if I went that route? Caius the Elder tilted his head back and forth. In a sense. It differs by class, and each spell you select will be set in stone, but there is a lot more flexibility than you are probably imagining. At the very least, you will get multiple choices to select from. At best, you will eventually build up a sizable repertoire of examples and references to tweak of your own accord. Caius's ears pricked up at the construct's closing words. Accruing hymns that he could learn from on his own time. That was more like it. Plus, it hadn't said he would never be able to design them unassisted, only that it was a long ways off. Do it, he said, his spine straightening like steel. Cull the pure glyph-binding classes. Caius the Elder looked at him, green and gold eyes twinkling. Good choice, kid. Now, let's talk about rarity. You've got quite the selection. Do you want to trim any of the lower ranks? Caius hummed. It made sense. He was sure he had done well. Unusual classes for sure, and perhaps if he was lucky, a handful of unique ones. That said, it seemed like a bad idea to ignore the rare classes just because they were lower. Rarity was incredibly significant, but it wasn't everything. He might miss something perfectly suited to him. Cull everything below rare, he said, resolute. Caius the Elder only grinned at him and gestured upwards with his thumb. Caius gaped at the construct. It wanted him to go higher. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. While his mind rebelled at the idea, he trusted that the construct was there to guide him to a well-suited choice. He'd never heard of anyone having something bad happen during class selection. Even if people avoided talking about the experience, that was the sort of thing that would get out. Cull everything below unusual, he said, chewing on the words. Caius the Elder's smile widened until it was almost manic, and the construct pointed up again. He froze, staring at them in sheer disbelief.
It wanted more? That was ridiculous. How many unique options could he possibly have to make it worthwhile to ignore an unusual class? This was his first selection. He'd never even heard of anyone getting a unique class so early, only in Bard Song. It was only his legacy and honors that gave him the confidence to even get one. Slowing to a stop, Caius placed one hand on a nearby trunk, feeling the reassuring grit of its bark. Unclenching his jaw, he worked the words out of his mouth. Cull everything below unique, he said in a small voice, looking intently at the construct. Caius the Elder looked at him with feral intensity, green and gold eyes burning with ambition. He pointed upwards again. Come on, kid. Let's see if you've got some balls.
Chapter 119, Long-Awaited Destiny, Part 2. Caius stared at the aged clone across from him in bald-faced shock. It wanted him to do what? It couldn't seriously be asking him to cull all classes lower than heroic, could it? That was utter insanity. While the rarity of your starting class was not the be-all and end-all, having a higher rarity class did drastically increase your chances of pursuing the sort of feats that were required to evolve them further as you developed through the tiers. Heroic. That would mean 11 stats per level and class skills of a minimum of fucking unusual. That was the main reason starting off with a class higher than rare was considered so much of a boost over the lower ones. You removed your chance of getting offered common skills. It couldn't be right, surely. He gulped, dry tongue catching in his mouth like he had been chewing on cotton. You can't be serious, he whispered. Caius the Elder showed him his teeth. Try me. He breathed out long and slow, his ears ringing as the ground started to pull away from him. Shooting out one hand, he caught a tree and leaned bodily into it. That's it, right? I can't have possibly gotten anything higher than heroic, can I? The construct laughed. Unfortunately not. It's not even possible to get higher than heroic for your first or second class. That said, you have done well enough that you have a couple to pick from. We both know that anything else isn't worth your time. Though, if you wish, I would be happy to go through them with you. Caius narrowed his eyes. How many unique classes do I have available that fit the criteria? The construct's green-gold eyes bore into his own. 37. His knees gave out, and he was forced to clutch the tree tight before he could straighten himself. And heroic? He asked in a small voice. 3. Caius shuddered, taking in a deep breath. What about without any criteria? 17, the construct replied, slow and serious. Fuck.
Caius whispered. That was too much. Far too much. His aged clone had the right of it. No matter how unnatural it felt, he had to cull. Swallowing again, Caius forced the words out. Cull everything that isn't a class focused on swordplay and glyph binding, and is of a rarity lower than heroic. Caius the Elder gave him a deep and satisfied smile, his gray-streaked hair shining in haloed light that filtered through the canopy above. Good shit. Then the construct spun, striding off into the forest. Follow, he said, turning back for just a moment to focus a proud look on him. Caius gulped, hurrying after the Elder. They weaved through the undergrowth, working their way over densely knotted roots through tangled brambles. For anyone else, it would have been a treacherous hike through hellish terrain. For Caius, it felt like being welcomed home. He danced through the underbrush, easily keeping pace with the construct, who themselves walked through the sea like they had been born in it. Eventually, they stopped, a grand clearing opening up before them. Lush grasses drenched in sunlight covered the open space, a riot of wildflowers washing the green in sprays of purple, yellow, and red. There, at the center of the meadow, a trio of venerable ash trees stood. Each was massive, larger than anything he had seen in the outskirts of the sea before. Heavy and aged limbs sprouted from their trunks, layered in calloused bark. Almost there. Let's head to the trees, Caius the Elder said, striding into the waist-high grass. Caius hurried after the construct, watching the trio of trunks with curiosity. It was obvious they would have something to do with his class options, but for the life of him he couldn't figure out what. The construct ahead of him kept a leisurely pace, apparently in no rush to cross the open field. So, before we get to your selections, there's a few things you should know. Context about classes and other such things. First, you won't be able to talk about your experience here to people who have not gone through the selection themselves, except in the broadest sense, the Elder said without looking back. Wait, what? Why not? Caius asked, confused. While that might have explained why, despite his begging, Father had not once slipped what class selection was actually like, he still struggled to understand the reasoning. Why on earth would the system want to give them less ability to prepare for the most important moment of their lives? To prevent influence. In eons past, there was something of a problem with impressionable youngsters trying to emulate perfect builds. It invariably led to substandard performance. Caius the Elder responded. Considering that I am here, you have all the advice you need. On that topic, I need to make you aware of certain aspects of the selection. Such as? Caius asked curiously. Classes unlock a few additional facets of the system, namely skill affinity and type. All skills have them, and most classes will provide a bonus to type. Only some will provide a broader bonus to affinity. It is a good thing to pay attention to. You should also be aware that once you gain your class, your honors will gain a small percentage bonus to your stats. Finally, there will be skill resonance, which is incredibly important during your first class. It will show which general skills are able to align with your class, and the stronger the resonance, the more likely that that skill will evolve to align. This chance is greater when the skills are capped, which is why it is so important. Though it is worth noting that if a skill is already closely aligned to the class, it will likely have a weaker chance of evolving, although a direct progression is always possible. Caius's mind raced. It was a lot of information, and he was thankful it had been shared openly. The part about the honors did not surprise him. Frankly, their stat boost had always seemed a little lackluster for something that was the stuff of myth. A percentage boost was different.
That would scale with him as he grew, giving him a permanent edge. As for the types, affinities, and resonance, he supposed he would have to wait to see what his potential options were before he could really contextualize it. He just had one question. What of class skills? Is capping them just as important? I'll get my final class skill only 20 levels before I tier up, right? That seems like a bit of a squeeze. Caius asked, brushing aside a particularly stubborn bush that blocked his path. The construct chuckled. No, thankfully not. In the second tier, the levels you would have gained a skill is instead the level where it evolves to the next tier. You'll want to reach the tier cap for that skill by then, to maximize the options available. Caius sighed in relief. That was much more manageable. They reached the trio of ash trees, each one looming far overhead, shading them with their wide and low canopies. Taking a single step forwards, Caius crossed an invisible line. The air took on a strange, charged quality, haze settling across his vision. He could taste it. The magic. Pure, distilled potential radiating off the trunks, wafting promises of power, responsibility, and purpose. He gasped, arcane force tingling as it flooded his lungs. Quite something, isn't it? Thankfully, you culled quite a few options. Otherwise, we would have had to wait quite a while for you to acclimate. That, and it would have taken days for you to deliberate. The construct teased, hitting him with an easy smile. The same one that crossed his face whenever he bullied Porkchop. Seeing his own face, weathered and venerable, was still weird. Still, the comment did its job. Caius shook off his fugue, breathing slowly as he adjusted to the weight of the moment.
His final action as a boy. His first decision as a man. Come along then. Your first option awaits. The construct beckoned to him, waving at him to follow as it circled around the first trunk. As they reached the side that reached the center, the tree's bark pulled back, revealing a rich and intricate carving set deep in the wood. It seemed to pulse, shifting with vivid, lifelike motion before his very eyes. It depicted him. Shirtless, covered in light wounds that writhed, sealing themselves closed in moments. Caius knew he was heavily muscled. Even as tall as he was, he'd always had a thick physique, one that had only bulked up further in his time in the depths. The carving took it to another level. He looked like he could bend an iron bar in his hands. The carved depiction held a longsword in both of its hands, focused and intent on some far-off foe. Every inch of its exposed skin was covered in thick, angular runes. They burned, bolstering the carving with powerful magics. More than anything, he could feel the feral ferocity that rolled off the carving in waves, promising a future of blight and slaughter, one where all who stood before him fell, crushed and dismembered. Yet there was wisdom and intelligence there. Even devoted to the hot rush of war, it was one that understood the world for what it was. A trial, where one should live their life to the fullest extent. Staring agog at the carving, Caius looked over to his guide in confusion. Just focus on it. A status page will pop up, the construct explained patiently. Caius frowned, but did as was suggested. He focused on the eyes of the carving, feeling them drill into him. A system description flickered into view. Warsworn Rune Acolyte. Class, Tier 1, Heroic. Relevant feats. Has slain at least 4,000 foes of at least level 15 while unclassed. Has slain at least 3 champions in single combat while unclassed. Has slain at least 100 foes with glyph binding while unclassed.
Has slain a foe of at least level 30 while unclassed. Has obtained at least 3 honors while unclassed.
has a complete set of legacy skills, has capped all base stats at 20, has a weapon mastery skill of at least unique rarity, has a self-healing skill of at least unusual rarity, has a rune mastery skill of at least unusual rarity, has survived multiple mortal wounds, has fallen to fury in battle, has disregarded injury with fatalistic regularity. The Temple of Ishtar is a desolate place. Penitents and would-be acolytes must make pilgrimage through deserts of bone and lakes of fire. Even when they arrive at the steps of the monastery, the adherents of divine combat are not so easily impressed. Only if they survive the trial of blades will they have the opportunity to attempt being anointed with sacred glyphs of healing and fury. The lowest of the adherents of Ishtar, the war-sworn rune acolyte, is a being of anger and fury. Focusing on savagery and persistence in battle, they are adept close-quarters combatants. Differences abound between acolytes, but they have one commonality. A sacred glyph of rage is burnt into their flesh during initiation, subsidiary workings empowering them with persistent spell effects when they tap into its vigor. All body reinforcement, self-healing, and self-enhancement type skills are improved by 60%. Stats: +3 vitality, +3 strength, +2 intelligence, +1 endurance, +1 will, +1 free stats per level. Skill: resonance, warforged, moderate, adamant body, strong, runic lexicon, strong, mana manipulation, moderate, lesser regeneration, strong. Caius gulped. Chapter 120. Long-Awaited Destiny, Part 3, or Mount Thor. Caius took in the status of his first option. It was easy to see why he had been offered it. War-sworn rune acolyte looked to be a brutal class. He could see it suiting him well, something that would lean into the rush of battle, the sheer savage joy of throwing yourself in harm's way to claim victory. It also alarmed him. There were several aspects he was unsure of. While it made use of glyph binding, it seemed that it would be bent to more passive effects and general enhancements. He'd dreamed of the dance of slung spells and swung swords since he was a boy. Discarding that now, even for a heroic class, rankled. That and the idea of a glyph of rage worried him, especially when he saw that at least some of why he had been offered the skill was succumbing to the power of the psychopathic assault tonic. While it had been a powerful tool, the idea of making it central to his build made him uneasy. Plus, with his new bond with Porkchop, he wasn't sure how it would affect his brother. During the fight with the Guardian, his tonic-induced cold, analytical rage had bled through their link, infecting Porkchop with insensate fury. There was a risk that a class like this could do the same, and even as powerful as it wasn't worth that risk. He could only hope the others would be more suitable. He pulled his attention away from the class, the description flickering out of existence, to reveal the detailed wooden carving of himself as a rune acolyte. Looking back to his class guide, he found the aged and scarred clone watching him intently. So, what do you think? It's a strong option, one that has the capability to make you an unkillable terror in combat, Caius the Elder asked. Caius frowned, shaking his head. I don't think so. The style of glyph binding doesn't really align with what I wanted. If it was just that, I would probably still consider it. But the rage aspect worries me. Especially if there is a chance it might hurt Porkchop. This isn't the one. The construct paused, giving him a calculating look. Are you sure? It suits you. The sort of feats required for a heroic class means that it's almost impossible to achieve one without it being closely aligned to some aspect of who you are.
Think. Can you really say that you are worried about rage if you indulge in it so often?
Caius blanched. He thought back on the goblin he had taken out his worry and frustration on, the way his blood had run hot with cruelty. Even the blood song. While it was mostly a pure joy and excitement for the livelihood of battle, that wasn't all it was. There was a simmering anger there. The visceral catharsis of funneling all of his tension into bone-breaking blows and close brushes with his own mortality. Yet, he did not enjoy that aspect, and he wasn't proud of surrendering to his own cruel impulses. He found no shame in enjoying a fight, but surrendering to hate was something else entirely. Even if he could not deny it was a part of him, that did not mean he needed to venerate or enshrine that aspect of himself, especially not by doing something as impactful as selecting a class centered around fury. Caius steeled his spine. Meeting the construct's firm gaze, he nodded. "I'm sure." His aged clone smiled wide. "Then let us check your next offering. I'm sure you will find it a fascinating option." The construct spun on its heels, wading through the long grass towards the next ash tree. Caius hurried after him. Approaching the trunk, the tree shimmered, revealing yet another carving. Once again, it depicted him. While he still had his impressive physique, it was not enriched to the point of incredulity like the last carving. Cowled in a heavy cloak and garbed in thick leathers, swirling runic tattoos covered every inch of his exposed hands and fingers. That wasn't all. Clean lines crept like vines past the neck of his armor, clambering up his neck and face to spiral around his eyes, temples, and ears. Crouched, leaning out from behind some ruined brick wall, the carving showed him focusing intensely, curiosity and avarice clear in his gaze, with a blade held at the ready in his inscribed hands. Caius grinned as his eyes roved over the carving. That was more like it. Nothing ominous, nothing that suggested sacrificing his sense of self, and a clear representation of blade and spell. He tore his eyes away, meeting his guide's gaze. The construct smiled encouragingly, nodding his head back to the carving. "Go on." Caius's heart thumped in anticipation. He dove straight in. Glyph-bound Seeker. Class: Tier 1. Heroic. Relevant feats: has slain at least 3 champions in single combat while unclassed. Has slain at least 100 foes with glyph binding while unclassed. Has survived in the great depths for at least a year while unclassed. Has obtained at least 3 honors while unclassed. Has a complete set of legacy skills. Has capped all base stats at 20. Has a survival skill of at least heroic rarity. Has a perception skill of at least unique rarity. Has a rune mastery skill of at least unusual rarity. Has at least 1 heroic skill. Has pioneered glyph binding. Has lived the majority of their life in unsettled places. Has explored untouched regions of the great depths. Has exhibited curiosity of the nature of the great depths. Has repeatedly put themselves in harm's way to broaden their knowledge. There is one constant in the shining sun of the world above and the hallowed halls of the great depths below. Mysteries lie waiting. The seekers of the way are a dispersed lot, spread in ones and twos as they hunt for the secrets of what was and what will be. All in their cult may induct another, if they prove they have what it takes to survive. Newly enlightened, the glyph-bound seeker is empowered by a broad variety of abilities. Such breadth is needed to survive, where others dare not tread. Master generalists, glyphs provide a utilitarian base to their abilities, while a scattered focus on observation, survival, and exploration allows them to adapt to any situation. They are adept and wily combatants, always with a solution at hand when faced with an unexpected challenge.
All insight, survival, and glyph-binding type skills are improved by 60%. Stats: +3 intelligence, +2 willpower, +1 endurance, +1 vitality, +1 dexterity, +3 free stats per level. Skill resonance, rapid adaptation, strong, warforged, weak. Explorer's toolkit, strong. True sight, strong. Runic lexicon, strong. Mana manipulation, moderate. Caius read and reread the description of the class, struggling to contain his disappointment. While nominally it aligned with his desires, it was clear that it did so only in the broadest sense. There was no focus on combat, beyond a throwaway line at the end. His only melee skill with resonance was Warforged, and that was weak. Looking through the skills description, it was clear that a seeker was far more interested in exploration and search for hidden mysteries. It did appeal to him, and he understood why it had been offered. The last year had been nothing but exploring and uncovering mysteries, and he had loved every moment of it. Discovering glyph binding, the nature of observed, and scouring the secrets of the depths had been awe-inspiring. And yet, he was torn. Glyph-bound Seeker had potential, but it seemed like its glyphs would have a utilitarian bent to them. That was good, and he knew well how things like that could be used to advantage in battle, but it didn't sound like that was their intended purpose. It was still a heroic, so it would undoubtedly be powerful, but he could only hope that his last choice would be more to what he was looking for.
Something that enshrined his drive, no, his need to improve. Something that lent itself totally to mastery over the battlefield and striving to reach the ever-moving pinnacle. If he couldn't find it there, the unique classes were always waiting. He tore himself away from the status screen, looking back to his guide. Let's check the next one. Let us talk first, Caius the Elder said with a smile. It is a very good option, one that hits all of your wants and needs, even if it might not focus on them as much as you might like. I think being a seeker would suit you well. Isn't that what you always sought, on those long moonless nights where you would watch the stars? To explore the heights and depths of the world, clawing at all it had to offer until you were satisfied. Caius frowned. The construct was not wrong. He had felt that way. He still did. Hells, even in the last year, he had never felt so free, even with a heart full of tragedy and his own looming mortality vying for his attention. Yet, that had never been what he wanted to define him. I want to explore, yes, but I have never wanted to be an explorer. Regardless of what I pick, the world will always be waiting. Even if it is more difficult to seize its mysteries, that only makes the reward sweeter. No, I don't think this is the one for me. Perhaps if the last option is as bad as the first, but I cannot decide until I have seen it. Caius said, resolute. The construct said nothing, only giving him a half-smile before they turned and led him to the final tree. Caius's heart thumped with every step as the air grew even more charged. After his initial acclamation, it had tingled over his skin, active with whispered futures. Now it roared, thick currents of destiny washing over him. His hairs raised, cold tingles rippling out from his spine. The final tree was different. Not in any way he could pick out with his eye, but he could feel it. Feel its regal bearing, the sheer weight of it. Thus air sat heavy in his chest, forcing him to work his lungs like bellows. They stepped under its canopy, and its bark shimmered. The construct waved him forward as the final carving was revealed, gesturing at him to get closer. Caius's breathing spiked, a thin whine sounding in his ears as he approached. He saw himself, clad in a full set of scale, with his helmet held under one arm. Runic whorls bound him tightly. They wrapped his hands, spiraled out from his temples, and crept around the back of his neck. Each location was different, the runes showing minute discrepancies to his trained eye. They were close siblings, but not identical. Thrust imperiously into the air, his sword arm gripped a blade, one he knew well, a father's gift. He'd recognize the delicate twisted filgare on its crossguard and pommel anywhere. Even then, his sword had been changed too. Its blade blazed with runic might, yet more strange runes wrapping every inch of its steel. Waves of volatile magic burst from its edge, carved with such fine detail he could almost see the air shimmering under its potency. With sharp eyes, he stared out from the wood, gaze locked on something off in the distance. Regally focused, as the slightest frown of intensity graced his lips. It was everything Caius had dreamed of, and more. For there was more. The sculpted destiny did not only depict him. There, clad in dense plate barding, with a magnificent glyph shining through the fur on his chest, was Porkchop. His brother bore him like a mount, enlarged and empowered. Yet it was clear that it was not a position of subservience, this Caius knew. He could feel it. The bond and trust between them shone as bright as the sun. As one, they charged forwards, seeming to leap free of the ash tree's trunk as they raced across a field laden with the ruins of a forgotten age, evidence of glorious victory left in their wake. Caius remembered to breathe, a gulping gasp filling his chest with air heavy with potent and ancient magics. "Take a closer look. I think you'll like this one," the construct said with pleased self-assurance, startling Caius out of his reverie. He took a steadying breath and peered closer. A status page flickered into view. Chapter 121. Long-Awaited Destiny, Part 4. Enraptured by the sight of a potential future, Caius focused intensely on the words that appeared before him as he focused on the carving embedded into the trunk of the last ash. Runeblade. Initiate. Class. Tier 1. Heroic. Relevant feats. Has slain at least 4,000 foes of at least level 15 while unclassed. Has slain at least 3 champions in single combat while unclassed. Has slain at least 9 champions while cooperating with a greater beast while unclassed. Has slain at least 300 foes with glyph binding while unclassed. Has slain a guardian while unclassed. Has pioneered glyph binding. Has a complete set of legacy skills. Has capped all base stats at 20. Has broken the unclassed cap on at least 1 base stat. Has obtained at least 4 honors. Has obtained at least 1 major honor as an unclassed. Has a weapon mastery skill of at least unique rarity. Has an evasion skill of at least unique rarity. Has a rune mastery skill of at least unusual rarity. Has formed a bond of equals with a greater beast of at least heroic rarity. Has at least 1 other heroic skill. Has bound a sword-type growth weapon. Has actively pursued both martial and runic supremacy. Has experienced aura. The Runeblades are the militant branch of the Vesrin Order. One and all, they are knights errant on an eternal quest to strive towards martial and arcane perfection. It is a harsh existence, unforgiving. To become an initiate is to sacrifice all to the life of the glyph and blade. Astride their life-bonded companions, and with their soul-bound blades in hand,
They seek the gaze of death, for it is only by staring back unflinching that a rune blade's true might can be forged. Even an initiate of the Vesran Order's rune blades is a lethal opponent. Their bound blades and companions give them an edge, but it is their utter focus on martial and arcane perfection that makes them indomitable for their tier.
Multiple glyphs adorn their bodies, each tuned to maximize a specific aspect of combat casting. Sword arts and other esoteric abilities leave little weaknesses to exploit, and their broad span of combat hymns allow them to prepare for any eventuality. When they arrive ready for war, their rune-drenched skin is seen as a promise of violence that brings succor to their allies and terror to their enemies. All arcane and martial affinity skills are improved by 30%. All spell sword, evasive, and glyph binding type skills are improved by 60%. Stats: +3 intelligence, +2 endurance, +2 strength, +2 dexterity, +1 vitality, +1 willpower per level. Skill: Resonance, Warforged, Strong, Adamant Body, Strong, Runic Lexicon, Strong, Mana Manipulation, Strong, Uncanny Dodge, Moderate, Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus, Weak. Caius drank in the status of his future class. This was it. He could feel it in his bones. It was perfect. Years of blood, sweat, and tears. A lifetime of sacrifice, on his part and father's. A year in the depths, throwing himself at battle after battle, fighting off the looming ghost of his own demise with fraught fury. The broken bones and ruptured organs. The loss. Everything. This made it all worth it. He knew now that when he reunited with Father, in this life or, God's forbid, the next, he could meet him with shining eyes and pride in his heart. That he could tell him, honestly and truly, that he had achieved everything they had set out for, and so much more. The class was everything. The pursuit of perfection, the focus on spell and sword, enshrining his values and his bonds. He could not have dreamt of a better class for him. Caius grinned, wide and true. Bear witness, Father. A new dawn rises on Unterstern today, he thought, sending his words into the ether. This is the one, he said as he turned to his class guide, the words reverberating through the mystic air that clouded the shaded reaches of the final ash tree.
Like I said, I thought you might like it.
Caius the Elder replied, giving him an easy grin. Are you sure you do not want to discuss it? Your choice will be final, and more than any other, the first class you choose will impact the direction of your life forevermore. Caius's green and gold eyes sharped, and he straightened his spine. There is no need. It has everything I wanted. A focus on the blade and the glyph, and it enshrines my bond. He paused as he realized that he did have one thing on his mind. I did have one question, though. Why is the resonance with Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus weak? With everything the class stated, I would have thought that it would have been strong. His class guide nodded, clearly pleased that, even if his mind was made up, he was not rushing through things. That is an easy question to answer. It does align with the class, almost perfectly. There is very little room for it to be brought closer into alignment. That, and as a heroic skill, it is almost impossible for it to improve in rarity while you are in the first and second tiers, Caius the Elder explained. He nodded, accepting the answer. What now, then? I have made my selection. What should I expect? I'm glad you asked.
You will go through the class up process, which, from what I am aware, is rather riveting. Once the system has melded the framework with your soul, any of your general skills which successfully resonate will evolve. After that, it will be time for me to help you select your first class skill, and it will be time for you to return to the world of the living. The construct shot him an easy grin. Then I'll just be waiting until the next time you class up for us to meet again. Caius frowned, pondering his aged clone's words. What do you mean, waiting? Where do you go during all that time? Are you just stuck here in this forest? His class guide chuckled. No, I don't exist. Not like that, at least.
It is more like I am a tiny little extrusion of the system's attention, giving weight, context, and familiarity. You do not have to worry about me getting bored, though it is nice of you to consider it. His eyes widened. He'd assumed his class guide would be some lesser spirit, or some other intelligence employed by the system, not a divine fragment of its own power. That was unnerving. Caius the Elder's eyes twinkled. And that is why that information is not often volunteered. Too unsettling for most folks. Not you, though. You just take everything in stride. Don't you, Caius? Caius gulped. Before you ask, no. I cannot tell you about the integration, or anything else that isn't directly relevant to picking your class. The system said, preempting his next question. Now, are you ready to pick? Taking a slow breath to steady his nerves. 2 brushes with the divine in a single day was a bit much, even for him. Caius nodded resolutely. The deific entity wrapped in a suit made of his own reflection returned a deeply satisfied smile. Good! A notification flickered into view, pulling at Caius's attention with undeniable and inexorable might. Ding! Runeblade Initiate class available. Would you like to proceed? This choice is pivotal and irrevocable. Victory and anticipation thrummed through him. He accepted. Caius fell into his soul space. The environs were familiar. His soul burned with golden light, surrounded by his gaseous resource pools and the orbiting platinum dexagrammic formation of his legacy skills. The pillars of his aspects hung above his soul, resplendent and waiting for something, though he knew not what. Something was different, though. The thin barrier that separated his soul space from pork chops had been thickened, bolstered by the system until it was opaque. He could still sense his brother, but it was as if they were separated by an unfathomable distance. Considering how little he knew of how class selection worked, he might well be. His spirit could have been drawn from his body for all he could tell. He paused, looking around in confusion. Then, the undeniable might of the system descended on him. The same strange power that it had used to forge his aspects was injected into his core once more. Caius braced, waiting for the pain. It never came. Rather than using its power to alter him like it had before, the system started to weave. The power it wielded was still just as foreign and obscure to him as it was before. He only knew it was potent, far more potent than even mana. Gossamer thin threads, shimmering with pearlescence, started to flow through his soul. They dove inwards, whirling in a torrent that completely obscured his soul from his sight. Threads snapped into place, turning from agile and flexible to rigid under the system's ministrations. There was a method to this madness. Caius recognized the fundamentals of sacred geometry in angles and lines that tapped into the very base of reality, altering truth to their whims. He gasped. It was a formation, one of mind-breaking complexity. He tried to follow the system's work, a slow and steady thud pulsing through his head as he desperately tracked a million threads. It was too much. Individually, each one was almost invisible. The ratios and design of the working too in-depth, too detailed. His mind quaked. He was forced to slacken his focus. It was awe-inspiring. A work of impossible detail. A cage slowly began to come together, sigillistic emblems locked in place in a lattice of binding wires. He knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that even with 1,000,000 years, he would never be able to come up with a work as grand, as detailed. Each sigil, beautiful in their complexity, and each totally unique, served as the vertex to a hexagrammic shell. Wires of unknown power shot to the center of each hole in the net, coalescing and amplifying, forming thousands of roaring conflagrations, each one condensing a titan's worth of power. Trepidation welled within him. Seeing so much raw, mystic energy compressed right next to his soul gnawed at him, even with his faith in the might and control of the system. He bit his lip. His skills started to sing, a hymn of longing and want. Not all of them, only some resonated with the charged potential that echoed from the system-wrought formation in waves. Warforged, adamant body, runic lexicon, mana manipulation, uncanny dodge, and brotherhood of ichor and animus. The roaring maelstroms contained by hexagonal arrays continued to swell, and the song of his skills heightened as the waves of power amplified further. One stuttered, their pure note wavering for a moment before it slowly dimmed and fell silent. Brotherhood of ichor and animus. Caius could tell what happened, even if he had no power over the system's actions. He was still in the boundary of his own soul, and he felt all of the working's impacts clearly. As he had been warned, the skill was too aligned, too perfect. Even with the might of his class, his bond skill had little room to grow, at least within the confines of his tier. He could only hope that the others would persevere. Then, a few moments later, one skill fell off key. Its resonance faltered as its tuneless note was overwhelmed in a rush of mystic might. Uncanny dodge had been unable to come in line with what his class required. Caius winced. It was a powerful skill, and an evolution would have brought it to heroic. Yet now, all that was left were skills that chimed with undeniable purity, aligned tightly with the growing emanations from his nascent class. Pure intent and mystic might built further, just barely kept within the bounds of the system's arrays. He watched the formation with bated breath. Whatever happened, it would happen soon. His skills rose to a crescendo, singing out in joy for their coming change. 1,000,000 incandescent wells of energy imploded, condensing down to monodimensional points in the center of each six-pointed star. Lances of pearlescent light shot free from the base of each nexus. The arrays that made up the web of his class lensed the beams, focusing and amplifying them before they plunged deep into his soul. His pyre of self roared in primal satisfaction, igniting to new, potent heights. A shockwave of charged power roared out. Focused by his class construct, the wave was amplified. Caius gaped at the shimmering wall that tore away from the working that caged his soul. It washed over his soul space, and his 4 resonating legacy skills screamed with satisfaction before they shattered. The system bore down on their ashes, infusing them with the remnant power of his class formation before it forged them anew. Ding! Class forged. Runeblade Initiate obtained. Ding! General skill evolved. Warforged, unique,
has become liturgical blade form, primus ordo, heroic. Ding! General skill evolved. Adamant body, unique, has become tempered by dissonance, heroic. Ding! General skill evolved. Runic lexicon, unusual, has become tonal weaving, unique. Ding! General skill evolved. Mana manipulation, unusual, has become resonance amplification, unique.
Chapter 122. Long-Awaited Destiny, Part 5.
Caius rose from his soul space with a gasp, his eyes snapping open to take in the dense ash canopy above. Warm sunlight filtered through the green leaves, comforting him with memories of home. He was still in his class selection.
He'd been told to expect that, but after all he experienced, it was hard to avoid feeling surprised. His class construct, the system sheathed in an aged and scarred clone of himself, leaned over him with warm eyes and a soft smile. Despite the notifications for his new skills tugging at his mind, Caius gave the system his full attention. One did not ignore the highest of divines. Pretty intense, isn't it? I know I said we had more to do, and we do, but I'm not going to be so cruel as to stop you from checking out what you have gained. You almost look constipated, the ancient intelligence teased. Caius blanched, struggling to marry the coarse humor with a lifetime of veneration. His class construct just gave him the cheeky grin. Based off you, remember? Don't go getting all uptight about your own humor now. Seriously though, check your skills. You look like you're about to pass out. Caius paused, and then gave the construct a nod, indulging in his rampant curiosity over his gains, without even bothering to sit up. Liturgical blade form. Primus ordo. General skill. Tier 1. Affinity. Arcane. Martial. Type. Spellblade. Longsword. Glyph binding. Mastery. Level 20. Heroic. The First Order of Vezran. Speak the language of war and write your verse with steel and spell. Here, mastery transcends skill. It becomes ritual. Skill that enhances technical mastery with the Vezran Order's liturgical blade form style. A cohesive use of longswords and glyph binding. Improves the lethality of longswords and the armor-piercing capabilities of longswords and hymns. Each level significantly increases longsword and glyph binding proficiency. Each level moderately increases speed, control, and power of strikes, both mundane and magical. Each level minutely increases the ability to penetrate mundane and magical defenses. Evolved from Warforged. Caius grinned as he drank in the description of the evolved form of Warforged. Not for the first time, he thanked his blessings that he had been born into the legacy he had. Warforged was an unoptimized skill, but it had served its purpose perfectly. With its power spread so thin between mastery of so many styles, Warforged failed to really shine in any given one. Yet it was only a base skill. It meant that none of his ancestors were locked into a specific style or weapon at birth, able to choose what fit them best. Father had said that most in the history of their dynasty managed to evolve it by the first or second-class selection. When they did, they almost invariably were granted something that let them excel. The truth of those words stared him straight in the face now. He had lost his ability to make use of any weapon, but he had gained much, much more. Already he could feel its effects rushing through him. When he tried to remember the feel of a perfectly aimed bow shot or a graceful parry with a knife, it slipped away like a dream. It wasn't that bad. He had still used and practiced with dozens of weapons since he was a boy. All he had lost was the nudging and insight granted by the system, the ones that stretched his capabilities to superhuman heights. In their place, he could feel a burgeoning style taking place, one that wove a dance of arcane steel. He couldn't feel it completely. That would take practice and time to familiarize himself with his newly found instincts and implicit knowledge. That wasn't all. Even if all he had gained was a sword and him-focused style with better scaling, he would have been happy. But for the skill to increase his ability to overwhelm armor and protection, that was invaluable, especially as he knew that he and Porkchop would need to punch upwards if they were to meet the significant demands of Ikum the Pale. Invigorated by liturgical blade form, Caius moved on to the next skill. Temper. General skill. Tier 1. Affinity. Martial. Destruction. Type. Body reinforcement. Armament reinforcement. Evasion. Level 20. Heroic. Harmony brings fullness. Dissonance threatens dissolution. Unwoven like fabric, you are reduced to base threads and tempered in chaos, pain, and undiluted malice. Recomposed, you persevere, undaunted by the many terrors of the world. Garbed in new cloth, you advance unbroken. Wise to the ways of destruction, you evade what you can, and endure what you cannot. Skill that increases the effectiveness of all forms of tactical movement, bodily resistance to injury, the integrity of defensive armaments, and self-cast runic hymns. General encumbrance of medium and light armor is reduced. Each level reasonably increases speed, power, and control of tactical movements. Each level moderately increases integrity of worn defensive armaments, and effectiveness of self-cast defensive runic hymns. Each level moderately increases maneuverability of worn light and medium defensive armaments, and moderately decreases their weight. Each level moderately increases the effects of endurance on bodily integrity. Evolved from Adamant Body. Reading the words, he knew then that without a doubt he had picked the right class. One perfectly suited to him. General skills evolved to align with your current class, but so far everything almost seemed to be perfectly tailored to him. If it wasn't for his surety in the system's might and the sanctity of undergoing class selection without influence, he would suspect that Ikum had nudged things in his favor once more. Tempered by dissonance had lost almost nothing of note. While he would no longer receive the skills benefits when wearing heavy armor, he had no intention of ever using it. He preferred a lighter, more agile approach to combat. Even if he did have a tendency to get hit in the chest, he would be far worse off in restrictive full plate. In its stead, his restrictions on physical defenses and reactive movements had disappeared. It was a fine skill. He pulled up the next one, eager to see what had become of runic lexicon. Tonal weaving. General. Skill Tier 1. Affinity. Arcane. Type. Glyph binding. Runic. Meditation. Mastery. Level 20. Unique. Inscribe the resonance of wisdom upon the flesh. Become a living tapestry of arcane harmony. With each rune and hymn, carve order from chaos, uniting body and soul with the potent iconography of the Vezran order. This skill improves the user's ability to inscribe the glyphs and runic hymns of the Vezran order. Enables direct inscription of the body through meditation and mana control. Each level significantly increases speed and accuracy when inscribing Vezran runes. Each level significantly increases the stability of Vezran runes. Each level moderately increases memory and understanding of known Vezran glyphs and runic hymns. Each level slightly reduces required focus and time to directly inscribe the body. Evolved from Runic Lexicon. Caius frowned as he took in tonal weaving's changes to its previous iteration. No longer did it boost his direct capability and learning ability of runic scripts. Instead, it seemed to boost the understanding of Vezran runes he had already learned. Without that, he would be forced to learn the new scripts without the system's aid and without a dedicated teacher. It was possible, but it would be the work of a lifetime. Yet it wasn't without its benefits. His ability to inscribe and handle the new runes seemed to have been greatly increased. The ability to directly inscribe himself through mana control was interesting. He would have to test it out for himself, but if it worked as suggested, then with enough skill levels it might drastically reduce the time he had to spend refreshing his hymns. That would grow rather important, as his total mana capacity skyrocketed with his class levels. He dismissed the notification, looking up to his class guide. "No knowledge component?" he asked. The aged clone shook his head slightly. "Unfortunately not. I did mention that hybrid classes come with drawbacks. However, it will help you fully understand the components of the runic hymns you receive from your class skills. From there, it is just a matter of exploration, extrapolation, and testing. I wouldn't expect to reverse engineer glyphic scripts quickly, though." Caius paused, but gave his guide a sharp nod. At the very least, he had gotten confirmation that it was possible. Besides, even with a knowledge skill, it would have still been a gargantuan undertaking without any learning resources or tutors. The kind of work better suited to cloistered scholars than a warrior like himself. He just hoped that the speed and convenience of direct inscription would be enough to offset the loss. The final skill notification tugged at his mind, and Caius dove straight in. Resonance Amplification. General. Skill Tier 1. Affinity. Arcane. Type. Glyph Binding. Metamagic. Manipulation. Level 20. Unique. Attune yourself to the primal song, the thumping heart that runs beneath the world. Impart a note of destructive purity to your hymns, reverberations shattering all that would bar your path to perfection. Resonance with internal mana empowers offensive runic hymns with penetrating vibration. Enhances mental control of internal mana. External mana may be controlled with significantly increased difficulty. Each level significantly increases control over internal mana. Each level slightly increases the potency of imbued resonance. Each level minutely increases control over external mana. Evolved from mana manipulation. Caius's heart thumped as a grin split his face. Metamagic. He'd had hopes, but without a base skill of that nature, he had gotten lucky indeed with this evolution. Even if the difficulty of external mana control had increased, he'd found that that particular skill was far less useful for him than a standard caster. Once his hymns were set, there was little he could do to influence them, to the extent a manipulation or sorceress caster could. Instead, he found internal mana control to be far more advantageous with how it assisted his inscription. Even that single trade would have brought the skill better into alignment with his needs, but for it to develop a metamagic component as well, that was true fortune. Imbuing his combat spells with reverberation would increase their effectiveness at no additional cost, and he could think of a number of cases where it could prove extremely advantageous, like against heavily armored opponents. Pleased with his gains, Caius dismissed the notification and pushed himself off of the soft ground of the forest. Dirt and loose leaf litter clung to his back until he brushed them free and rose to his feet. "What now? You mentioned something about us still having something to do before I'm finished?" Caius asked, turning to his guide. His guide crinkled his eyes, small crow's feet appearing at their corners. "Indeed we do. It's time for you to pick your first skill, and depending on your choice, your first spell." Anticipation welled up within him, a bubbling energy that made him feel light and energetic. His first-class skill. It was finally here. Unlike general skills, they almost ubiquitously had some sort of active component, and were the largest part of why classers were so capable, though he had half suspected that he would make the choice outside of this selection place. "Will I always come back here when I unlock more?" he asked, tilting his head at Caius the Elder. "No, just for the skill that comes with the class evolution itself. For your later spells, you will enter something similar. You do need to be taught them, after all. But not here. Somewhere less sacred, but still dear to your heart. the guide explained before he waved at Caius to follow as he turned and strode off into the meadow that surrounded the trio of ash trees that had revealed to him his class options. Caius jolted and strode after his guide, pushing through dense grasses and walking around wildflowers. They were too pretty to damage with casual disregard.
"We're going somewhere else?" he asked, hurrying to match the clone's pace.
Of course. A new skill carries a whole lot less weight in your heart than your class. It would be inappropriate to make the selection here. I still think you'll enjoy the process, though. You have quite the options," his guide said, looking back over their shoulder to shoot him a wink before they picked up their pace.
"Hey, wait up!" Caius replied, starting to jog.
Chapter 123. Long-Awaited Destiny, Part 6. After leaving the meadow that held the site of his class selection, Caius and his guide had fallen into an easy silence. He appreciated that. As they walked through the giant old-growth forest, working their way through the undergrowth, he started to feel at home. It had been far, far too long since he had been in the sea, been graced by the radiant warmth of the sun, smelt the rich earth and vegetal notes of wood and leaves on the air, heard the chirping of birds and the rustling of true wind as it passed through the canopy above. Even the wooded sections of the depths were a poor substitute for such concentrated life. He only hoped that whatever changes the second phase would bring, that it would leave this aura of serenity untouched. More than anything else, that would cut at him if he was the reason for its disruption. Beyond a doubt, this was the break that he had craved, needed, after so long in the depths. Even here, in mind only, he felt the tension of a year of war slowly leave him, and a renewed vigor and determination take its place. Only now did his success start to feel real. They had done it, slain a guardian and obtained their classes. Sure, the future held perils, but the most immediate mountain had been summited. With their success and the knowledge and experience he now carried with him, Caius felt far more steady about the looming range on the horizon. The forest parted once more, revealing a small break in the trees where a rocky slope hampered their ability to take root. Caius came to a shuddering stop. He recognized this place. There, at the base of the slope, lay a number of cracked boulders, 4 in total. By chance or fate, each had split cleanly through the middle to reveal a clean and flat space. Just off to the side lay a burnt-out campfire, scattered with loose dirt and cleared of leaves. It was the site of where he had first truly dived into the possibility of glyph binding, where Father had expounded on the mysteries of the runic arts in depth and spent his evenings muttering as he sketched theories on one of the split boulders. It had been an enrapturing time. Then, more than any other, his father had been driven, focused totally and utterly on something other than Caius's direct training. It had been fascinating, seeing his father attack the stone with sticks of charcoal like he was trying to slay a dragon, diagram after diagram materializing before being wiped clean once more. It had humanized him, let him see Father as more than a harsh taskmaster and stalwart protector. Yet it had highlighted the cracks and shone a revealing light on all they must have lost. It had revealed glimpses of the man Father must have been, a driven, passionate, and viciously intelligent man who latched on problems like the jaws of a greater beast, wringing them for all the secrets and solutions he could. It had been when he realized that Father was drowning. How could you solve the destruction of your dynasty, your own loss of power that only dwindled by the day, and a son you needed to nurture and train without the resources you needed to do so? It had become clear then, in those halcyon days, why Father had such demands on his attention and effort. Ensuring he could survive without him
was Father's final act. The final problem he had to solve. Caius loved him for it. Letting out a slow, shuddering breath, Caius turned to his class guide. "Here?" he asked, his tone half accusatory. "Here," his guide replied with a nod. "There is power in symbolism. Come along now." Caius steeled himself. He took a long, final look at the camp he had lived in for months before he followed after his guide, approaching the split boulders. As they drew closer, he realized that 3 of them were not as he remembered them being. They were set in a neat line, exposed faces unshadowed by their missing halves. One seemed to be some sort of sword technique diagram. It was similar, no, identical in style, to the ones that Father had sketched in the dirt with a stick when he was being taught the components of Warforged. It was different, though. This was no simple style guide. Waves of roaring energy rolled off the blade. When the sketched figure struck his opponent, that energy tore at their flesh. A true class skill, rather than the mostly passive effects of his general set. The diagrams were vague, barely showing him what the skill did, let alone how. The next had a singular massive glyph scrawled across its surface. Pointy and jagged, it was made of hard lines and acute angles. As he approached, it seemed to almost shift with his perspective, its form mutagenic and transient. It seemed there would be no stealing hidden insights from skills he didn't plan to select. Out of the corner of his eye, Caius caught sight of his aged clone smirking. Of course it could read his thoughts.
No matter. It was an incarnation of the system's might after all. He turned his attention to the final boulder. The last was another technique diagram, though this one was clearly designed for glyph binding. A rune-bound figure cast a bolt of magic, a runic hymn burning away from their outstretched hand. It did the same with its other hand, 2 bolts appearing while only 1 charge was burnt. That caught his eye. The potential to double the output of his limited runic hymns would do much to shore up the weaknesses of glyph binding. Not that he intended to make his choice of only a first impression. Now that he had a class with a monumental +3 to intelligence every level, the limits of his mana pool would dwindle rapidly. Even gated as he was by being limited in the amount of hymns he could inscribe at once, he doubted that many things would live long enough to threaten him after he had gotten through 24 arcane bolts. He was also immensely curious about the glyph. They were supposed to be a major centerpiece of his class, after all. "Shall we start with the last one, then? It certainly seems to have caught your eye," his class guide said, with more than a little mirth, shaking him from his revere. Caius returned his guide's smile. "Caught that, did you? I suppose you don't miss much," he replied. "Not really, no. Go on, then." His guide ushered him forwards. Caius approached the stone covered in a glyph-binding technique diagram. The air grew heavy as he walked forwards. Not as potent and charged with destiny as his class selections, not by half, but it was still enough for the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. The charcoal diagram shimmered, and a description of the skill quickly dominated his view. Hyperius Coral Casting. Class Skill, Tier 1. Affinity, Arcane. Mirror Type, Glyph Binding. Meta Magic Selection available. Unique. Master Hyperius was known for his placid demeanor and destructive might. Where others preferred variety and flexibility, he preferred to take the simplest of arcane shards and then proliferate them until they were a storm that blotted out the sun. His contributions to the Order mean that he is interred in the tomb. Do you think you will be able to do the same, Initiate? This skill allows the user to alter a runic hymn inscription to duplicate the spell when activated for 90% added base mana reserved. Every 10 levels, the user may increase the spell duplication by 1
for an additional 90% base added to the reserved mana required per him. Caius pondered the first skill. It was good, that was without a doubt. Even with the nigh-instant casting of glyph binding compared to normal spells, there was still some level of delay caused by his own ability to will a hymn to activate. It was a non-issue at the moment, when the most he had done was send a volley of less than a dozen spells at once. However, when his pool improved, and he could potentially inscribe a full 24 arcane bolts or more, it would be a significant improvement to his firepower. Either way, it was a solid option to have available, though he wouldn't know how it shored up until he checked the rest. He looked away from the skills description, down to the line to where the next boulder waited. The glyph. That was what he was most curious about. From what his guide had said, his current glyph was jank. What's more, if he kept it, he would be limited to the spell hymns he had already devised, or whatever other slight alterations he could make to Arcane Bolt, until he found himself a tutor in High Lothian. If the glyph served to be an improvement to his own, and provided some way for him to gain spells like his guide had said, then it was almost certain it would be the one he picked. Which is why he would save it for last. He knew if he saw it now, it would taint his impressions of whatever the sword technique was on the final boulder. Leaving the first skill behind, he walked past the boulder with the glyphic inscription and approached the one at the end of the line. "Oh? Not going to check in order?" "How unexpected," his guide said teasingly, giving him a wink. Caius suppressed the urge to roll his eyes at the construct. While it may have looked like a venerable copy of himself, it was impossible to forget that it was a direct agent of the system. One did not snark the highest of gods. "Just trying to save the best for last," he mumbled, arriving at the stone that held the sword technique. Stepping forwards, he focused his attention until a status screen flickered into view. Disruptive Cut. Class Skill. Tier 1. Affinity, Martial. Sound Type, Longsword, Anti-Magic. Strike, Available. Unusual. Some rune blades specialize, tuning themselves to a specific kind of prey. Amongst these rare figures, it is the howling blades of the mage hunters that are most feared by all of an arcane bent. This skill allows the user to infuse their blade with disruptive vigor at the cost of 100 stamina, temporarily destabilizing channeled mana in their targets. Each level reasonably raises the difficulty of preventing or counteracting this destabilization. Each level moderately increases the length of time that the disruption persists. Each level minutely increases the chance of interrupted channeled mana causing a damaging backlash. This one intrigued him. While he was heavily disinclined to take it, it still revealed some secrets about this nebulous Vesrin order that dominated the history of his class. He had chosen the path he had to be flexible, not to focus on a single type of enemy, even one as ubiquitous and dangerous as mana users. In isolation, it would be a strong pick, even with being a lower rarity than coral casting. Yet he doubted it would operate in isolation. He decided to satisfy his curiosity. After all, what good was a guide if you did not ask them to show you the way? These skills.
Will they influence what I am offered later? Both later skills and class evolutions, he asked, turning away from the boulder to address the system construct. Good catch, and good question, they responded, giving him a nod. Yes, to influencing later classes. The skills you pick and how you use them both directly influence class evolutions, and often impact the types of feats that you complete. As for later skills, yes, but to a lesser degree. Ultimately, it is the class itself that has the most influence,
and it would take several skills with the same broad focus to completely shift everything you are offered. Caius nodded along to his guide's explanation, chewing the inside of his cheek. In that case, I don't think this one's for me. Not for my first skill, at least. Is it able to be offered again? He asked. It could, but it is much more likely to be something different, whether subtly or radically, his guide replied, shifting their weight on one foot. It stood out to Caius. He doubted it was unconscious. There was no way that the system itself was a slave to things as base as simple discomfort. Still, it humanized his guide. Which he supposed was the point. It had said that it had taken that form to put him at ease, after all. The specifics of skills' impacts on his future choices aside, Caius still had one main question: where this class had come from. He'd had a suspicion building for a while, after reading epigraph after epigraph. One that had only grown as he saw the references made to a supposedly powerful order of glyph binders, when he was supposedly the first of his cohort, whatever that meant. The Vesrin Order. They're not from around here, are they? They can't be, he asked, cautious curiosity tinting his words. His class guide gave him another one of its wide smiles. Clever. You'd be surprised how few people ask that. Everyone is usually too caught up in the hullabaloo of their shiny new class. Caius paused. That wasn't much of an answer, though the fact he had been commended for asking it confirmed they were not in his mind. He supposed that they could be from the higher realms, but they sounded all too mortal for that to make sense to him. Where are they from, then? Can't say. Not yet, at least. Keep on climbing like you have, and you'll figure it out for yourself quick enough, though. Giving him an apologetic shrug, his class guide nodded towards his last skill option. You should check that out. Something tells me you'll be quite pleased with it. Caius turned back to the final boulder. The shifting, aggressive angles of the glyph on its face seemed to tug at him, drawing him forwards. He complied willingly. Chapter 124. Long-Awaited Destiny, Part 7. The final split boulder was a large thing. He recognized it, a perfect duplicate of another further across the base of the slope, the same one Father had used to teach him runes. The shifting glyph on the boulder's face made Father's master rune work look like a child's drawing. It was jagged and aggressive, impossibly crisp lines cutting through stone before they cracked into hard points and ran back through themselves. He found it almost impossible to focus on a single aspect of the shifting rune. His eyes tugged from point to point. Every time he roved back over a spot, its entire geometry had shifted, rolling back over itself to present him with a new face. And yet, he did not ever see the thing actually move. It was simply different every time he focused. Still, he could work out some aspects of its construction, even if in the broadest of senses. It was similar to his own glyph, in the way a barn cat was similar to a lion. A central nexus of violent shards, or crackling spokes, or twisting knots. A controller, shifting faster than he could focus on it. Swooping lines that wove themselves into a binding before shattering like glass. He swallowed thickly, a vein on his temple throbbing as the mutable design made his head start to ache. It didn't take long for him to give up studying much more of the formation. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forwards, revealing the description of his final potential skill. Latent Glyph of Drakthar. Class Skill. Tier 1. Affinity. Arcane. Martial. Type. Glyph Binding. Runic. Spellcasting. Selection available. Heroic. The Glyph of Scouring,
Drakthar is etched for aggression and dominance in battle. Its hymns unleash raw, directed energy in bursts of screaming magic. Of all Vezran glyphs, it is the most warlike. As such, initiates have its latent form inscribed on their hands and wrists to make it easier to direct, and less likely to bite something important.
This skill allows the user to inscribe Vezran evocation spell hymns to be activated at will, limited only by the availability of mana to reserve into the working, and sufficient space on the body. Creates a hymn book on the user's status if one is not already present. Paired on both hands, each glyph can cast hymns inscribed on their counterpart. Each level moderately increases the power, range, afflictions, and area of effect of spell hymns cast through the glyph. Each level slightly decreases the physical size of inscribed spell hymns. Every 100 levels, the user may learn another runic hymn of the relevant tier to add to their hymn book. Spell hymns. Known. Tier 1. Selection available. Air hissed between Caius's clenched teeth as he took in the nature of what would be the first skill of his class. There was no doubt in his mind. Drakthar. He rolled the word across his tongue, feeling its hard points and sharp edges. It was a good name, a fitting one, something that a warrior king would name his weapon. It was perfect. A source of new spells, his charged hymns limited only by his mana pool, and an increase of power that scaled with his level. He could think of nothing better. Plus, to his core, he burned to grasp as much of glyph binding as he could. While he wanted to make use of his blade just as much, he had had a lifetime of training with the weapon, and he did not need a class skill to cleave in someone's skull. Not so with glyph binding. He still had his original glyph, sure, but the system itself had said it was not much better than a poor imitator. The creation of a genius, no doubt, but it was a sling to his class's trebuchet. He needed to see the difference in their power. He would just need to get rid of his old one first. Dismissing the description of the skill, Caius looked down to his hand. Clean runwork sprawled over the back of his hand, wrapping around the sides to creep over the edges of his palm, butted up on the base of his fingers, including the two missing ones, and sprawling up his wrist. The work of a genius, but still a jury-rigged connection of 5 highly disparate scripts, all working in concert to force a result far outside of their intended use cases. Body formations might have already been a thing, but they were simplistic compared to his glyph. Simple passive effects of reinforcement, made to bind to flesh through runic advancements. Yet still, at its core, it was a proof of concept. Nothing made that more clear than the shifting lines of the glyph behind him. It would still be invaluable. All mystic arts started from humble beginnings, and if he could find himself an ally and a scholar, it would serve as an excellent starting point for plumbing the fundamentals of the third pillar. It was often far easier to start from humble basics than it was to work back from the creation of potentially millennia of development. It still had to go. Nothing of true value would be lost. He still had his notebook, containing every scrap of knowledge his father could impart on his development of the glyph, and Caius's own personal notes on his experiences during its construction. He reached for the glyph with his mana, feeling his internal control react with far more depth, power, and grace than ever before. Resonance amplification at work. Mana thrummed through the glyph, forging a tightly bound connection with his deepest center. He could see it, how it connected to him, kept itself stable. Dozens of threads of the circulating resource invigorated the working like blood vessels, pumping it through the clean lines of the glyph before returning it to him untouched. It would be simple to rip the threads apart. It would also likely blow his hand off. Enhanced with his latest skills and the acuity of capped true sight, he could see why it had failed so violently during his failed inscribings. Breaking the thin and delicate connections that held the glyph stable would send the mana into a discordant rampage. Amplified by the sacred geometry and linguistic power of runes, it would roil, boiling over until it overwhelmed the glyph's natural stability in a violent detonation. Thankfully, with the new depth of his internal mana control, he could feel which threads fed the glyph mana and which ones siphoned it away. Every scrap of theory he had learned said that cutting the threads that fed the working would allow it to safely drain off its energy, eventually collapsing when it no longer had the throughput to bind itself to him. He started to cut. Gossamer thin vessels pinged as he snapped the conduits of mana one by one. There had to be thousands, but he exercised patience. He had no interest in blowing off his hand, not when he had already lost a couple of fingers. Health could do a lot, but the complete removal of body parts was still out of reach. For now. One by one he cut the vessels, each leading to a slight fluctuating wave in the mana within his body and glyph. All at once it would have been too much, but as it was, the disruption was so small, it entirely abated in the moment it took him to move to the next connection. Minutes passed, and then it was done. Devoid of the lifeblood it needed, the final gift that Father had given him dissolved. It burned with the light of accomplishment and sacrifice, golden flakes of ash falling from his skin as it burned away like so many hymns had in the past. "I see you have made your choice, then," his guide said solemnly, respectful of the moment. Caius breathed, taking a moment to watch the scattered remnants of his glyph disperse on the clean forest wind. It was fitting for the sea to be their final resting place, even if it was only a recreation. "I have," he responded. "Good. A glyph is a strong first choice. They are, after all, central to the Runeblade class. Once you have picked it, I will lead you elsewhere for you to choose your first spell. After that, it will be time for you to leave." Caius's guide watched him closely, silver-streaked brown hair rustling in the gentle breeze that rolled through the sea. "Will you be here for my next class?" Caius asked. He'd grown comfortable being around the construct, even if it was weird to talk to something wearing his own body like a suit. "Yes, though perhaps not in this form, nor necessarily in this space. Class selection is always designed to put you in the headspace where you can best make a choice, without undue external considerations affecting your mindset. For most, that is a place of comfort. And as you grow, that may change," the construct explained. Caius nodded, though inwardly he doubted that he would ever find somewhere that felt as familiar and relaxing as the sea. It was pure, in a way that many other places were not. Sure, there were still dangers, but when you lived there your whole life, they were no worse than the risks of any other place. Turning back to the glyph-scrawled boulder, Caius felt the system react to his intent and offer him a new notification. "Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar, class skill available. Would you like to proceed? This choice is pivotal and irrevocable." Caius accepted. Power thrummed, surging through his soul. Gasping at the electric energy that coursed through him, Caius dropped into his soul space. The class mesh that surrounded his soul pulsed, waves of power streaming out from the impossibly fine points that linked to his soul. Guided by the system's grand working, the power was corralled, woven into a dense ball. He could taste the flavor of that energy, aggressive, domineering, calling out in joy for the glory of battle and the effervescent thrill that accompanied the expulsion of energy. Shining with an aura of gold, the threads of intent that linked the latent skill to his class compressed the ball of formless potential, shaping it bit by bit into a shard of power. It was crystalline, much like his general skills, and gleamed with the rich red of war banners and spilled blood, shimmering with the incandescence of honorable death. Unlike his legacy skills, the coalescing shard did not take on a platinum glow. Golden light emanated from the working. With a final shattering crunch, his skill was forged, as a pulsing wave of anticipation burst free from the nexus, washing over every inch of his being. His latest power floated away from his soul. It settled equidistant between the pillars of his aspects and the locked orbits of his legacy skills. With satisfied vigor, it started to rotate around the pyre of his soul, orbiting around the plane that split his soul top to bottom. Formed and settled, it began its work in earnest. Caius started, feeling mana fly free from his pool. Snapping his eyes open, he flew from his soul space and rejoined the world of the waking. Lifting his hands before his eyes, he leaned heavily on true sight, ignoring the absence of two fingers in favor of focusing on the streams of mana that split and divided under his skin. Both of his hands were affected, glowing like a bonfire to his sight with the weight of mana that suffused them. Woven under the intent of his skill, the mana took on new form, binding itself to his flesh according to higher mysteries and sacred geometries, leaving lines of white-hot fire as the caustic arcane seared his nerves. Caius winced. It stung. Like fuck. Still, he could bear the discomfort. Burning crimson light branded itself onto his skin, the glyph taking shape. It was cohesive, dense, and immeasurably more complex than anything he would have been able to inscribe himself, let alone design. He struggled to even identify what it did, but he could at least tell that there were different segments to the formation. If he couldn't do even that, he would have been a poor excuse for a rune-wright's son. A central array, shaped like splayed-out shards of metal, was surrounded by a densely woven mesh of hexagrams, each vertice cutting the central array in twain as they crossed his flesh with eye-watering fire. Jagged runes that whispered of power and the thrill of spilt blood scrawled around each line, somehow dipping through his flesh to wrap the glyph in a three-dimensional matrix. It was mind-bogglingly complex, and something that was only possible due to the formation being bound to his body and soul. He gulped, suddenly realizing that developing his own expertise on his glyphs was going to be a lot harder than he thought if they were three-dimensional. The complexity and permutations alone. Balancing mana flows along a flat plane was bad enough. A final circle of runes flared into being, encircling the central formation at equidistant points.
Each was as large as a fingerprint, and a thin line of runes linked each one into a decagram. His mana surged, totally under the thrall of Drakthar, before his whole being clicked. Shuddering in place, the burning lines of his glyph dimmed, leaving clean black elegance in their place that drenched the back of his hands and climbed up and around his wrists. Clenching his fists, Caius took in their shape. He liked it. The brutal edges and whispered promises of violence. That said, he was going to need to buy some gloves if he wanted to avoid questions. It wouldn't take long for people to start wondering what a fresh Tier 1 was doing with body formations of unknown design. He grinned. He couldn't wait to test them out. But first, he would need to get his first spell. "Ready to move on?" his class guide asked, giving him a small smile. "Born ready," Caius replied with a grin. Chapter 125. Long-awaited Destiny. Finale. Still cloaked in a cowl dyed the colors of the forest, Caius's class guide had led him away from the split boulders that had held his class skill options. It was time for him to learn his first hymn for his new Drakthar rune. His excitement made him impatient, and it was an exercise in will to match his guide's comfortable pace through the forest.
Thankfully, that faded somewhat as they walked, the warm breeze and sunlight working in concert with the soft noises of insects and chirping birds, lulling him to a state of relaxation. Slowly, he started to enjoy their walk. It would end soon, and he knew it would be a long time until he crossed through till the second tier and returned here once more. He may as well enjoy it, even if the real thing was waiting for him when Porkchop finished his own advancement. By the time they reached their destination, he was almost disappointed that their walk had been cut short, though that faded quickly as his excitement returned in full force when he saw where they had arrived. The dense wall of trunks that surrounded them on all sides gradually began to thin. Through their reaches, he could see they were arriving at another opening in the forest, though this one was heavily shaded. It was easy to see why. A gargantuan elm dominated the center of the clearing, its wide canopy and flat leaves shading all beneath it. Soaking up the sun with avarice, it allowed none of the life-giving light to nourish any potential competitors. Caius gaped up at it in awe, pausing momentarily to drink in the sight. While he had seen some truly impressive specimens in the sea, he had never seen one quite so majestic. It was enough to rival the tree that had housed the Grimclaw. Yet even with its prodigious size, that only held his attention for a few moments. Taking in its trunk that was thick enough to encapsulate two of him lying end to end, he spotted something out of place. A door.
Recessed into the thick and cracked bark of the elm. It was an elegantly carved, richly red mullions surrounding pale cream panels, with a trim of yet more red. A heavy brass handle was set into it, carved into the shape of creeping vines. It was the kind of thing he would have expected to see in a rich, noble estate in Deadacre, or one of the vaunted houses of learning that the wealthy and well-connected sent their scions to. It had absolutely no place being in a forest, but he supposed this wasn't really the sea. He hurried on, chasing after his guide who had not broken step and was heading straight for the out-of-place portal. "A door?" he asked, breathing slightly heavy as he slowed to a fast walk beside the construct. "Doesn't exactly fit the scenery." Caius the Elder chucked, bringing one hand up to his scarred mouth. "No, it doesn't. The advancement space is for the selection of your class and your first skill of the tier, not your spells. That has its own environment. There's a little bit of leeway due to the innate connection, but it still means we need a little bit of change of location. Don't worry, it's quite seamless." Caius hadn't been, having full faith in the system's capabilities. People were transported by it every day when they delved the depths, and he hadn't heard one story of it causing any issues. Hells, even though he only had the vaguest memories of his own entrance, that only proved his point. If it were something major, he would have remembered. Arriving at the door, his guide set one aged hand on the brass handle. Barely even breaking stride, the construct swung the door open and stepped through, pausing just through the precipice to hold the door for him and usher him through. "After you," Caius bobbed his head in gratitude and stepped through the door, his eyes roving over the newly revealed space. It was a study. Dwarven in construction, much like the study where he had first worked on his ruins in the city, where his body still lay unconscious. Stone and wooden construction was masterfully married in an exhibition of artisanal skill. A richly carved hearth covered the entirety of one wall, and an already roaring fire warmed the space immensely. The other three were dominated by floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, each one bursting at the seams with innumerable books of all shapes and sizes, one and all leather-bound and dyed in a myriad of colors. It should have been dark, considering the lack of windows, but masterfully bracketed ward lights jutted free from the pillars of the bookshelves, and another hung from a chandelier in the center of the room,
bathing the space with a soft yellowish glow. Caius grinned as he saw the desk. It was functionally identical to the one where he had first done his experimentation, except this time it had been scaled up slightly to properly fit one of his height. That was a nice touch. Even in the villages, he often found furniture a little too small for him, considering he was half a stride taller than what most would consider to be a tall man. "Take a seat," his guide said, closing the door behind them with a thunk. Caius hurried over to the desk, pulling out the plush seat and reclining into it with a groan. He leaned back, enjoying the way the masterful carpentry and upholstery cradled him, and looked to his guide for direction. "This will be mostly similar each time you come in here. While I am here this time, you will have another construct to help you through future selections. They do not have the same complete connection with the Overmind that I do, so they will have less to draw from. To you, the difference will be indistinguishable, and they will still be able to offer you the full range of assistance in choosing an adequate spell. The difference still needs to be mentioned, though.
By the high tiers, even if it is not an impediment, it is noticeable. A few rare individuals believed we had been hiding secrets maliciously when they noticed, so it is mentioned up front now," his guide explained, walking through the room and trailing his finger along the spines of various books. Every now and then, he stopped, pondering on a book before making some decision to unknown metrics, continuing on or plucking it from the shelves. "What do you mean, a difference? I assume by overmind you mean the system?" Caius asked as his guide approached the desk and sat 5 books down on the polished wooden top. "Just so. I have the leeway to answer many questions within boundaries, much like right now in explaining how the constructs operate. At high tiers, there are many mysteries that become evident, ones that I am able to share once asked, or it is deemed important. The construct used for spell selection does not have this leeway, and while it will be more than capable of having an idle chat, most of what it will be able to share will be directly or tangentially related to what you need to make your selection," Caius the Elder explained, picking up books and laying them in front of him. "Now, spells are similar to classes in that you are not able to view every option potentially available, like a class. The selection has been narrowed to those useful to you. Why don't you take a look?" his guide said, waving his hand over the titleless books. Caius sat up, snapping forwards as his chair moved with him. With barely constrained avarice, he snatched up the first title. As soon as he held the book in his hand, a system description popped into view. Hyperius's Shard Swarm, Runic Hymn. Tier 1, Evocation. Affinity, Arcane Glyph, Drakthar. 50 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons 12 high-velocity condensed shards of pure mana that invariably seek your target until they impact an obstacle or travel more than 50 long strides. Unable to target beyond specific individuals. Possess reasonable, general, armor-piercing capabilities. Caius devoured the description of the hymn, eyes wide in delight. Talk about a first pick. It was almost exactly like a better version of his own shards. That, in and of itself, was almost enough for him to pick it on the spot, but he was nowhere near that foolish. Biting back his questions, he reached for the next book, and then the next, reading through the varied abilities he had been offered. Embered Orb, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Evocation. Affinity, Fire. Glyph, Drakthar. 70 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons a dense orb of superheated embers that may be hurled at enemies, detonates on impact. Scattered embers adhere to surfaces and continue to burn for some time. Traxon's Lance, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Evocation. Affinity, Light. Glyph, Drakthar. 100 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons a piercing beam of light
that nigh instantaneously hits a target within 100 long strides, pinpoint accurate, and possesses moderate magical armor-piercing capabilities. Stormlash, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Evocation. Affinity, Lightning. Storm, Glyph, Drakthar, 120 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons a crackling lash of lightning that may be used to strike at a target within 20 long strides, chaining to another 2 foes within 5 long strides. The lash persists for 3 seconds and possesses reasonable stunning abilities. Chopnik's Sickness, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Evocation. Affinity, Poison. Toxin, Glyph, Drakthar, 60 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons a diffuse cloud of virulent spores that causes others to suffer a damaging infliction that causes significant disorientation. Finishing with the last spell, Caius arrayed the books in front of him. Now that he had seen them all, he could see that the coloured covers must have at least moderately aligned with the affinity of each spell.
Considering the dizzying array of shades that blanketed the titles still on the shelves, there were a lot of potential options. A blue so pale it was almost white for crystal, a brilliant orange-red for fire, mottled shades of virulent green for poison and toxin, brilliant white for light, and a riotous storm of electric blue and steel blue for lightning and storm. That wasn't the only thing he had noticed. "No rarity?" Caius asked, tilting his head quizzically at his guide. The construct shook their head. "No, they are intrinsically linked to their parent skill. All are of that tier, though plenty of variation still exists within it." "So my choice is genuinely just down to the generality of its use case, then. I can't go too specialized for my first." He mused, mostly to himself. "If that is what you wish," his guide responded. Tapping his fingers on the desk, Caius took the time to think for a moment. "Chotnik's Sickness, when it says others, does it literally mean anyone other than me who is within the cloud?" His guide smiled. "It does, though it is worth mentioning that can work in your favor if you encounter an entity that can shield themselves from targeted spells. The same can be said of Embered Orb, but I noticed you seem far less uncomfortable with that." Caius considered both spells. Chotnik's was right out. Considering he had a soul-bonded companion, going with a spell that would indiscriminately affect Porkchop was monumentally stupid. After a bit more thinking, he decided to discard Embered as well. He fully intended to be in the thick of things for the rest of his life, and a spell that exploded with burning shrapnel would only be useful in situations where neither he nor Porkchop could effectively engage. That just left Shard Swarm, Lance, and Stormlash. All 3 were incredibly appealing. Swarm sounded helpful, as the lack of need to aim would allow him to fire and forget. And if each shard held even half of the potency of his own Arcane Shard spell, they would be incredibly lethal. The fact he was unlikely to miss, and they seemed to be good at dealing with armored foes, was another major benefit, let alone the fact that they were both already familiar and had a comparatively low cost compared to the other 2. For Lance, it was the fact that it instantaneously struck his target that had caught his eye, as well as its accuracy. If the spell had punch, that meant that he would both have an option at range and that any person he targeted would be unable to muster a defense against his hymn. Stormlash was just cool. Holding lightning in his hands and using that to scorch, electrocute, and immobilize his enemies? Who wouldn't want that? Plus, more than anything else, it fit his dream of using spellcraft and blades as a cohesive whole. He could easily imagine how he could use the spell to tear through unprepared enemies, delivering fatal strikes while they were stunned. Now he just needed to make a decision.
Caius leaned back, kicking his legs up on the desk while he drummed his fingers against his wooden armrest in a staccato fashion. After a moment of pondering, he stopped his drumming. He'd made his choice. "Do you need any help to decide?" his guide asked congenially. "No," Caius said with a shake of his head. "I know what I'm going to pick." Scarred and venerable, his guide gave him a wide and proud smile that reached his gold-flecked green eyes. "In that case, it has been a pleasure meeting you, Caius. You'll wake up as soon as you have picked your spell. Until next time." The construct straightened, turning away from the desk before they looked back over their shoulder. "When you leave, do be a dear and let Porkchop know I am looking forward to meeting him. Due to your soul bond, he is not bound by your restriction with other people in their testing period." Caius nodded. "Thank you, and I will." Giving him a nod, his guide took a step away from the desk and vanished, leaving Caius alone in the office to make his choice. As soon as his guide left, he focused on his choice. Stormlash.
Chapter 126. Shared Tale and Status. The first thing Caius noticed was the thick layer of semi-dried gore that was sticking to his skin and gumming up the fine joints of his scale mail. The second was the smell, the fetid stench of stale battle. He groaned, eyes opening as he sat up. He was back on the plateau, leaning up on the same stone plinth that he had sat next to before selecting his class. Porkchop lurched up beside him, whirling towards him to butt him with his head.
Caius! You're back!
"Hey, buddy," he said, ruffling the fur of Porkchop's head.
How long was I out? Porkchop chuffed, leaning into his touch. An hour, maybe 2. Not too long. Now what happened? Tell me everything. Caius grinned at his Bond brother's enthusiasm. He understood. After so long of having the mysteries of class selection hidden from him, he would be eager to learn more from someone who had just gone through the experience. Well, for one, I found out that there is a great reason why it is only spoken of in generalities. The system prevents discussion of it with those who have not gone through the process. He held up his hand as Porkchop started to whine, his eyes unconsciously drawn towards the new lines of his glyph peeking around his armor. I wasn't finished. Lucky for us, you don't count due to our soul bond, for reasons I don't quite understand. Porkchop visibly vibrated for a second, before he seemed to force himself to still and tilted his head. Well, if you can tell me, then tell me. Caius shook his head, a small smile on his face. Well, it's supposed to be quite different for everyone, and I'm not sure of the differences for a greater beast, since you have a bloodline instead of a class. But it was quite the experience. I was in the sea with a guide. It was very ceremonial. Apparently, it brings you to a place you will feel at ease, and your guide is in the form of someone that you would trust and pay attention to, he finished. Okay, that's not quite what I was expecting. There were no trials, no challenges? No, Caius shook his head. The guide helped me narrow down my class choices, and then led me to a place where I could review them. Once I picked, several of my general skills evolved, and then I got to pick a class skill from a choice of 3. After that, due to my class skill choice, I got to pick a runic hymn. That was interesting.
Once I had chosen the spell, the guide left, but I had to go through a strange training where the system granted me knowledge and had me practice until I could create the hymn without its assistance, Caius explained. Anything else that you think might help? Porkchop asked, clearly eager to pry as much information as he could out of him. Caius hummed, looking upwards to the cavern ceiling far above, thinking back on his experience.
Not directly, I don't think. Just trust your guide and listen to their advice. We did really well. Something jumped to his mind. Oh, we were right about the honors. They get some sort of scaling upgrade when you have a class. I haven't checked exactly what yet, though. Porkchop sat up. Really? That's fantastic. I was worried that they would only be a small boost. Enough of that, though. Did you get it? What you wanted? His bond brother asked. Caius's cheeks ached with the force of his smile. I did. And so much more. Well, don't hold me in suspense. 17 heroic class offerings, though I only looked through the glyph binding ones. One was perfect, nigh the limit of what could be obtained for the first tier. Warforged, adamant body, runic lexicon, and mana manipulation all evolved, going up a tier. And my first class skill was a glyph that grants me 2 hymns every tier, of the same rarity of the skill. Also heroic. Caius rattled off his gains, inwardly deeply satisfied at the way Porkchop went stock still, his ears perking up as he stared at him in shock. Barely a moment later, Porkchop surged into motion, tackling him to the ground in an excited flurry of blurring swats and affectionate nuzzles. A heroic class? And 3 more skills? That's amazing, Caius, he laughed, shoving his bond brother off of him. I know. I expect you will get much the same, he said, sitting back to lean against the plinth once more. You have to tell me everything, every description, leave nothing out, Porkchop insisted.
Caius smiled and launched into a description of his new changes. Caius glanced over at the prone form of his brother, sprawled out on the hard stone next to him. He looked to be in a deep sleep, but Caius knew from what Porkchop had told him that he would be utterly unresponsive until he returned from his selection. His brother had also said that if something weird happens, he shouldn't be worried, which was worrying in and of itself. Bloody idiot had refused to explain, though, nor why he had insisted on removing his barding, preferring to keep it a surprise. Despite having managed to remove the worst of the muck while Caius was gone, most of Porkchop's fur was still plastered to his heavily muscled frame. Despite that, he still looked bloody adorable, curled up in a ball. Shaking his head affectionately, Caius turned back to his task at hand, working the caked and stiff buckles of his vambraces to bare his arms. After their discussion, Porkchop had dived straight into his selection, and Caius intended to use the time to familiarize himself with tonal weaving and his new method of inscribing his hymns. He'd had some practice with his new spell in the mental space the system had created to teach it to him, but he knew that until he had put that into practice with his real body, he would continue to feel uncertain about the process. It was, after all, ruinously complex. As soon as he had tried to form the hymn for the first time, he had immediately realized how much of a boon tonal weaving was going to be. His newest spell made full use of the medium of his body, dipping into his flesh and winding itself around his mana flows. It was an order of magnitude more difficult than standard arrays from a practical perspective, let alone the scholastic complexity of developing them wholesale. If he'd had to use his jury-rigger's inscription stylus, he would have been fucked. Clawing at the last buckle, he managed to dislodge a dried clump of viscera that had had it stuck fast, and freed his arm. Sighing, he leaned back and worked on the other. Thankfully, it was a bit less messy. As he worked, he pulled up his updated status, marveling at the changes. Status. Name: Caius. Dynasty: Unterstern. Age: 19. Race: Human. Dynastic, greater beast-blooded. +1 will, strength, endurance, and free stats per level. Layer reached: 2.
Class: Runeblade Initiate. +3 Intelligence, +2 Endurance, +2 Strength, +2 Dexterity, +1 Vitality, +1 Will per level. Level 1. Resources: Health 930 over 930, 7.9 per minute. Stamina 810 over 810, 8.0 per minute. Mana 1060 over 1060, 10.5 per minute. Free mana 1006 over 1006. Reserved mana 0. Stats: Endurance 33 plus 44 plus 22%, 93. Vitality 21 plus 44 plus 22%, 79. Strength 23 plus 44 plus 22%, 81. Dexterity 22 plus 44 plus 22%, 80. Intelligence 23 plus 59 plus 30%, 106. Willpower 22 plus 59 plus 30%, 105. Stat points: 1. Aspects: Pillar corporis, N/A. Pillar mentis, N/A. Pillar animus, N/A. Class skills, 1/10. Latent glyph of Drakthar, heroic, -1. A/N. One-off affinity/type shown for old skills in brackets. General skills, 10 out of 10. Rapid adaptation, heroic, 20. A. Life, chaos. T. Resistance, survival, defense. Liturgical blade form, primus ordo, heroic, 20. Explorer's toolkit, unusual, 18, greater than 20. A. Nature, primal. T. Survival, insight, stealth, body enhancement. Tempered by dissonance, heroic, 19, greater than 20. True sight, unique, 17, greater than 20. A. Arcane, revelation. T. Perception, insight, body enhancement. Tonal weaving, unique, 20. Resonance amplification, unique, 20. Lesser regeneration, unusual, 14, greater than 20. A. Life, blood. T. Healing, body enhancement. Uncanny dodge, unique, 1, greater than 20. A. Fate, martial. T. Insight, precognition, body enhancement, evasion. Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus, heroic, 20. A. Soul, primal. Bond, body enhancement. Hymn book, Glyph of Drakthar Stormlash, Tier 1, 120 mana. Honors, Born for Slaughter. Sublime Prodigy, Glyph binding birds of a blood-soaked feather. Persistent Survivor, minor. Kingslayer, major. Ruthless Underdog. Bound. Artifacts, A Father's Gift, common. Growth Longsword. Growth conditions: gain a class, 1/1. Acquire suitable materials, 0/3. Forge a link, 0/1. Caius stared at his status in awe.
If he had thought his growth explosive before he had gained his class, it was downright absurd now. Between the scaling growth of his honors and the absurd number of stats that he received for his heroic class, he was gaining over 14 stats per level, though the system rounded down to the nearest whole number. That was over double what a common class would receive. Given time, he would be nigh unstoppable to those of comparable level to him, and the distance would only grow as he rose through the tiers. Though he did note that the system seemed to round the scaling stats of his honors down to the nearest whole number, something he didn't quite understand the vagaries of, but there were many things like that. Still, he was strong. A hard smile split his face. This kind of strength would be what he needed to have his revenge on the bandits that had forced him to the depths, if his father had not already done so. Anger burned within him, tinged by old grief. He knew that something must have happened to father. It had been a year. He would have found the entrance of the falls months ago, even if he had had to rest and recover after a fraught battle. If he had been captured, Caius would be coming for him. With the strength of his new class, he should rise explosively through the early levels, gaining the power needed to safely track down the bandits' forces. Gritting his teeth, Caius turned his mind away from the simmering anger in his chest. That would be for the future. Now he had a skill to practice.
In the end, he had decided to pick Stormlash, despite its high mana cost. It was a powerful spell, and one that he would find easy to enmesh into his fighting style. His hope was that the lash would extend his reach, allowing him to create openings for both himself and Porkchop, while building on the foundation created by liturgical blade form to create a seamless style of steel and spell. Storm spells were well renowned for the searing burns they left behind, and the massive damage they did internally. Without significant magical protection, it would be a hard hymn to defend from, indeed. With 65 strides, 20 long strides, of range, he would have more than enough range for most of his engagements, especially since that distance would grow as Drakthar leveled. Thankfully, with the significant growth of his intelligence, he could already make use of 8 inscriptions, something that he should be able to add to every 3rd or 4th level. It would be a long time until he received his next spell, if he didn't get offered more glyphs, that is, but he hoped that Drakthar would level quickly under heavy use. Reminded of his plan, Caius spent his free point on his intelligence. Later, he planned to use them to shore up his vitality, but for these early levels, he planned to maximize his mana pool. At least until it outstripped his regeneration so much that it became cumbersome to refill. Sitting up from the plinth, Caius crossed his legs and let his hands fall limply to his lap. He closed his eyes, though this time he didn't delve deeply into his internal soul space. Instead, he reached for one of his newly evolved skills, tonal weaving. Newly found instincts settled over him, the skill working in tandem with true sight and resonance amplification as he painted the image of his runic formation in his mind's eye. It was an interesting thing. Long tendrils of runic script writhing and rolling over themselves, each one made up from jagged characters, each utterly more complex than the weavings he had made from High Lothian. Holding the image in his mind, he started to pull on his internal mana flows, connecting them to the waiting support of his Drakthar glyph. They held stable, coalescing near the wrist and palm of his left hand. He pushed the image of the inscription onto the mana, willing it to respond to his desires, to mold to the shape that had been burned into his mind at the system's instruction. Controlled by resonance amplification, the mana leapt to his will, precipitating into a new shape. It was a slow process, even driven by 2 skills and supported by the visualization capabilities of a 3rd. It was still an action that he only knew in theory. Tiny mistakes were corrected, constrictions in his mana flow smoothed. The minutes ticked over. Sweat began to bead at his brow, the processes of weaving mana directly into runes, while holding a separate image in his mind, taxing even with his enhanced stats. Still, he made progress. Correcting the last few characters, the runes snapped into place, locking down a portion of his pool that he had been using to weave. Ding! True Sight has reached level 21. Ding! Tonal weaving has reached level 21. Ding! Resonance amplification has reached level 21. Caius gasped in relief, opening his eyes to stare down at his hands. New lines of black sprouted from the glyph on his hand, wrapping sinuously around the base of his thumb before curling in on themselves to trace the curve of his wrist. Holding his hand up to inspect the runic hymn from all sides, Caius grinned. It was actually quite pretty, all things considered. At first he had thought having black markings on his skin would be jarring, but as time had gone on, he had come to appreciate how they drew the eye to their geometric perfection.
Smiling in satisfaction, he dropped his hands back to his lap and closed his eyes once more. Caius was hopeful that he could squeeze at least another level out of the skill. It was still slower than his previous work with the stylus. Irritatingly so. He breathed, centering himself and bringing the image of the inscription back to the forefront of his mind. 1 down, 7 to go.
Chapter 127. Destiny Redux, Part 1.
Porkchop groaned, stretching as he felt the cold stone of the dwarven city disappear from beneath his paws, replaced in an instant with the familiar grit of hard-packed dirt. If not for Caius's warning of what to expect, the sudden transition would have no doubt startled him. As it was, he took the moment to feel the simple comfort of earth once more. He breathed in deep, smelling the deep scents of moss, moisture, and home. Porkchop froze, nose twitching as he sampled the scents on the air. There was no mistaking it. This place reeked of the dens. Flooded by safe familiarity, he opened his eyes, finding himself in a dense, excavated burrow. Every wall was reinforced by skill-manipulated stone, patterned in dozens of different whorls and shapes. The mark of the crafters who had shaped this home. The ceiling towered over him, large enough that the Warren-like network could easily support the size of some of his larger brethren. Considering the growth spurt that came with awakening the bloodline was only the first, that was large indeed. His ears perked, tail gently swishing back and forth with joy. While he might have left, it had nothing to do with him not liking the dens. Even if the matriarchs were stuffy, it was still a place of warmth and happy memories in his mind. Porkchop spun in place, taking in the entirety of the burrow. Halfway through his turn, he stopped, rooted to the spot. There, across the burrow, stood an immense beast. Over twice his height, with a coat of speckled gray. A matriarch. Their form was familiar, burnt into his mind after many a scolding when he had been young. Brooks No Argument had been his primary tutor, and they had clashed often over his reckless and impulsive pursuit of growth. Even knowing that the matriarch was merely the system in the guise of his teacher's flesh, he couldn't help his reaction. Porkchop lowered himself, baring his throat in the proper gesture of respect.
"Hello, child," the construct said as she looked down on him in amusement.
"There is no need for such honorifics. You already know who I am and why I am here." He stayed silent. A lifetime of discipline was a hard mountain to climb, pre-warned or not. "You may speak freely in my presence, child," his class guide said, sighing heavily at his obeisance. Porkchop dropped his chin, rising to his feet. "Hello. It is nice to meet you. I would like to reduce my bloodline choices to heroics that are focused on persistence in battle, please," he said hurriedly, the words blurring together as he tried to slam his intent through beast speak as fast as possible. Across from him, his guide chuckled,
her chest rising and falling with mirth. "A decisive one, aren't you? I must make you aware that this will reduce your options to a paltry 2, though if you feel neither are suitable, I would be happy to show you the other 3 that you have earned." Porkchop chuffed, pleased that he had done enough to earn a heroic. He would have been lying if he said that he had known for certainty that one would be waiting for him. After all, even if Caius had managed to earn 17, most of his brother's honors were firsts in comparison to his own, and he had the feat of inventing glyph binding. All's well that ends well. More than the extra power, he had mostly been worried about the embarrassment. If he had had to settle for a unique class, Caius would have never let him hear the end of it. 2 is plenty. I am sure that either one will fit me nicely, he said, resolute in his decision. He was a Malus and should be an insurmountable wall in battle. It was getting ridiculous how often Caius needed to save him. No, he intended to be the anchor of their pairing, drawing the ire of their enemies with crushing fury and primal might. That would leave Caius to do what he did best, killing things with excessive prejudice. To do that, he needed to be tough, hard.
2 options was more than enough. The matriarch dipped her head at him. "Then it shall be so." Rising to her feet, his class guide walked off at a slow, comfortable pace, heading into the warren of tunnels that led away from the burrow he had started in.
"Come along."
Excitement surged through him, his ears perking. It took considerable will to calmly follow the matriarch instead of shooting off after her like a startled wildcat. He couldn't wait for Caius to see how big he would get. The matriarch led him through another twisting tunnel, skill-compacted earth shot through with carvings of strong prey and idyllic vistas of the sights of the deep sea. One in particular stood out to him, the sun rising over a lake. The water had been rendered in glimmering blue crystal, while dark green cultivated moss showed massive lilies drifting on its surface. He knew that spot, one of the few places he had gotten to see outside of the dens when he was just a kit. He gnawed at his cheek as they walked, looking away from the art of his people as he focused his thoughts on his selection. The first bloodline had been a bad fit, one focused on brutality and mindless rage. It nominally fit his needs, what with its focus on regenerative vitality and defensive abilities, but they were split more fully with direct aggression than he was comfortable with. Of course, he needed some level of direct combat ability, but he wanted much of his class's focus to be on bolstering his body and his defenses. The physical might of his body, bolstered by general and class skills, would be more than enough for him, especially with Caius backing him up. They turned a corner in the tunnel, the passage widening into another cavernous burrow. Much like the last bloodline they had evaluated, the center of the cavern was coated heavily in the scavenged moss of a sleeping pit. At its center lay a truly impressive specimen of a young forest king.
Nearly half his height again, it was bulging with stout muscles that were covered in a fur of such deep green that it bordered on black. It was almost similar to the patterning on his own coat, the youngling sign, but without the stripes. Instead, around the ruff of its neck, its coat was a deep, milky white, contrasting the blackish green. He knew it to be a potential future, the figure a representation of who he might become when he finally awakened his blood. They approached, and Porkchop realized, with a start, that the Malay's digging claws were crystalline. Deep green, just barely translucent, razor-sharp and wickedly curved. They made his own claws look like the soft digits of a two-legged in comparison. "And here is your other choice, child. Remember, we can always check options with a different focus, or unique ones if you find it an unsuitable fit," the matriarch said, coming to a slow stop a few dozen strides from the sleeping figure.
"Thank you, matriarch. But I can only wish that this is the one,"
Porkchop replied, before approaching. Waves of potent aggression and stalwart surety rolled off of the beast, washing over him. The air reeked of power, stinging and singing his delicate nose. Suppressing the urge to rub his snout, he continued his advance, only stopping when a system notification flickered into view. Warden of Sacred Jade, Bloodline, Tier 1 Heroic. Relevant feats. Has slain at least 4,000 foes of at least level 15 while unclassed. Has slain at least 3 champions in single combat while unclassed. Has slain at least 9 champions while cooperating with an ally while unclassed. Has slain a guardian while unclassed. Has survived multiple highly lethal wounds. Has a complete set of legacy skills. Has capped all base stats at 20. Has obtained at least 4 honors. Has obtained at least 1 major honor as an unclassed. Has a defensive mastery skill of at least unique rarity. Has a body reinforcement skill of at least unusual rarity.
Has a natural weapon enhancement skill of at least heroic rarity. Has crystal manipulation. Has repeatedly stood in harm's way to occupy enemy attention. Has withstood significant assault in the defense of another on multiple occasions. Is a greater beast. When subject to the heat of battle and the pressure of responsibility, most crack. Those blessed by sacred jade do not, instead weathering tribulation to emerge reborn. Implacable and unstoppable, they are garbed in finest green, purity tainted only by the remnant folly of those who would stand in their path. The Warden of Sacred Jade is an ancient and venerable bloodline, arising throughout history in those greater beasts who favor implacable fortitude above all else. Its wielders are stalwart and persistent combatants, as at home under siege as they are at rest. Possessing bodies of primal might and resilience, they call on their element with regularity to disrupt physical and magical assault both. Outlasting all, they always have the last blow. All crystal and primal affinity skills are improved by 30%. All defensive, body enhancement, body reinforcement, and natural attack type skills are improved by 60%. Stats: +4 endurance, +3 vitality, +2 strength, +1 dexterity, +1 free stats per level. Skill resonance: inexorable vanguard, strong primal vitality, moderate, iron-bodied, strong, fortress of pugilism, strong, crystal manipulation, strong. Porkchop drank in the description of the bloodline, fur gradually rising as a prickly wave of awe and exhilaration rolled down his spine. This was it, what he had hoped for. This is who he would be. Porkchop stretched and rose to his feet, staggering slightly as he struggled to contend with the sudden changes in proportion. System notifications dinged away in his mind, tugging at his attention in an attempt to get him to evaluate his newly evolved general skills. He burned to pull them open immediately, but he knew that it would be rude. Even if his guide was the system, they were still shaped like a matriarch, and one did not treat them with disrespect. Not if you wanted to keep all your skin, that is. Looking over to the form of his teacher, Porkchop struggled to reconcile the fact that he now came up comfortably to her chest height, disoriented by the sudden change in his stature. "Congratulations, young one. You are no longer a child," she said warmly, her eyes softening. Porkchop chuffed, shaking himself to work off some of his energy. He'd finally done it, awakened the ancestral blood, and became truly independent in the eyes of the dens. If he was back home, he'd be able to join hunts now.
Not that that held much interest to him. Exploring and more fraught battles was far more fun. "Check your skills, young one. You look ready to burst," Brooks, no argument, told him, characteristically firm in her direction. Porkchop bobbed his head gratefully. He'd gotten 4, 2 of which became heroic. He couldn't wait to tell Caius. It was as much as his brother had gotten. Attention drifting inwards, he pulled up the skills. Shattering Storm, General Skill, Tier 1. Affinity, Martial. Crystal Type, Body Enhancement, Body Reinforcement. Level 20. Heroic. You see that flash of green? That fucking roar? You run. Nothing else, you just run. You run far, you run fast, and you hope that whatever pissed off the warden satiates its fury before it catches you. This skill increases the user's resistance to opposing force, making them harder to move and harder to stop. Crushing Force infuses the user's attacks, shattering armor and bypassing defenses. Movement impeding effects are less effective. Each level significantly increases inertia when acted upon by an external force. Each level moderately increases power infused into attacks. Each level moderately increases armor penetration of attacks. Each level slightly increases the difficulty of restraining the user's movement. Evolved from Inexorable Vanguard. Jade Bones, Earthen Blood. General Skill. Tier 1. Affinity, Life. Crystal Type, Body Reinforcement, Defensive, Level 20. Unique. Sacred Purity rises inviolate, untouchable by corruption. Dense and unshakable, when all else is dust, jade remains. This skill reforges the user's body, hardening it like sacred jade and making them capable of bearing the weight of the world. Each level reasonably increases the user's capability of persisting through significant injury. Each level reasonably increases the user's bodily integrity, making them harder to injure. Each level moderately increases ability to withstand increased weight and pressure. Each level minutely reduces the time required to remove an affliction. Evolved from Iron-Bodied. Landslide of Fang and Talon. General Skill. Tier 1. Affinity, Martial. Primal Type, Natural Weapon Enhancement, Mastery, Meta Enhancement. Level 20. Heroic Rock falls, everyone dies. This skill improves the user's mastery of heavy armor and natural weapons, focusing on a style of inexorable assault. Increases the impact of natural weapons, and empowers skills that enhance natural weapons. Each level significantly increases mastery of natural weapons and heavy armor. Each level moderately increases the effect of natural weapon enhancements. Each level moderately increases the force transfer of natural weapons. Evolved from Fortress of Pugilism. Sacred Empowerment. General Skill. Tier 1. Affinity, Crystal, Sacred Jade. Type, Meta Enhancement, Manipulation. Level 20. Unique. Above all else, Sacred Jade bolsters all that it touches, purifying them and bringing them into closer alignment. This skill imbues all crystal affinity skills with the strength of Sacred Jade, empowering them with enhanced toughness and purification of hostile magics. Allows minor control of crystal-aligned mana. Each level significantly increases the resistance of Sacred Jade manifestations to physical and magical effects. Each level slightly increases control over crystal mana. Evolved from Crystal Manipulation. Porkchop drank in the changes to his skills, his chest rumbling with deep satisfaction. Each one was a measurable increase to his capabilities, and the fact that his brawling skill had evolved to include armor only heightened his interest in what came next. He'd definitely made the right pick for his bloodline. I am gladdened to see you are satisfied with what you have received. Come along, young one. It is time for your final choice, the matriarch said, intruding on his thoughts as she turned around and led the way out of the burrow. Porkchop followed along dutifully, giddy at the thought of what class skills he might be offered.
Chapter 128. Destiny Redux. Finale.
Porkchop left the den, following closely behind the matriarch as she led the way through the deep forest. It was identical to how he remembered it. Tree trunks, thick enough that it would take a dozen of him lying end to end to match their thickness, were spread wide with their canopies shading all that lay beneath. The air was charged with magic, each little shift in the warm breeze bringing with it the electrifying scent of the arcane. When a particularly potent wave passed through, the ferns that sprouted like the lesser trees he had seen over the mountains curled their fronts, trying to absorb as much of the arcane wind as they could.
It was pleasant and full of life, yet it held some differences. For one, there was no ever-present feeling of danger. No cub left the den without an adult to watch over them, not until they were right on the cusp of their choosing, and had the size necessary to fight off the odd, low-leveled threat that was present at the edges of the mountains. Here, on the grounds of his choosing, there was no risk, no fear of a toothy horror of the second tier wandering in from the depths of the sea. Sure, it had almost never happened at his den. It was his family's raising den. Right at the edge of the high mana zone, it was leagues safer than the inner reaches of the forest. The matriarch pushed through the undergrowth, clearing him a path. Then, as soon as he was through, she let the thick bushes snap back into place and stepped aside to reveal 3 clear pools of water, a single fish swimming in their depths. All were green, though one was the deep emerald of fathomless waters, another the bright lime of new shoots, and the other a rich, verdant shade that shone of powerful vitality. Your skills, young one. Approach, and they will be revealed to you. Choose carefully, because once decided, there will be no reconsiderations, his guide said firmly, prodding him forwards. Porkchop approached the pools one by one, each revealing a potential option for his first-class skill. Celadon Aegis. Class Skill. Tier 1. Affinity. Crystal. Martial Type. Defense. Armor. Summoning. Equipment selection available. Heroic. Bound by sacred pacts of stone and primal spirit, the Warden of Sacred Jade is wrapped in an adamantine carapace. An unyielding bastion in the face of assault, the Warden is a living barrier that stands between its allies and harm. This skill summons barding on the user, made of heavy plates of sacred jade that are highly resistant to both physical and magical damage. This requires a channeled cost of 500 mana, and an upkeep cost of 5 mana per minute. Broken jade plates regenerate when additional mana is channeled into the skill, or when the skill is refreshed. Every level reasonably increases armor plate durability and density. Every level reasonably reduces armor weight. Every level slightly reduces the cost to regenerate broken armor. Every 50 levels increases the barding's coverage. Crystal Fang Barrage. Class Skill. Tier 1. Affinity. Crystal. Earth. Type. Ranged. Offense. Magic. Selection available. Unusual. From within the earth, ancient fangs rise to strike down all who oppose. Few withstand the bite of jade. This skill summons a pair of crystal fangs that hover over the user, launching towards an enemy within 30 strides. Requires 100 mana. Every level reasonably increases the size, velocity, and sharpness of the fangs.
Every level moderately increases the armor-penetrating capabilities of the fangs. Every 10 levels increases the number of fangs by 1. Verdant Reprisal. Class Skill. Tier 1. Affinity. Crystal. Arcane. Type. Area of Effect. Reactive. Defense. Aura. Selection available. Heroic Strike if you wish, but understand this. Jade does not shatter. It endures, absorbing every blow until it reaches a breaking point. And when it does, it will answer each strike in kind, with roots that run deep and thorns that never relent. At an ongoing cost of 50 stamina per minute, the user creates a zone around themselves that absorbs a portion of damage and stores that as arcane energy. Once saturated, the user may dispel the aura, causing a shockwave of energy infused with jade shards around them that is proportional to damage absorbed. Every level reasonably increases maximum possible stored energy. Every level minutely increases the conversion rate of energy. Every level minutely increases the range of the shockwave.
A/N. Retconning mysterious aura that we haven't seen yet to essence, as aura is way too useful of a descriptor and type of abilities. Porkchop immediately discarded Crystal Fang Barrage. The entire reason he had picked the class he had was to turn himself into a bulwark that could withstand the hells themselves. He wanted to be in the thick of things, shrugging off blows like they were nothing. A magical attack was the opposite of that. Even if it had fit, it was the only option that was not heroic. His other two options were far harder to pick between. The aura looked fantastic, and he could not deny that there was a primal satisfaction in the idea of soaking up enemy fury and unleashing it in turn. Still, while in any other case it might have been a perfect choice, it was a stiff competition. Armor. That was something he had come to appreciate. His barding might have been light, and mostly leather, but even then it had saved him from many a wound at the hands of common depthsborn. It was only against champions, and the Guardian, that its defense proved lackluster. Yet, garbed in heavy plates of jade? Supported by a skill that would grow with him? That had an appeal in a league of its own. He could see it now, covered from snout to tail in a suit of crystal that made dwarven heavyplate look thin and fragile, its weight bolstering his own as he charged into battle, crushing all before him as spell and blade were both turned aside. Drawing all attention to himself as his brother tore into their flank, their enemies unable to stand up to their combined might. Verdant Reprisal was fantastic, and he sincerely wished he would see it again. It would pair beautifully with Celadon Aegis, but the latter skill was far more in line for what he envisaged for his bloodline. Besides, the added weight of the armor would pair beautifully with a number of his skills. "You have made your choice," his guide observed, looking at him evenly. "I have," Porkchop said, bowing his head. "Thank you for your guidance, matriarch." "It is my duty," she replied, lowering her hair by the barest hair's breadth. "It is always a pleasure to guide someone with such a firm conviction in who they seek to be. I will leave you now. Once you have chosen your skill, you will remain here until the transformation of your body is complete. Then you will return to the land of the waking." Porkchop watched in respectful silence as his guide padded off into the depths of the forest, disappearing into the dense undergrowth. Then she was gone, and he was alone with the soft whisper of summer wind and the murmuring of a forest full of life. Wandering over to the pool that contained Celadon Aegis, he acted on instinct and lunged inwards. Snatching the bright green fish out of the water, he gulped it down, enjoying the rich taste of impenetrable fortitude that coated his tongue. The skill settled in, forged by his bloodline construct, before its nexus of power crystallized in his soul space and moved to orbit his soul, perpendicular to the orbit of his legacy skills.
A patch of sunlight shone through the canopy overhead, alighting on a small grouping of clover. Porkchop ambled over and sat to rest. He decided to pull up his status while he waited for his transformation to finish. It wasn't like there was anything else to do. Without even thinking about it, he added his spare point to endurance. He wanted as much health as he could get, so he would mostly split them between that and vitality, although he did plan on using them occasionally to bolster his other weaker stats. Status. Name: Porkchop, he who does not listen and lacks wisdom. Dynasty: Den of Moonless Nights. Age: 19. Race: Greater Males. Dynastic, enlightened mind. +1 dexterity, intelligence, willpower, and free stats per level. Layer reached: 2. Bloodline: Warden of Sacred Jade. +4 End, +3 Vit, +2 Strun, +1 Dex, +1 free stats per level. Level 1. Resources: Health: 1,680 over 1,680. 15.
8 per minute. Stamina: 1,560 over 1,560. 15.6 per minute. Mana: 1,540 over 1,540. 15.4 per minute. Stats: Endurance: 27 plus 43 plus 21%, 84. Vitality: 23 plus 43 plus 21%, 79. Strength: 22 plus 43 plus 21%, 78. Dexterity: -22 plus 43 plus 21%, 78. Intelligence: -21 plus 43 plus 21%, 77. Willpower: -21 plus 43 plus 21%, 77. Stat points: 0. Aspects: Pillar corporis, N/A. Pillar mentis, N/A. Pillar animus, N/A. Class skills: 1/10. Celadon Aegis, heroic, 1. General skills: 10/10. Savage Arsenal, heroic, 20. Shattering Storm, heroic, 20. Primal Vitality, unique, 20. Jade Bones, Earthen Blood, unique, 20. Landslide of Fang and Talon, heroic, 20. Spell Resistance, unusual, 20. Sacred Empowerment, unique, 20. Primal Senses, unusual, 20. Natural Celerity, unusual, 20. Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus, heroic, 20. A/N dash adding a bonus tag to appropriate honors. Honors: Born for Slaughter. Birds of a Blood-Soaked Feather, bonus. Persistent Survivor, minor, bonus. Kingslayer, major, bonus. Ruthless Underdog, bonus. Caius shook his head, sending a spray of tainted water in every which direction. By the time he had finished inscribing his spells, Porkchop was still lying insensate on the flagstones, in the grip of choosing his first bloodline. At first he'd simply waited, but then the grime and muck that coated him head to toe had grown too much. The
The sensation of gritty and caked cloth sticking to his skin was maddening. So he'd retrieved his pack from where he had stashed it on the stairs. Thankfully, they had planned for this somewhat, and all of their water skins were full to the bursting. He'd stripped down to his underclothes. With the self-cleaning enchantments on his hunter's garb, it would have been a waste of water to clean it himself. His armor, especially the fine and intricate scales of his Cerelian mail, was a different story. Caius scrubbed the blood and viscera from himself before working out as much of the gunk from his armor as he could.
Then he left it to dry, making sure to save at least some water for Porkchop. They'd always planned on a short jaunt down to the manor below to get clean and secure some travelling rations. But it would have been rude to not save at least a modicum for his bond brother to clean off the worst spots of gore that matted his fur. Walking back to the statue, he leaned against the plinth and stared at the glowing blue circle of system runes that dominated the dead center of the plateau. The portal. Their exit back to the sea. Caius's eyes drank in their significance. It felt surreal to be so close and simply wait. Sure, it made sense. This biome was cleared, and the way would remain open until they took the portal. With how defenseless they were during their class selection, it would have been idiocy to enter an unknown region of the sea without access to their class and bloodline. Still, it felt odd. To wait. To simply watch the circle, knowing that the efforts of the last year had paid off, and he had gained more than he ever thought he would. To know that once he returned to the sea, once he started the rest of his life in earnest, he would be joining a world forever changed. Shifted, morphed, and forced to undergo a time of struggle, trial, and strife. All because of him. He had changed the world. That was undeniable. Yet despite the simple fact of the matter, it was hard to reconcile. He may have been a lost scion, with a full legacy set and a greater beast for a brother. There may have been more mysteries than certainties in his history and family line. Those very facts might have been worthy of bard song in and of themselves. Yet, he struggled to come to terms with the second phase of the integration, with the challenges laid at his feet by Akum the Pale. Everything else he had accomplished was personal at its core, the result of his efforts, luck, and lineage primarily affecting him and what he personally chose to act upon. The next phase was different, an uncontrolled and unintended result of his efforts that would affect millions. He bit his cheek, the weight of responsibility weighing on him like lead. It was foreign, and a burden that he would not have chosen for himself. Yet it was his to bear all the same. A calamity of his own creation, if not of his design. Staring at the portal back to the world he once knew so well, Caius steeled his heart. At the end of the day, it was still his responsibility. It was also one that he had been assured would come with benefits. The best chance for the world, Akum had said. That meant something. And even if the world had done little for him, he did not intend to let his actions harm the little folk that he felt kinship with. The people he held dear of Three Fields, the folks of the other frontier villages, and the beggars that he had spoken with in Deadacre, unknowing that such a thing was not done, that had told him their stories. Even the hunters and wayfarers that he had shared rare fires and meals with in the sea. For them, if no one else, he would not shy from the fate that had been thrust upon him. Plus, if he was entirely honest with himself, something with the name of Tyrant had to be a fucking good fight. He knew, deep down, that languishing peacetime was not the life for him. He craved the certainty of steel, the rush of hot blood, the sweet vigor of food and fine wine, the ever-present vitality of a life lived on the edge. Some would call him foolhardy, cocksure, brash, and perhaps even arrogant to the extent of idiocy. To them,
he would agree, and would continue earnestly, unchanging in his ways. Burden or no, he had been called to fight, to strive, and to win. Caius felt himself grin, his teeth bared at the world. He had many goals for the immediate future.
Finding the lost history of Unterstern, and learning why he had heard no mention of his dynasty's name when all suggested he should have, discovering the fate of his father, and pursuing the goals laid on him by a god in the flesh. All of those needed one thing: power. He'd learned one thing from the last year. He responded well to the threat of death. At least the end of the world meant that he wouldn't need to seek it out for himself. Standing there, dripping from the remnants of his cleanse, he was startled from his introspection as a hair-raising crack emanated from the prone form of his bond brother. Caius's head whipped over in shock. Porkchop began to writhe, his flesh boiling and shifting as bones splintered. Then, he started to grow.
Chapter 129. Packing for a Trip.
Caius lurched towards his brother, laying his hands on the dense and gore-drenched fur that coated the Malay's thick, muscle-bound form. He felt his brother's physique straining, fibers snapping as they pulled away from bones that shattered of their own violation. Panic surged through him, his heart racing as he watched Porkchop undergo some sort of metamorphic change, more akin to something he would have expected to see in the flesh warper's laboratory than a natural process. Porkchop's head snapped back as his thick neck contracted uncontrollably, features warping as the bone and cartilage of his face snapped in a dozen splintering crunches. His features shifted, expanding as muscle and skin tore, and new flesh arose to take its place. Before Caius's very eyes, his coat began to shift. It stayed the same tinted black, but the red morphed, shifting to a green so deep it was almost the color of scorched slate, only showing its inner hue under the shine of the false sun above. A ring of milky white sprouted from his neck, dripping down to the top of his chest and running along a section of his spine as the ruff of his neck lengthened, turning into a half mane. He realized what was happening and took a step back, crossing his arms in annoyance. Porkchop, you fucking asshole. You could have mentioned that awakening your bloodline came with a side dose of body horror, Caius muttered. His bond brother did not respond, insensate as his jaw dislocated with a stomach-churning crackle pop, and the bone shattered and grew. At least it was obvious now why he'd wanted his barding removed. Depths-wrought enchantments were generally more flexible than artisan-made ones, but everything had its limit. Who knew if its resizing enchantment would have stood up to the growth? Then Porkchop's claws fell off.
Caius shuddered, watching the strings of tissue that tied the daggers that once capped his brother's digits snap as new talons grew in their place. They were stone-like. A slightly translucent forest green, it looked to be some sort of crystal that had been honed to an edge so sharp it seemed like it would cut him with a bare look. Cocking an eyebrow, he looked on in interest. Now that he knew Porkchop's life was not at risk, there was a certain morbid fascination in watching his bond brother's body dismantle and then rebuild itself. And by holy fuck was he getting big. He'd already been a living weapon before, roughly bear-sized and tall enough to come up to the bottom of Caius's chest. It looked like he would be taller than him at the shoulder now, at the very least. Though it was hard to tell with how oddly proportioned he was, what being mid-evolution and all. That wasn't all. If his brother had been built like a strong man raised on a diet of whole cattle before, now it looked as though his muscles had muscles. That was moderately terrifying. There was a reason greater beasts were so feared. Considering how strong his brother would be due to his sheer physicality, the improvement from his stats would be all the more impressive. Shaking his head in amazement, Caius stepped back and waited for his brother to return to him. Caius watched Porkchop stretch, his face still a little pale from watching his brother's body crack and morph as he settled into a new, empowered form. Rolling his shoulders, Porkchop ambled up to his feet, though he stumbled a little on legs that looked to be much longer and more powerful than he was used to. Caius whistled as he took in his brother's new height.
"Fuck me. You're huge,"
he said, mouth agape, as he looked up at Porkchop's green-shrouded face. Porkchop's ears twitched, and his head snapped towards him. He moved, bounding over to Caius and smothering him in a wall of blood-streaked fur. Caius laughed, wrapping his arms around his brother and heaving in an attempt to leverage his newly enhanced strength to muscle Porkchop to the ground. He was about as successful as he would have been trying to uproot a fully grown oak. Porkchop batted him back with casual ease, sending him stumbling to the side before he started to rear up in excitement.
"Caius! I did it too! Got a heroic!" Porkchop said, exhilaration and pride streaming across their bond.
Really? That's great. What did you get? Caius asked, excitedly, slipping under and away from Porkchop's descending paws. And be careful of those claws. They look sharp, he chastised, staring at the spots where they had dug into the solid stone floor.
"Whoops, sorry," Porkchop replied bashfully, settling down onto his haunches. It still left the melee's clearing his height easily, which felt odd. Porkchop had never exactly been small, even at his old height. He was taller on his hind legs. But being trounced when his brother was sitting was something else entirely. Not that it made him uncomfortable. With how often Porkchop ended up getting walloped due to his rather direct fighting style, he needed all the physical advantages he could get. Caius sincerely hoped that whatever his brother had gained from his bloodline would be enough to avoid a repeat of what had happened with the Guardian. Seeing him shattered and broken as he tried to crawl away from the siege ogre had been one of the most terrifying things he had ever experienced. Evidently, his old worry seeped through their link as he was treated to a cold nose the size of his palm smushing into his forehead. No worrying. The ancestral blood didn't just make me bigger. The magic of the transformation will have increased my baseline even more than what simple size would do. Besides, one of us needs to draw our enemy's ire, and you are much more suited to dealing out damage quickly. I picked the Warden of Sacred Jade with that in mind, Porkchop explained.
Oh? Caius said, reaching up to scratch Porkchop behind his ear. His brother reacted as he always had, leaning into his touch. It gladdened him. Physical change or no, he was still the same old Porkchop. Going for the path of the Bastion, then? It did make sense. Porkchop's legacy skills were well bent towards drawing attention and persisting through the fire of battle, yet he would have had to get something good. While all bastions relied on appropriate skills and tough bodies, without fail they lended themselves towards heavy armor and impenetrable defenses. Things that would prevent wounds. Even if all you took was light cuts, standing as the anchor of a battle would mean that eventually enough of them would accumulate to do you in. If you're doing that, we're going to have to invest in some heavier barding. Full plate at least, if not heavy plate. I'm sure we'll find someone in Deadacre who could do it, but we'll probably need to commission it, and it won't be cheap. Thank the gods we've got a few artifacts we can part with. I think we should be able to cover it with the blink daggers, Caius said, already planning how he could support Porkchop to the best of his ability. They were a team, and with how little equipment Porkchop generally needed, he would have to be a complete miser not to splash out on something good for something so central. Self-repair and durability at the very least,
though I might need to sell off the helm to make that happen. I could do with some simple steel for a while," he muttered, scratching at his chin. "No, we don't. I got a good pick for my first bloodline skill, see?" Porkchop interrupted him, before he backed up a few paces. Caius cocked his head in interest. "Oh?" "Watch!" Porkchop said with a grin. Mana flared within his brother's chest, building to a crescendo over a handful of seconds as Porkchop focused with intensity. Whatever skill he had gained, it was taking a lot of mana for a skill in the first tier. The accumulated power peaked, glowing with the shimmering color of crystal affinity, though strangely tainted by a shining green. It rushed forth, exploding from his brother's body in a forceful wave to settle heavily against his fur. Caius's jaw dropped. Wherever the mana touched, thick slabs of heavy jade were left in their place. Bound to each other by oddly delicate chains of the same material, they formed an impressive suit of barding. Heavy plate barding, though it looked oddly incomplete. Almost rough-cut, the angled plates of jade conformed to Porkchop's body. A gorget and chest plate covered his front and neck, while more overlapping plates stretched up his neck and down the top of his spine. A skull cap of barely transparent greenstone was affixed to his head, while a stout noseguard stretched down his snout. More sections hung from the spine armor, draping over his ribs and forming into short half-pauldrons that left his legs free and mobile. As the armor popped into existence, Porkchop let out a soft grunt as he adjusted to the added weight and bulk of his summoned armor. What?" Caius said, shocked. When Porkchop had said that bloodlines were similar to classes, he had expected the skills to be a little more aligned to primal and beastly flavors. Something that summoned armor was nowhere near the top of his list of what he had been expecting. "Is this normal?" Porkchop snorted. "What, for a beast to get skills that let them use and create two-legged things like plate? No, absolutely not. As far as I can tell, our bond might be having some influence on our options." "But that is besides the point. Look at this. Much better than leather and piddly metal," Porkchop said excitedly, craning his neck to take in his new skill-produced defenses. "It's called Celadon Aegis."
Caius grinned. With this, he felt much better about leaving Porkchop to push the assault while he mopped up. It was a nigh-on perfect combo. One agile, one stout, and both capable of dishing out significant offensive power. They would be terrors. Though he did wish that the armor covered a bit more. The jade plates had plenty of gaps and left Porkchop's limbs and flank relatively undefended, like a beastly version of a breastplate and helm. "What's it scaling like? Anything other than basic improvements?" he asked. "Breakpoints, like your glyph, though a little better at every 50 levels, improves the armor's coverage," Porkchop said, dismissing the skill. The armor plates dissolved like smoke, dissipating into glowing mana that dispersed into the surrounding air. "What about you? Have you had a chance to test Stormlash yet?" Caius smiled. "No, I thought I would wait until you got back. Practically the hardest thing I've done." "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's see," Porkchop replied, his ears twitching in excitement as he launched to his feet. Caius grinned and turned off to the side, facing towards a nearby cluster of statues. They would serve as good a target as any. Dropping his hand to his side, he felt for the inscriptions that spiraled out from his Drakthar glyph. They pulsed in his mind with barely constrained potency, ready and willing to leap to his call. The barest brush of will was all it took. Chained mana was unleashed, surging through runic circuits in moments. Pure arcane was shifted, changed, and reforged, unleashing with crackling might. One jagged line of script that wrapped his thumb and crept around his wrist smoldered with orange light,
dissolving in a shower of sparks as the spell hymn was burnt. Stormlash activated, a peal of thunder booming as a thick rope of crackling plasma appeared in his hand. He could feel its electrifying might charging the surrounding air, the hairs on the back of his arm rising. It lashed like a living thing, potent, aggressive, vindictive. He moved on instinct, guided by the thrumming intent of his spell. With the barest flick of his wrist, bound lightning snapped towards the statue with a crack and a blinding flash of light. It lashed around the statue's throat before two more cracks echoed out in quick succession, and the spell jumped to two more in a chain. Electric blue lightning mana surged as stone hissed and scorched, Stormlash writhing as arcing beams of purple lanced off the bolt to strike at the statues. Reverberations shook the statue, cracking stone in a shower of dust. Resonance amplification at work, no doubt. Then it was over, the lightning disappearing with as much suddenness as it had been formed. Kaus gaped at the result of his spell, staring at cracked and scorched stone, at the molten details on the statue's neck where Stormlash had produced enough virulent heat to soften stone. The reverberation had been potent too, finger-length cracks running down the chest of the statue. Hells, even the light. He was sure that without true sight, the lightning would have been bright enough to leave burnt-in after-images floating in his vision. Though he did expect that would be of limited utility in battle as he grew in levels. Simple, mundane effects like that would have little effect on someone with significant endurance. But the sheer power. For a moment there, before he had cast, he could feel it. The constrained might of a storm held in the palm of his hand. That was too much. Far more than what should have been possible from a simple Tier 1 spell. If this was the power of a heroic class and skill, what would happen when he rose through the tiers? What if he managed to increase its rarity? Then, before he could muster his senses, Porkchop tackled him from the side, driving him to the floor. "Caius, that was fucking awesome," he said, nuzzling him affectionately and managing to smear him with cold blood once more.
He couldn't help but laugh, though he did shove Porkchop off so that he could get to his feet. "I just held a fucking lightning bolt. What the fuck?" Caius wiped off the worst of the gore, before frowning at the smudge of green on his hand. "That said, we need to get cleaned up. No way in hell am I going back into the sea so sticky. That, and see if your fat ass will still fit into your barding." "Hey!" Porkchop replied, indignant. Caius simply laughed and went to collect their things. "Come on, fast job's a good one." In the end, returning to the manor to resupply and get cleaned up took them barely more than an hour. With how close they were to leaving the depths, neither he nor Porkchop were keen on wasting any time before their return to the forest. Damp and clean, they hurried to redress. To both their delights, Porkchop still fit his barding, and a quick test proved that it still worked with his Aegis. Somewhat, at least. Apparently, it chafed terribly. Unfortunately, with their designs on the plunder held in the kitchens, they had need of it if they wanted to carry out as many artisanal spices and foodstuffs as they could carry. The spices especially. With how expensive and exotic most were, Caius knew that there would be many that he would most likely never get the chance to try again. Given how light they were and how far they stretched, he planned on getting everything. That said, they did decide it would be for the best to sell off the light barding at the soonest opportunity. They could replace it with something more designed for utility, some simple padded leather to cover the gaps in Porkchop's Aegis, and saddlebags for their gear. After storming the kitchen with the rabid fury of a full troop of pillaging raiders, they returned to the mountaintop, weighed down heavily with their spoils.
No matter what happened next, they would be eating like kings for a week at least. Though probably not much longer, if Porkchop's appetite had increased to match his new size. Skirting around pools of blood, they approached their target, the glowing circle of runes that dominated the plateau's center. They shone with crackling potency, pulsing as they grew closer. Caius stared at them with open fascination, still struggling to truly believe that they had actually made it, that they were finally here, finally leaving. They stopped at the edge, both of them staring at the threshold. All it would take was a single step, and yet both of them felt the heavy weight of the moment, its primacy and dominance. Caius looked to his left, a grin slipping out when he realized he had automatically looked at Porkchop's chest, where his head would have once been. He tilted his head up, finding his brother already watching him with green-flecked gold eyes. "Together?" he asked, raising his hand to place it on Porkchop's shoulder. "Together. No matter what." They stepped forwards, crossing the threshold, ready to take on the world as men grown. Ding! Portal entered. Descend. Exit. Personalized Guardian loot will be provided on selection of either option. End of Book 1, Chapter 130. The Prodigal Son Returns. One moment, Caius was standing at the peak of a dwarven citadel deep below the earth. Then the world shifted, blurring for a few mind-bending fractions of a second as he was torn along an impossible axis. Something moved within those depths, something large and curious, something that inspired a primal terror within him. Then he was snatched away. His stomach lurched, and he stumbled forwards, kicking up a pile of loose leaf litter. For a moment, he reeled, struggling to process the experience of translocation, before he shoved it to the back of his mind when Porkchop let out an excited chitter. Having dived nose first into the soft earth of the forest, his brother was currently enraptured with rubbing every handspan of his surface along the ground. "Dirt! Normal dirt! With dead leaves and insects!" Porkchop moaned, digging his crystalline claws into the ground. Caius smiled at his bond brother before he craned his neck and stared at their surroundings in awe. They were back in the arboreal sea. Blessedly normal trees sprouted up around them in an unbroken tide that stretched as far as he could see, while brush and grasses poked up in the small gaps in the canopy, drinking in the warm summer sun. Caius stepped forwards into one of the beams of light and soaked up its soft, embracing heat. It had been so long since he had felt the sun. To be graced with a summer's noon upon their exit was fortuitous indeed. He closed his eyes for a moment and just felt the thrumming life around him. The rustle of a tepid breeze passing through the trees, the subtle buzz of innumerable insects flying through the air, the chirping of birds, the scent of discarded leaves slowly decaying into mulch. It was all so pure, so different from the cold, mechanical depths. It had been easy, at times, to gloss over the gaps in its illusion of life, the odd behavior of the depths-born, the utter absence of lesser forms of life, and a dozen other things. That difference was blinding now that he had returned from his trial. Spinning in place, he looked back to the portal that they had passed through. It was a pillar of stone, a rough, natural block with a circle of the system's immutable and shifting runes on its front face. Where once they would have glowed blue, now they were dull, spent, until enough time had passed for them to recharge, at least if someone wanted to use it as an entrance, that is. That wasn't all. At the base of the stone lay two pristine artifacts, nestled on top of the pile of leaves that had accumulated against the portal due to the wind. One was a softly gleaming crystal, black like obsidian, a dull, pulsing orange welled up from its deepest reaches, just barely visible in the daylight.
The other was a metal box, thin, rectangular, and oddly curved on one side. It had a number of straps and attachment points, but nowhere obvious to carry it like a bag. Weirder still, it didn't seem to have any kind of opening or latch. Caius's heart quickened. He tapped into True Sight. Spent Forge Heart, unique, Tier 1. The drained heart of a wear engine, even valued treasure, is sometimes discarded. A valued crystal, glimmering with the remnants of esoteric life, abandoned after the majority of its power was spent.
A valuable material for forged alloys, its affinities make it a prized option for supporting the growth of newborn metallic soulbound artifacts. Material: Life Crystal. Merchant's Reinforced Dimensional Saddlebag. Unique. Tier 1. What's this for? Fragile, high-value goods and smuggling, mostly. Sometimes both. A solid, reinforced box of potent, arcane-infused titanium. Its interior is lined with spatially aligned alloys and engraved with a dense, runic formation. Allows access to a small, dimensional bubble, approximately the size of a large chest, that may be used to store non-living and non-spatially enchanted objects. Depths-wrought artifact. Auxiliary equipment, dimensional bag. Durability 2, dimensional container 1, self-repair 1. Caius was already moving. "Oh, holy fuck, Porkchop!" he yelled, diving for the box before he scooped it up and held it in his hands. Despite its solid metal construction, it was deceptively light, even if it felt incredibly sturdy. "What is it?" Porkchop asked, concerned as he ran over to his side. "We got one! We actually got one!" Caius stumbled over his words, a wide, sweeping grin on his face. "Got what?" Porkchop said, shoving his head past his shoulder to peer at the merchant's saddlebag. "A spatial artifact. It's small, but we should be able to fit everything in here. See?" He swung off his pack, holding it close to the artifact as he funneled the slightest brush of mana against it. There was a soft pop, and his bag vanished. Caius could feel it inside the artifact, an intuitive sense of everything it contained, though it vanished when he stopped interacting with it with his mana. Porkchop jumped back, shocked at his bag's disappearing act. "Holy shit!" "I know! Do you have any idea how expensive these are? We're going to have to hide it in one of your saddlebags." Caius spun, shaking Porkchop by his jowls. His brother shook him off. "Quick, put the rest of our stuff in it. I want to see if it all fits." Porkchop hunkered down, and Caius ran to his side like a giddy child, picking at knots with hurried fingers as he pulled down the rough bags they had managed to convert into clunky saddlebags from things scavenged from the dwarven city. Caius funneled their food supplies, extra water, and his precious spices into their new container, immensely pleased when he saw it was still just barely over half full. Saving one of their rough, stitched bags, they shoved the dimensional container into it, tearing a few holes so that they could secure it to Porkchop's barding from within. It looked suspicious as hell, but it would do until they made it to one of the villages and they could commission a leather cover and a proper set of underarmor for Porkchop. Caius stepped back, pleased with his handiwork. "What of the other thing? That crystal?" Porkchop asked, looking past him to where the forge heart lay forgotten on a pile of leaves. At his brother's prompting, Caius felt his joy surge once more. "It's one of the materials I need for my sword," he said happily, "though I'm not sure what to do with it." He walked over, picking up the glassy stone. It was warm to the touch, like a stone that had been left to bake in the sun. He drew his blade a handspan and tried touching the material to his weapon. Nothing happened, though he did feel attraction between the two when he attempted to pull the stone back. Then he tried the handle, where the bonding formation lay hidden underneath its wrap. Still nothing. Caius frowned.
We might need to stash it for later. Maybe I need a smith, or to forge a link, whatever that means. Hopefully it's the latter. I don't exactly want to go around telling everyone what I have. Porkchop nuzzled him. We'll figure it out. Either way, we got some good rewards. Why don't you pack it into the merchant's saddlebag to keep it safe? Nodding at his friend's suggestion, Caius stowed it away.
At the end of the day, even securing it in the first place had gone a long way to solving one issue he had wondered about. Perhaps, with a few more guardians, he could obtain the rest of the rare materials he needed. With their loot secured, Porkchop had quickly returned to enjoying the simple pleasure of their return to the sea, kicking up clumps of dead leaves as he sunk his heavy, digging claws into the earth below. Caius smiled before he turned back to the portal. Before he had been distracted by their rewards, he'd been meaning to check something he had heard about. He focused his true sight on the system's formation. Great Depths Portal. Locked. 3 days. Layer 2. Biome The Great Warren. Explored. Caius nodded in satisfaction. He had heard that most analysis-type skills would give some insight into the access ways to the depths that dotted the land, but it was good to get confirmation. Dropping down, Caius flopped down to the ground and leaned back heavily onto his hands. He simply stared at the forest around him, still struggling to process that they had actually done it. Even after more than a year in the depths, it had been a constant push to the finish, a constant threat that hung over his head. It was one thing to know that you had achieved your goal, another to be presented with the reality of success. Unbidden, a soft giggle escaped his lips, breaking the soft silence that surrounded them. In the trees above, a small sparrow took flight, flittering between the trees as it watched him with open curiosity. Caius looked back, a half-smile on his face. Other than meeting Porkchop, it was the first time that something moving hadn't tried to kill him in far too long. Caius, you should analyze the bird, Porkchop said cautiously. Huh? Why? He asked, still watching the creature as it flitted to a branch and settled down to face him. We're not in danger, but remember what the system said about Phase 2? With integrating animals? Porkchop reminded him. His eyes widened, and he immediately directed his skill towards the sparrow. Common Sparrow, Level 1, Beast. Caius hissed, sucking in air through his teeth. I take it's a beast, then? Porkchop asked, having shifted to watch the bird with curiosity. Yeah, it is. This is going to change. A lot. I hope the villages will be ready, Caius replied, a knot of worry forming in his stomach. Porkchop rumbled. Things will become more fraught, especially as mana levels rise. I will not lie, it will be tough, but they will have a chance. At the very least, beasts will still follow their instincts and natural inclinations. They are not like Depthsborn, he said with confidence. Caius looked at his brother skeptically. Are you sure? Just about every beast I have ever run into on this side of the mountains has been territorial, and most were actively aggressive. It's because of the mana. Here, only the species and individuals who possess that bent will have a far greater chance of accruing the feats needed for the system to take notice. Over the mountains, where the mana is greater, it is far easier for a common animal to become a beast. You see the meek just as often as the tyrannical. Besides, until the mana levels grow, they won't be able to grow truly strong. Porkchop explained, trying to subdue his worry. That's only going to take a year, Caius said, his mouth tightening into a line. With the mention of the system's upcoming changes, he peered deep into the mana that flowed through the world around him. Unlike the depths, it was a barest tint on the surroundings. A subtle glow, or the odd mote of light, tinted the colors of their aspect.
As could be expected from a forest, light, nature, earth, and life dominated, though there were dozens of others too, many he could not put a name to. Very different from the overwhelming deluge that occupied the depths, requiring him to focus to bring the mana into full relief, rather than pull back from his skill to stop the arcane brightness from overwhelming him. Ding! True Sight has reached level 22. He could physically see it, the slow, inexorable change being wrought by the changing of phase. It was minute, but he could see more and more mana welling up from somewhere. The increasing mana density would wreak havoc on many. Even if what Porkchop said was true, and most beasts would stay true to their nature, there were still more than enough out there to turn the wilds into a slaughterhouse for the unwary, especially if they grew in strength with the rising mana. Trade would slow or stop, and people would be isolated and cut off from each other, unless they fought back hard. Which, he realized, might have been the system's intention. It seemed like an impossible ordeal. Even if he maintained his meteoric growth and climbed higher than any had before, how was a man and beast supposed to stand against an entire world? There was no one foe, no one target, not like the Guardian. Just a nebulous goal. Get strong, and all would come together. People would die by the thousands, and there was little he could do to prevent it. Especially if, by what Ecom the Pale implied, that the only true way out was through the heart of the fire. Progressing the integration stage by stage and weathering the resulting storm. Hoping that if he could force himself to grow fast enough, he would not end up too badly burned. It rankled. Let alone that he still had no idea what tyrants and crucible grounds were. More death traps, no doubt, there to force people to excel or die. "Caius, you're spiraling," Porkchop butted in, picking himself up off the ground to approach him. He craned his neck up. By the gods, he still wasn't used to how big Porkchop had gotten. "I know, but what are we to do?" he asked. "We do what we have always done. Break it down into chunks. The integration and the chaos it will bring is our guardian. We need to find our champions first," Porkchop said, taking a seat next to him before he wrapped one massive arm around Caius and yanked him closer. Caius groaned, but leant against his brother all the same. "Okay, short-term goals. We need to find out where we are. Travel through the depths is supposed to get weird compared to the world above. I know the forest well enough to at least get us moving in the general direction of 3 fields once we know where we are." "You still think that's our best shot? If they live next to the sea, they are likely to recognize what I am," Porkchop asked cautiously. Caius nodded. "I know them, and they consider me one of their own. They wouldn't sell us out. Sticking together is how you survive on the frontier. Poor beasts might be uncommon, but they are not completely absent, and a boggart swarm could be the end of anyone without backup. Besides, it's our best shot at finding some information about the bandits that pursued us, and what happened to Father." "You think they would know? What if the bandits simply fled after they were unable to acquire what they sought?" "That might be so, but if Father had been injured, he would have headed for the village to recover. And if those bandits had stuck around, they would have made a name for themselves," Caius replied. "Besides, the people there, some of them are basically family. I must see them, even if just to let them know I live, and do what I can to prepare them for the coming chaos." "Then 3 fields it is. I think I have an idea of how we could help, but I'll save it for the journey." Porkchop agreed, bumping him on the top of his head. "How long will it take us to get there?" "Not too long, if we're still near where we entered. A week at most, depending on how fast we can travel," Caius explained. The plateau that they had fallen from was something of a geographical oddity. It stretched from the base of the mountains that blocked off the deep sea,
but in many places it stretched deep into the outskirts, much like where he and Father had made camp. "I may have a solution for that," Porkchop said, after a moment's pause. "Oh?" Caius replied, craning his head to look up at his brother. "It is something of a taboo amongst greater beasts, but I could give you a lift?" Porkchop suggested hesitantly. Caius grinned. "I didn't want to bring it up, but it would be convenient. I also had something to mention. My class definitely aligns with our bond in some form, and the carving I saw showed me riding you into battle. I'm not sure how viable that actually is, nor what sorts of skills I might be offered in that vein, but I did want to check in with you before they started popping up."
A deep rumble echoed in Porkchop's chest, gratitude and gratefulness flowing across their bond. "Take them if they are good. We're already going to give the matriarchs a conniption with our bond. We may as well make it really slap them in the face." Caius snorted. "Are you sure that's wise?" "Absolutely not. But hopefully by the time we go back, we will be strong enough for it to not matter," Porkchop said with a grin.
"Well, with that settled, do we still plan on heading to Deadacre next?"
"Yeah. Like I mentioned, the Delving Guild is our best bet for securing backing and power, and it's the best spot for us to plan our next move. We can also start to think about finding allies and potential teammates, but I'm not sure if a provincial backwater will have anyone who can keep up with us," Caius said, familiar determination steeling his spine as their plans grew more concrete. "Regardless of what we find out about Father, we will need power and information if we want to find the bandits and the man with the scar. Deadacre is our best bet for both." "Well then," Porkchop rose to his full height, his physique towering over him. "Shall we try to find out where we are? North should bring us closer to the mountains." Caius grinned and leapt to his feet. "You sure about this? It's not weird?" he asked. "It's a little weird, but I'm sure," Porkchop replied, crouching low. "Jump up!" Letting out a whoop, Caius grabbed the leather straps of Porkchop's barding and hauled himself upwards. With his enhanced strength, it was easy for him to swing up and onto Porkchop's back, even despite his brother's height. The barding was a little uncomfortable, and their armor plates clanged together awkwardly, but that was washed away in Caius's sheer excitement. "Hold on!" Porkchop dug his claws into the ground and launched in the rough direction of the mountains that they had divined from the position of the sun.
Caius let loose a peal of laughter, barely staying seated as Porkchop's powerful strides tore through the forest, heavy claws used to gain enough traction to weave around tree trunks.
It was fucking good to be back.